Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, of course, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void. Space Fams, good to see you all here on this Sunday. Unfortunately, this is not going to be a fun Sunday. Nope, I'm afraid. It would seem it's going to be quite the opposite. But before we get into any of that, better do some shout-outs. First, on YouTube. Mozart, Frizzla, Hermit Horologist 123 in the YouTube chat. Quaximus, a very close fourth. HBX, Mike Toole, Moen Noip. Morbius, Arvin Trevino, Schmegly. Who else we got? We got Glitch Greens over on Twitch. Ian Leal. Looney Tunes 9000. Hermit Horologist. Moenoa and Omega Star. Well, good to see all you Space Fams here on the Sunday Fun Day. I'm afraid it's going to, like I mentioned, not the funnest of Sunday Fun Days. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight. World War III. Epstein files cover-up. Zohran Mamdani's first week. Perhaps the only bright light. And of course it is 2026. The year has begun. Let's just quickly recap 2025, just to get us started off here. Something low stakes on the streets with the good liars.
People here.
We're so scary.
Yeah.
Scary as fuck.
Were you participating in the violence today?
Yeah. I kissed my girlfriend.
We are here at the protest against Donald Trump here on Labor Day. Also a protest against billionaires. Should billionaires exist, yes or no?
No.
Correct.
Should billionaires exist?
Absolutely not.
Okay, that's correct. Should billionaires exist?
Yes, that's okay, as long as they pay their fair
No,
share.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
Hey, should billionaires exist?
What?
Should billionaires exist?
It's kind of a bizarre question.
Do you think they should exist?
So you think billionaires shouldn't exist, and you think they should, but they should pay taxes.
Exactly, and if they're millionaires, then pay taxes and whatever is owed.
They're not going to like either of those answers, the billionaires.
I'm not here to be liked.
Today, we're going to donate this framed copy of Donald Trump's note to Jeffrey Epstein to Trump Tower. I'm sure there'll be a great place to hang it. I mean, it could be like good right here. Like, I mean, these are the elevators that he comes down, and maybe we look good like right over the elevator. Oh yeah, I've got this. This is the letter from Jeffrey Epstein from Donald Trump.
Don't put that.
We can't hang it anywhere.
No.
No?
You took a picture of that?
Yeah.
No, don't do that.
Okay. All right. So you guys don't want this? Okay. All right. Well, you try and do something nice for people. Thank you. May every day be another wonderful secret. We are now in week 2 of the government shutdown. And from your perspective, what do you hope Democrats are going to accomplish with this?
Fixing people's health care. I mean, that's what this is all about. The premiums are about to go up by a lot. And then these people have to start making decisions about, do I make my car payment? Can I pay rent? Can I buy food? Can my kid, be on the soccer team this year? We don't have to do this.
We are here in Washington, D.C. at the No Kings protest, a violent protest full of Antifa and other ill-meaning people who are here just to cause violence. It really is just a terrible scene here. How much were you paid to be here?
Nothing at all.
Nothing?
Are you getting paid to be here?
No,
Definitely not.
I'm paying to be here.
How much were you paid to be here?
Not a penny.
How much I paid to be here?
Yeah.
I spent a lot of money to come here. What are you talking about?
How much were you guys paid to be here?
Nothing.
You were not paid?
No.
Were you paid to be here?
I paid to be here.
How much were you paid to be
Where am
here?
I getting this money at is what I want to know. Let's call Mike Johnson's phone number and see where we're getting paid.
So we talked to lots of people. It doesn't seem like anybody is being paid to be here. So maybe people are lying about that. I don't know. It says no one paid me to be here. I've heard a lot of Republicans say people are paid to be here at the No Kings rally.
I've heard that too.
So you were not paid.
Not paid. I don't know anyone who was paid.
But it feels like somebody who was paid might have a sign that says no one paid me to be here.
You think? I don't think so.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary.
Can you tell me what happened to you on, I believe it was June 12th of this year?
I had the audacity of trying to ask a question. Yeah, a question at a press conference.
How rude.
When Secret Service and other federal agents put me on the ground.
Hands behind your back.
If you let my hands go and put me behind my back. Flat on my chest, handcuffed me, and were escorting me out.
Excuse my language, but that is such unbelievable bullshit.
That's fucked up. It is.
So we were outside the debate here in Long Island City in Queens.
Sleeve is the only man for the job, the only person that lives in New York City, born and raised in New York City, and it's all bullshit what's going on. The Democratic Party runs this city, and that's why they want Sleever to drop out. Go over to your boy Mamdani, tell him to drop out, or that
Sleever.
Como that quit on the state of New York and left, and then gave his bail and every criminal in the streets out.
Curtis, 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 can I get a slapping fannies, killing grannies?
Well, that's your line. That's not my
I
line.
thought that was your line.
No, I created it. It's out there. I got some new lines.
Can we get a sneak peek of the?
I just still love that answer from Curtis Lewa. He's like, no, that's your line, not my line. I created it, but you're the one who's saying it right now. Come on, Curtis, own it.
Of some of the one-liners tonight?
No, they're all under the brake.
Governor, you're losing by so much. Are you going to win this election?
Bet on it.
We are here in New Jersey at Mikey Sherrill's election night watch party. DeBrom, are you excited? Wow, there's a cheer.
Wow, it looks like Democrat Abigail Spanberger is the projected winner of the governor's race in Virginia. Would you have bet that would have been the case as of a couple of days ago?
I think so. I think that's what all the polls were saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you would have put money on that?
I guess I would have bet on.
Yeah.
that. Hey, speaking of betting, did you know that in the state of New Jersey, it is legal to gamble? Did you know that? 30 seconds in.
That one was so cold.
You got 20 seconds. DeVrom bet $20 that he could drink 4 bottles of water. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 in 1 minute. Now, after 20 seconds, he'd already finished 2, but then the struggle hit. He could not finish. Okay, so Mikey Sherrill is coming up here. She's about to speak. She has won the election. She is the next governor of the state of New Jersey. I'm excited. I am up $538 right now, strictly betting with DeVrom. DeVrom, how are you doing?
Not as good, because from losing the money. From having lost the money. DeVrom, how's it going? I wanted to say you're doing a great Great job on the Supreme Court.
Thank
all
you.
right?
Thank you.
I like beer too.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, I like beer too.
All right.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, nice to see you.
You as well.
Thank you.
Thanks,
yeah.
Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
Later
you.
on.
Thank you. I know you think I'm Brett, but I'm not.
What's that?
I know you think I'm Brett, but I'm not.
Yeah.
So, he's a Supreme Court justice.
That's what I said. Good job on the Supreme Court. We're all loving the work you're doing.
I'm the governor.
But you said you like beer. That was the whole thing.
I know. I thought you were kidding.
I thought you were. Are you kidding now or no?
No. Brett's about this big. He's
Oh,
a great
okay.
guy. He's a good friend of mine.
Okay. Egg on my face, huh? All right. Have a good one, Brett.
Okay, so we're inside the event. So what are these pictures of?
This picture
Oh
of
my
gold
God.
right here. Right here is gold. Came from underneath the Vatican chambers. And they moved it from the Vatican's chambers and moved it to Reno. And what's happening, it was 650 loads of gold is going to Reno and took it from the Vatican, which stole from all the people in the world.
So wait, who took the gold from the Vatican and put it in Reno?
Military.
So was Donald Trump behind this?
Donald Trump and the military.
You think Donald Trump committed any crimes with Jeffrey Epstein?
Donald Trump is not a crime committing type person. He doesn't do that. I've gotten to know him over the last several months, and he is honest to a fault. He's absolutely honest. He will not break the law. He will not lie, and he will not break the law.
You don't think Donald Trump would lie?
No, he won't lie.
Real ever? You don't think he'd ever lie?
He has a very strong conviction about truth. He started a social media company called Truth Social.
Right. Why do you love ice so much?
Oh my God, these spring chickens. These Social Security collecting spring chickens. It's incredible. What? He started a social media company called Truth Social. I mean, he would never lie. Donald Trump, he would what? No, that would never happen. This dummy. Jesus Christ. People really are gullible, aren't they? I'm gonna start a new channel. It's gonna be called TNN, Truth News Network. It'll be only the truth. As I see it.
Truth Social.
Speaking of the truth, let's talk about the thing that Donald Trump doesn't want us to talk about. Before we talk about the things Donald Trump does want us to talk about.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yes. Yes, I am. And honestly, some of the stuff that I've seen in the last week. By the way, before we get any further, I just want to remind everybody of something. Well, not remind everybody. It's not a reminder. This is... I just want to give everybody a synopsis of what is to come. And, like I said, it's not really going to be a Sunday fun day, unfortunately. If anything, it's going to be more like a week-ending report. With the caveat that, of course, it's Sunday and the week has already begun. But yeah, we're going to be basically recapping the last 7 days here. But we're also going to be going back in time. Talking the Epstein files. And honestly, the more that I see about all this stuff, the more that I definitely think that Donald Trump was very, very, very involved in whatever Epstein was up to, whether it was in Palm Beach or otherwise. the location doesn't really matter, but the details. I mean, everything that seems to have come out recently, including the cover-up, would seem to suggest Donald Trump himself is what is the number one thing that is actually being protected right now. There's plenty of options on the table of people who could be being protected, but really, he's the main one. Who would the DOJ and the FBI want to protect more than anybody else? It's Donald Trump. It's Donald fucking Trump. Now, I'm sure they're protecting other people. And I'm sure of that because of the efforts of people going through the latest batch of Epstein files. People like Sheila Zolnur. Some of you may have already seen this, but I feel this is not only necessary for a second watch in a week-ending report, but I think necessary in sort of making this
Everybody's
point.
saying that the Epstein file redactions are very clearly protecting the perpetrator, but I need you guys to understand how blatant it is. I'm going to show you an example, and I want you to keep in mind how many times you can tell that the reference is to multiple people, because the girl will have said they, then they did this, and they did, but the only part that's not redacted is Epstein's name. This particular victim is sending an email to someone saying, sorry this took so long, please let me know if you need anything else. And there's a preliminary questionnaire to see if she's actually a victim of Epstein's. I was born into sex trafficking. I was trafficked beginning at my earliest memory. I do not remember a time that I was not trafficked for sex. According to birth certificate from blank, my biological parents, I do not recognize them as parents, blank and blank, began to sell me for sex in the town of blank. There were many men that were brought to their home to have sex with me. I was taken to many states in the US to sell me. I was forced by threat by blank, comma, and Jeffrey Epstein of being killed, bodily harm, and threats of harming other children if I did not have sex.
All right, please hold. All right. I was forced by threat. Forced by threat is clearly a crime. This phrase, forced by threat, is clearly a crime, which means that whatever is redacted here, since by relates to an individual, right? Someone capable of making a threat by force, that person's name is redacted. This person whose name has been redacted is a criminal, at least allegedly.
Illegal. And any other people they sold me to. Sold. Remember that word, sold. The rape and sex trafficking with Jeffrey Epstein happened year blank. I was about blank years old at the time. Why would the names of any of these people or locations be redacted? Location alone is not going to identify the victim. The redaction is not long enough for it to be first and last name of parents, so that wouldn't identify the victim. Anyway, at the time, I was taken to an underground location. I was blindfolded, so I would not know exactly where I was at. It was dark, and when we went through doors, we went downstairs. There was also an elevator in the location. I was kept in a stall. It looked like a horse stall that had short walls on the sides so you could see inside. It wasn't really to keep me and the other little girls inside. It was to make it where we could be viewed. Epstein would walk past each girl, including myself, with a lot of men following him, and they would judge us. He told me I was fat and ugly, so that's what he called me. Redacted. And he said I had to pretend it was him to see if I performed well. What do you think that says? Was she to do an act with another man? And maybe...
Once again, like, this right here is clearly identifying information, because right after that it uses the pronoun he. There's no ident, like, the only person it could be is Epstein or somebody. I mean, actually no. Well, actually, it most likely is Epstein, like based upon this reading of this. But the point is, why is this information redacted? And he said I had to print. It sounds like it's almost somebody other than Epstein. The way that this goes, it seems to me that this redacted information is a different perpetrator, other than Epstein, in this black splotch that is clearly that is followed up by a description of of a crime.
Epstein said I had to pretend it was him to see if I performed well. Why is that redacted? He said if I performed well, I could be his girlfriend. Then I would be allowed to be upstairs, he called it. He said the girls upstairs were pretty and they were his girlfriends. He then raped me and said I was evil because I liked it. I couldn't make my body stop feeling, so he said I had to go to the holding place to pray hard enough to be able to be upstairs with the other girls. There were a lot of pictures of girls naked all over the walls. Now we know it's true, if you had any doubt. Because unless you've been inside of his house, you don't know about the pictures of all the naked girls on the wall. Weird thing to guess at. I had to pray hard to be like them, he said. The girls that he said performed well enough went with the line of all the men and they left. Redacted. Why? In Virgin Islands, I was redacted. They stopped there. I was 17 years old. Redacted was blindfolded and taken to an underground location. It had steps that went down. I was raped by Jeffrey Epstein. There were other men that raped me. I was kept in a stall so that men could look at me.
And it goes on and on from there. She goes on detailing this, and time again, information is redacted. It seems to be identifying perpetrators, which clearly points to this being a cover-up. None of that is supposed to be happening, of course. Now, the next thing that we have to watch is equally difficult to watch, I'm afraid, but this is an interview which I have come across of a Donald Trump accuser by the name of Katie Johnson. Well, I believe Katie Johnson, I believe, was an alias used by this accuser. She's never been identified, but I came across this interview that was recorded like 10 years ago.
I came to this interview on my free will. No, there was nothing promised to me for doing this interview.
Excellent.
Yes, everything that I say at this interview will be the truth. I met Donald Trump at some parties I attend that I was working for Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. There was about 3 or 4 times that I had encounters with Donald Trump. I was 13. The first time that I met Donald Trump was at a party at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. There was an orgy going on, and he was kind of watching off in the distance, and he basically asked if I could come over and give him a hand job. And at first, I wasn't very comfortable with it. This was like my first party, and I didn't think that was my responsibility. But my recruiter told me that I needed to do it, so I agreed to. And then he, I began to. Sorry, this is a little difficult, but
All right, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. But suffice to say, this is a very harrowing recounting here of this woman's alleged experience with Donald Trump. Suggests that she had multiple sexual encounters with Donald Trump. There is one spot in here that I really do want to go to. Where was it?
Or, you know, Hispanic name, they called them spics. Sorry, I said another massage, and it was basically so. I don't know. There was something about him that.
All right, hold on. I'm trying to find it. Thank you for the follow. Who was that? Tyranifex? Okay, this is the spot. This is the spot that I want. Okay.
Everyone else did. Donald Trump knew that I was 13 because the first night that I was there, Tiffany actually suggested that, you know, she had a whole bunch of different wigs, and I expressed interest in them. You know, I always told her that I would love to walk around with blue hair, and so I tried some on, and there was a blonde wig that she said that looked great on me. So I wore that wig, and Donald Trump had specifically asked about me because I remind him of his daughter, and she said, well, she's 13 as well. So he knew the first time that he saw me, but he took a liking to me because I look like his daughter. And the reason I'm coming out now is when it happened.
There you go. That was a Donald Trump accuser who was apparently at multiple Jeffrey Epstein sex parties, talking about her encounters with Donald Trump, including supposedly Donald Trump suggesting that he was attracted to her because she reminded him of his daughter. And apparently she made this accusation back in 2016, as well as I think possibly years before it, but never was taken seriously. But, you know, it certainly sounds familiar.
It would be really disappointing. Not really. But it would depend on what was inside the magazine.
If she posed, it would be fine. But if they put her picture on...
Yeah, but it depends on what goes inside the magazine.
Well, see,
inside
that's her
the
gripe.
magazine.
That's
right.
this girl's gripe.
And
People
there was
assume
nothing.
there'll be nude photos.
Right, you do assume
Misleading.
that with Playboy.
Okay,
But if there weren't, you wouldn't have an issue with it then. If they were using her to...
I don't think Ivanka would do that inside the magazine, although she does have a very nice figure. I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Stop it! Oh, it's so weird. Stop.
You know what? You are sick.
I know, isn't that terrible?
Yeah.
How
Well, you're
terrible.
known for saying
Is that
outrageous
terrible?
things,
weird.
Mr.
Just
Trump.
Who are you, Woody Allen?
Yeah, speaking of Woody Allen. Remember those remember all those Woody Allen Epstein photos that popped up recently I mean, bam, bam, Woody. I mean, I guess. I mean, they certainly shared one thing in common. They both were good friends with Jeffrey Epstein. All right. Now, going back to Katie Johnson for a moment, this was one of the lawyers for Katie Johnson, Tara Palmieri. She posted this 2 months ago to her YouTube channel regarding the
I have no
testimony
doubt
of
in
her
my mind that
client.
she told the truth. That's a quote from Cheney Mason, the lawyer for the Jane Doe who accused President Trump and Jeffrey Epstein of rape in 2000.
Sorry. I just realized what I was talking about. Now, Tara Palmieri, she's not. She wasn't the former lawyer. I'm sorry. I misquoted that. She's discussing. I don't follow her on YouTube, but I'm remembering who she is now. No. You get what you get the mistake I've made. It's my bad. That's my bad. Take two.
The lawyer for the Jane Doe who accused President Trump and Jeffrey Epstein of rape in 2016, right before the general election. She said she was 13 years old and it was in 1994 at Epstein's house. Cheney is breaking his silence for the first time in nearly a decade, and he told me about the vetting process before he filed that explosive lawsuit. He said that they flew her from California, they questioned her over a number of days, and they even hired private investigators to verify her claims. She ended up withdrawing it just days before the election. Her lawyer said that she was receiving threats. President Trump has denied all of the claims. This interview with Mason is interesting because it offers new details about a case that has been so widely discredited and really not covered by the mainstream media. If you want the full story, head to the red letter by going.
There you go. Katie Johnson's own lawyer saying that he believed that everything that she said was true. And that apparently a great deal of effort was put in to verify her claims. Which would suggest that there was credible evidence to Donald Trump having sexual relations with this woman at the age of 13 when she was just a child on multiple occasions. It is fucking disturbing to think about. But you know, like I've been saying, I feel like I have been saying this for a while. I feel like there's something going. It's not. It's about Trump. Like the cover-up is about him. Like they're worried about what's gonna come out. The FBI was digging through these files for, months, and they decided, no, we're just not gonna release it. All of a sudden, when for years they were talking about releasing it, everything about that felt wrong. And after we watched the documentary on Les Wexner. And what he was doing, he was allowing Jeffrey Epstein to run around Victoria's Secret events and fashion shows and recruit for the island and all this other stuff. I started thinking, who else was in fashion? Oh, right, the president. The president was in fashion and had a modeling agency and the Miss Universe and all these other sorts of things going on, right? And so maybe he was, and he also had Mar-a-Lago. Maybe, maybe that was involved. Speaking of which, one woman seems to think the same thing vis-a-vis Mar-a-Lago. Let's see what Crystal had to say recently. JamFam24, thank you for the follow. Twitch is catching up with YouTube over here. It's approaching 1,000. Like 50 away right now.
All right, guys, Happy New Year. Here we are on the cusp of 2026. 2025 was a wild one. I'm sure 2026 is going to be another wild one, not least of which because we're probably going to learn a whole lot more about Jeffrey Epstein and the many powerful men, including the President of the United States, who were complicit or enabled the horrific crimes that he committed over years and years. And on that note, the reason I wanted to talk to you today is because we have a major breaking bombshell report from the Wall Street Journal. The title of their report here is "The Incident That Prompted Trump to Ban Epstein from Mar-a-Lago Spa." Mar-a-Lago sent an 18-year-old...
Omegastar with the gifted sub over on Twitch, getting us started on the Galactic content goal tonight already. Who got it? Oh, right, Green New Deal. As I said that already. Thank you, Omegastar. Hey, bro, did you know that close to 100% of Venezuelans are celebrating what happened to Maduro? Are you back on this? Do we need to time you out again? Are you really going to play this game again? Do you think that justifies any? Really quickly, let's just assume that what the dumb things that you're saying right now are true. Does that justify what's just happened? Is that the purpose of your little monologue over here? I would just like to understand where you're coming from this. Then why do you keep bringing it up? I would just like to know why you keep bringing it up. Like, what's the purpose of this? What discussion are you attempting to get into? Like, outside of that, I just, in the moment that we're in, I just don't understand the purpose of you bringing that up. I think you're being disingenuous. I'm not going to lie.
Including the President of the United States, who were complicit or enabled the horrific crimes that he committed over years and years. And on that note, the reason I wanted to talk to you today is because we have a major breaking bombshell report from the Wall Street Journal. The title of their report here is "The Incident That Prompted Trump to Ban Epstein from Mar-a-Lago Spa." Mar-a-Lago sent an 18-year-old spa worker on a house call to Jeffrey Epstein in 2003. She complained to her bosses that Epstein pressured her for sex. Now, I'm going to go through the details here because there's a lot that this report reveals, but the TLDR is this. Number one, Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were using Mar-a-Lago as a hunting ground for young girls to abuse and potentially traffic for years. Number two, staff at Mar-a-Lago knew that this was going on. They would warn each other and warn the girls about what they might experience, including Epstein exposing himself to them if they make these house calls to his house. Illegal. Number three, Epstein was getting, sort of privileged perks at Mar-a-Lago. He was not a dues-paying member, and yet he was told directly the staff at Mar-a-Lago.
Damn, Omegastar is making it rain gifted subscriptions over on Twitch right now. GemFam, enjoy it. That must be back in chat a bit. Oh no, Christy, the message I was responding to was over on Twitch. We have a semi-sizable audience on Twitch these days. Since we spent 3 months only on Twitch. Sometimes Twitch is competing with... I mean, Twitch has as many viewers as YouTube short stream does. Less than YouTube horizontal stream, but it's keeping up. It's keeping up fairly well right now.
Were told directly by Trump to treat him as if he was a dues-paying member. And also another special perk that he received was these house calls, which the massage staff did not like to do and was not typical at the club, but they did for Epstein. And another piece here that's revealed is concerns directly from Trump's wife at the time, Marla Maples, who said she did not like Epstein, did not like him being around Trump, did not like his influence on Trump, thought there was something wrong with him or something off. So with that being said, let me just...
Chaos9, thank you for the follow.
Read you a little bit from this report, actually significant amount from this report, because you're definitely going to want to know the details here. So they start off by saying, Jeffrey Epstein was not just a frequent visitor to Mar-a-Lago in the late 90s and early 2000s. The club was also sending spa employees, usually young women, to Epstein's nearby mansion for massages, manicures, and other spa services. The house calls went on for years.
Wow. So for years, Donald Trump was sending Mar-a-Lago massage, like masseuses, to Jeffrey Epstein down the block. I mean, they were neighbors in Palm Beach. Let's not forget about that. Like, they're walking, they were like walking distance. Certainly you could hop on a golf cart and get there within moments. They were that close, right? Like, I mean, oh my God. It's disturbing. He was just serving them up for
Even
Jeffrey Epstein, it would seem.
Spa employees warned each other about Epstein, who was known among staff for being sexually suggestive and exposing himself during the appointments. Okay, that's according to former Mar-a-Lago employees. So for years, this is going on. These employees of Donald Trump are warning each other about Trump's best friend, Jeffrey Epstein, and the way that when they send young girls to his house, he is propositioning them and he is exposing himself to them. Now, did Trump ever contact the police? No record of that whatsoever.
And
it
wouldn't
took up
be
until
prudent at this
2003, after
juncture.
years of this behavior, for a specific complaint to come in from an 18-year-old that went up the chain in HR, comes to Trump's attention, and that's when he cuts off contact with Epstein. According to this. Now,
Yeah, but I mean, of course, what we've heard time and time again is that Donald Trump actually broke things off with Jeffrey Epstein, or maybe even Jeffrey broke things off with Donald Trump after a contentious real estate situation between the two of them bidding on the same property. And let's be real. Donald Trump is absolutely the guy to get into a dispute with his friends over real estate. He's like if you were to compile a list of people most likely to get into a dispute with a friend over real estate, Donald Trump's got to be on the top 10. Easily.
in the context of Mar-a-Lago, however, because we know that a year later, they were tangled up in this real estate dispute involving some piece of Palm Beach real estate that they both were bidding on in an auction. I think it's Trump that ends up winning out, and they are in contact in the context of that deal. And it seems like it's not until after that deal goes sideways and they're angry at each other over it that Trump fully breaks off contact. But this is an important piece of the puzzle here. The piece goes on to say the spa occasionally provided house calls for members. Epstein was not a dues-paying member of the club, but Trump told staff to treat him like one. Epstein had an account at the spa where his companion, Ghislaine Maxwell, booked appointments on his behalf. That came to a halt in 2003 after an 18-year-old beautician returned to the club from a house call to Epstein and reported to managers he had pressured her for sex, according to those former employees. So again, you see the special treatment here, and then the final precipitating incident that gets him cut off from the club services, at least specifically with this 18-year-old beautician.
And he wasn't even a dues-paying member. He just got to act like he was one, because he was best friends with Donald Trump. It is disturbing just how cozy Donald Trump and Epstein really seem to have been. The more that comes out about it, the more they just seem to have been thick as thieves, and perhaps just engaging in the same sorts of stuff. But they're not just protecting Donald Trump. I will give you that much. They're protecting other people. People like Andrew Tate. He may not be caught up in the Epstein files as far as I know, but he has been caught up in some other things.
Donald Trump and MAGA protect predators. That is what they do. And I believe it's because they are themselves predators. But when you look at the Epstein files and how Trump has covered those up and all of the complicity in the MAGA party, and, you know, for a minute, I thought maybe that's the
Steve Harvey Milk Mustache. Hello, not to derail, but I heard you talking about Woody Allen a few minutes ago. Last week I saw a video of Bill O'Reilly and Woody Allen bumping into each other in New York, shaking hands, and then going into a hotel together they were in front of. Fascinating.
in the MAGA party. And, you know, for a minute, I thought maybe that's the only sex crimes they're covering up. And then I'm like, nope, you just do a tiny bit of research. Can I remind you about Andrew Tate? And now we have even more coming out about Trump and his intervention on behalf of Andrew Tate. Put this up, Kylie. The White House intervened on behalf of accused sex trafficker Andrew Tate during a federal investigation. Federal authorities were chided for seizing electronic devices from the Tate brothers and told to return them. Records and interviews show. Experts said the intervention was highly inappropriate.
This isn't from a few weeks ago, but I think this might be what you're referring to. They look they look very cordial. They look very comfortable together. Birds of a feather.
Well, no shit. And you know what else I found out just very recently, Jennifer, which will surprise you zero? Guess who's buddy and intervened?
I heard.
Okay.
Barron.
So, Barron and Don Jr. Shock me none.
That's so wild. Like, as a mother of two sons, you have two sons. Like, I mean, what on earth? But, you know, Melania, she's married to an educated rapist.
Right.
And I guess it's just.
Yep. Seems like a cabal. Some sort of a conspiracy, if you will. Shocking that the White House would intervene on behalf of Andrew Tate. Unless they somehow see Andrew Tate as an ally, which of course they do, on so many levels. All right. Let's move it along to something less terrible. How does that sound? Thought so. Okay. My noggin isn't protected. Where's the Hershey cap? Well, nobody has redeemed the tinfoil cap reward on Twitch. It's 5,555 galactic credits. Takes hours to get that many credits. There it is. That's a double redeem. That's a double redeem. That's too that's too many caps. That's a triple redeem. That's 15,000 galactic credits, people. You're out of control. Well, I guess for the next 2 streams, I'll just wear the tinfoil cap. There's 3 streams in a row. I won't screw anybody over on that one. I lost my what was it? Oh, right. Okay. Let's move on from the Epstein files talk. Zohran Mamdani, but before we do that, let's talk about a couple of other things that are happening within the new year on the New York transit system. Specifically, well, actually, there's multiple, like I said, multiple things, starting with the end of an era.
Well, that subway token in your pocket could be a collector's item in a few years. The age of the Metro card officially began today, with the MTA making an expensive technological leap into the future. McGee Hickey reports.
Good morning, ma'am. Purchase your Metro card here today. No line. Try it. It works.
With the swipe of their Metro cards, subway riders at 2 downtown...
I knew it had been decades. I couldn't remember exactly how long it goes back, but 94. Over 30 years.
Manhattan stations ushered in what the MTA hopes will mean the end of subway tokens by the turn of the century. For some, it took a few swipes of the high-tech fare cards, which can only be used right now at the Whitehall Street station on the N&R lines and the Wall Street station on the 4 and 5 lines.
It seems like it would be just like a quicker way instead of having to buy tokens every single day, which does become a bit of a problem.
So you think you're going to buy a Metro card?
Absolutely.
I have to get the motion of getting it in at the right speed. Once I get that, I think it's going to be great.
The cards can be bought for as many as 64 trips at $80 or as little as $5 for 4 subway rides. A swipe of the card shows how many trips remaining, similar to those used for New Jersey PATH trains.
If you have a fare card, you're able to, zip right through, and there's no problem. Not only that.
Well, unfortunately for the Metro card, it is now over. What I've been wondering to myself is what's Raheem gonna do over subway takes. I guess he'll just use the what's it called? The new one. I keep forgetting the name of it now. But the Metro card has been replaced by the Omni card. Omni is taken over. No more Metro. End of an era.
New gate system designed to reduce fare evasion.
Wait,
it's causing chaos, confusion,
shit?
and even raising safety.
Sorry, my browser is doing something very dumb right now. Fuck you. Fuck you for this. I don't appreciate this one bit. I have to reopen my browser. Real stupid. Yep, there it is. All right, come on. Come on. All right, one more subway-related situation. Another new change. One which is causing people some amount of distress. Now, of course, both of these changes are technically Eric Adams' administration changes. Really got nothing to do with Zohran, aside
Some
from
subway
being
riders
in
say
New
a new
York City.
gate system designed to reduce fare evasion is causing chaos, confusion, and even raising safety concerns. Addie Guajardo has the story.
A new fare gate at the Broadway and Lafayette subway station now sounds like a fire station, and it's sending New York City riders into a tapping frenzy.
It's pretty chaotic.
At time, leaving riders are flushed with fear. Our camera captured a woman with her head pinched between the gates.
Oh my god.
Less than an hour
That
later,
poor
a
lady.
toddler's head was trapped.
Oh my god, she got her head just stuck in the... Oh my god, these are the worst. This is the worst idea. Oh my god.
Between the plastic doors, and the father jumped into action. The mother described the moment as scary. Elian, ¿cómo te sientes? Bien. The child said he was okay. This isn't the first time this has happened since the modern Fairgate pilot program rolled out on December 19th. Police say this week 2 other children got stuck at the gate and 1 was taken to the hospital. We reached out to the MTA for a comment on the child transport to the
Jesus
hospital. They released a
Christ.
statement reading in part, as we evaluate their performance.
I would say they're performing badly. If they're hospitalizing people. You shouldn't have to you shouldn't have to make a trip to the hospital for trying to get on the subway. You know, that should be a given, I think. That should be a given. Your head should not be getting repressed on your way to the on your way to the train, okay? Should use one of the Wilhelms. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I should have that as a sound shot. Instead of the Wilhelm scream, we have the Jones scream. And if we need more serious screams, we got the extended Jones scream. Squid Games to get on the subway. Exactly. All right. Now let's recap the week here. Started off. Should evaluate the performance before installing them. Ooh, that's wow. That's innovation. That's innovation, Frisla. They should test them before installing them.
It's science.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. You meant the transit station. Oh, yeah. That actually, you're right. that would be apropos. I do believe that would be an apt. I think it could be done pretty easily. They already have speakers on these things, so.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year to all of you. And I can't think of a better way to usher in 2026 than to be amongst family and friends and to inaugurate the man who will bring about a new era of progress, promise, and prosperity for New York City. Zohran, I am so proud of what you have accomplished, and I'm filled with joy about what we will accomplish for our beloved city over the coming years. And so with that, let us begin. Please repeat after me and raise your right hand. I, Zohran Mamdani, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the State of New York.
The Constitution of the State of New York.
And the Charter of the City of New York.
And the Charter of the City of New York.
And that I will faithfully discharge.
And that I will faithfully discharge.
The duties of.
The duties of.
The office of.
The office of.
The Mayor of the City of New York.
The Mayor of the City of New York.
According to the best of my ability.
According to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Well, that's how Zohran Mamdani started his year. City of New York. Getting a new mayor the first few seconds of the year. They got on it so quickly. So quickly. I mean, honestly, I was tricked. I didn't realize there was two separate. In my brain, I thought they were the same. It was all very. Honestly, I was very confused. I'm not gonna lie. I had a lot going on. So I didn't even live stream it like I wanted to. But Zohran got to work very quickly. Also, Frizzla, thank you for the super... Whoopsies. No, I don't want that. Where did my... No, don't... I don't need that open at all, actually. There we go. Frizzla, thank you for the super chat. Getting us started over on YouTube. Boopity boop boop da boop. Is the rat named Chucky? Isn't the rat named... What rat are we talking about? What rat are we talking about exactly? I'm very confused. Alright, let's keep going through these now. Very next day... Actually, I think same day. Zohran Mamdani appointed Steve Banks to be the top lawyer of New York.
Incoming New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani on Tuesday named his pick for the city's top lawyer.
That's why I'm thrilled to also announce my corporation counsel today, Steve Banks, a name that many of you will be familiar with.
Steve Banks used to lead the city's Homeless Services Department under the former mayor Bill de Blasio. In April this year, he resigned from the prominent law firm Paul Weiss in defiance of the controversial deal it struck with President Donald Trump. That saw the firm pledge $40 million in free legal services to causes aligned with the White House, in return for Trump's withdrawal of an executive order which punished it for having ties to his supposed political enemies.
If anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him.
Given Mamdani's ambitious agenda and his promises to challenge several of Trump's policies, Banks's new role will likely be a busy one.
I know firsthand the key role that the staff of the law department can play in supporting the mayor-elect's vision and agenda for transformative change to help.
Yes, indeed. Transformative change is what is needed. And a former Bill de Blasio official is a good addition, I think. New York City is nothing without Pizza Rat, says Schmegley. Wow, wow, wow. All right, well, just for some fun, I got a couple of videos in here that could be qualified as more Sunday Fun Days type stuff. I felt like we were going to need it today. So, let's go back in time to election night, November 4th. Or whatever day it was. I forget what day.
Someone heard a rumor about too bad exit polls. But who knows? It's all secondhand.
Oh my God, just one thing can set you into this spiral.
What's going on?
This is a bad exit poll.
Okay. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas and Ethiopian aunties.
It's so different with you as the
It's way better. It's 70%. This victory.
Oh my God, he's right. That is so different.
Bodega owners and Mexican abuelas and Ethiopian aunties.
It's so different with you as the
It's way better. It's 70%. This victory is for all of them, and it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force.
Oh my God.
Because of you, we will make this city.
Oh God,
I feel like I'm gonna die.
I just said that.
I said, you said I'm gonna die. I said I feel like I'm gonna die.
You do one up my dying?
Yeah.
I have 4 words for you. Anaminkum. Oh. And then we lost. We've been sitting here.
Bad vibes.
Exit polls. Oh man.
That's a good sign. I thought she was going to lose
Guys, it's closing in 1 minute. Okay, guys.
8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Didn't we watch this already? No. No, this is the first time we're watching this together.
You're up 11. Up 11, but it's not enough. Still like 33% of the way through. Maybe like 35%. But it's 50-41.
People are calling, everyone's calling.
I would not call it.
This room is really filling up with supporters now. They are anxious, anticipating hearing from Mamdani tonight.
It's 8 points now. 8 points now? I'm not. Don't worry yet.
And are you looking at anything on Twitter right now? Cuomo just cracked 40. I don't want to hear any of this.
The story for tonight is actually that the Socialist Party is taking over the Democrat Party and
New votes coming in America.
Oh, 52.1. Oh, that's right. That's in Manhattan only.
oh.
Human mind is a wild thing.
Just 60% in, and it's still holding. Brooklyn's still the lowest. Staten Island's now at 83%, and you held totally even there.
Like,
the 8% is not.
It's not super inspiring.
Why doesn't this feel better?
Because you're writing.
Yeah, nothing's been called.
Yeah. You got anything more for us?
It was even just 4 years.
MSNBC just called the race for us.
Zohran Mamdani, the state assemblyman from Queens, who ran an insurgent campaign that absolutely blindsided the Democratic establishment, will be the next mayor of New York City.
Woo!
Is it official?
Yeah. It doesn't get any more official than this. Wow. Yeah! Oh my God.
Take that, exit polls.
Congratulations, my dear friend.
Oh, this is insane.
You should be so.
Go.
Guys, I don't know.
Did you really think at any point you were gonna lose?
Yes! Yes!
Girl, you
Hey.
I can't believe this. Senator!
To hear him say it like that is so funny. That he had doubts, on the night of. And I mean, I can understand it. A lot's riding on it. But, I don't know. Just hearing him say it like that is hilarious.
Yes! Yes!
Girl, you
I can't believe this. Senator!
Zohran Mamdani was elected mayor of New York City on Tuesday, capping a stunning ascent for the 34-year-old state lawmaker who is set to become the city's most liberal mayor in generation.
Guys, we just crossed 1 million votes.
Wow. That's incredible.
The New Yorker Daily, the Mamdani era begins.
Wow.
We've won. Yeah.
There we go. All right. I just figured we would do that. Since we aren't that far into 2026.
This is the very definition
Here we take a
of
quick
totalitarianism.
look back into the past. All right, well, let's go here. Live stream from 3 days ago coming out of Zateo. Oh, wait. Nah, I almost forgot. There's like... I don't know, 100 songs. I played through this thing that are definitely gonna get me copyright situations.
Please welcome to the stage Javier Munoz as we rise for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes...
Hold on. We don't need this. I don't think we need this right here.
Cortez.
My name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and it is my deep honor and privilege to welcome you to the inauguration of our new mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani. We gather here today to celebrate the beginning of his leadership, as well as that of two incredible elected officials who will be guiding the city by his side. Public Advocate Jumaane D. Williams, and our new controller, Mark D. Levine. We also celebrate the hundreds and thousands of public servants and city leaders getting to work today, from our sanitation workers and librarians, to our commissioners, deputy mayors, and our school's chancellor, as they care for our city and its people in the coming weeks, months, and years. Together, this ascent marks a new era for New York City, led by a historic new mayor in Zohran Mamdani.
Omega Star just cheered 300 bits. Thank you NY for my Mamdani. It's just what I wanted for my birthday.
Thank you, Megastar, for the biddies. Much appreciated. Happy belated birthday.
Guided by his dedication to a working class that makes our beautiful city run. Importantly, I also ask that we consider today an inauguration for each one of us, too. The nearly 8.5 million New Yorkers who make up the greatest city on earth. Because it is the people of New York City who have chosen historic, ambitious leadership in response to untenable and unprecedented times. New York, we have chosen courage over fear. We have chosen prosperity for the many over spoils for the few. And when the entrenched ways would rather have us dig in our feet and seek refuge in the past, we have chosen instead to turn towards making a new future for all of us. In Zohran Mamdani, we have chosen a mayor who is relentlessly dedicated to making life not just possible, but aspirational for working people. New York City has chosen the ambitious pursuit of universal child care, affordable rent and housing, and clean and dignified public transit for all. And we have chosen that over the distractions of bigotry and the barbarism of extreme income inequality. We have chosen this path because we know that it's the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do, and that if we can make it here, we can make it anywhere.
Well, there we go. AOC opening up the festivities, if you will, for speech. Quite a moment in history. Zohran, one of the only lights in a very dark time, it feels like. Do like 1, 2 more clips real quick before we go to break here. Well, this is the wrong clip. Oh, it doesn't show the whole thing. I thought this was... Oh. Suffice to say, Bernie Sanders was already there. I can just do it this way. I don't need to do it this way. I had it as a clip. I'll just go through the Zateo clip, I guess. That's fine. I don't care. That's not inconvenient at all for me. Nothing about that is inconvenient. Actually, I love that. I love that for me. I love scanning through this. It's my favorite thing to do. I would not lie to you, Space Fams. I'm really having a good time. Just kind of scanning through a 2.5-hour clip for one moment. It's super good and super great, and goddamn it, I can't even find it. How? Oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck you. Alright, we're going to break. I'm going to find a clip on the break. This is pissing me off. We're already 1.5 hours in, so we might as well just go to break. Rather than you watching me sit here looking for this freaking spot in the clip. Alright, everybody, don't worry though. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Alright, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button over there on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support, help keep the show alive. Things like super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships over on YouTube. Got the bits, the power-ups, the subs, the gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs over on Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal for your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom lines of Google and or Amazon. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens. That's not all, though. Get yourself a shout out at the end of every show, secret Discord channel inside the Discord server, and much, much more. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. It is that time, once again. Time for us to get back to the stream. That's right, break's over, which means you should probably get back to your seats. Otherwise, you will miss the beginning of the second half. All right, we are back, people. Let's get back to talking about Zohran Mamdani before we move on to other things. God, it feels like the main thing that we have to discuss now is Venezuela. Honestly, we've got a ton of stuff to talk about, though, today. It's been an insane week. Let's keep trying to get through these, though, with a reasonable speed.
So help me God.
So help me God. Here is what I want you to expect from the administration that this morning moved into the building behind me. We will transform the culture of City Hall from one of no to one of how. We will answer to all New Yorkers, not to any billionaire or oligarch who thinks they can buy our democracy. We will govern without shame and insecurity, making no apology for what we believe. I was elected as a democratic socialist, and I will govern as a democratic socialist. I know there are some who view this administration with distrust or disdain, or who see politics as permanently broken. And while only action can change minds, I promise you this: if you are a New Yorker, I am your mayor.
Row 173. Feeding like treats. She already seems to be snacking over here, but I'll continue to feed her more snacks. Got more clips on this. There was something I was going to say. Oh, right. Somebody asking about my Instagram. I do not have an Instagram. Not on the gram. We got the YouTube. We got the Twitter. We got X. We got Blue Sky. TikTok. Trying to remember. Is there anything else? is there Patreon? But no Instagram. All right, let's keep going here. Next. Everybody was talking about the inauguration, by the way. basically practically every media
Here is what I
outfit
want you
on the
to
planet
expect from the
did a Zohran Mamdani, did covered the inauguration. It was big news this week. Everybody was talking about it. Middle East Eye on the streets of New York here.
Here in downtown Manhattan, behind me, you can see thousands of people are trying to get into Zohran Mamdani's inaugural block party.
Zohran Mamdani.
Honestly, I'm actually work for the city of New York at the health department, and I've worked under multiple mayors, and this is the most excited I've been to work under a Muslim mayor as a Muslim person, and to see the Quran was honestly iconic, historic. It was a beautiful moment to see his wife hold the Quran and him swear in on the Quran. I think I'm excited for a mayor who is ambitious, and I think I'm also excited to help him implement it as somebody who works for the city, as somebody who's canvassed for him. I think a lot of what he's doing is not that ambitious. It's just that we have to tax the rich. You know what I mean? We have to fund his program, and I'm excited that to work under his leadership, right? I don't think he alone is going to pull it off, but along with the work of people who are volunteering, people who are working for him, I do think it's possible. But it is work. It won't be easy.
My wife turned me on to Zohran when he was still at 2%, and we both fell in love with his vitality, his willingness to try things that people maybe hadn't tried.
Oh, vitality. Yeah, I feel like we've been following him as long as this guy. We've been back in the single digits. We were talking Zohran. Wobegon Mamdani.
And hope for the future as opposed to past administration. I don't know why it's controversial. There are people who've sworn in on comic books and all sorts of strange things. So it's not the book that you're swearing to. You're swearing to uphold the Constitution. The book doesn't even. There have even been politicians who have sworn in on nothing. So I don't think the Quran means anything. If it means something to him and he swears on it for the purpose of that fealty to that book, that's fine with me. As long as...
Yeah, and the reason why this is even a subject of discussion is because, of course, right-wingers had a small conniption fit over the fact that Zohran Mamdani on New Year's Eve, or really New Year's Day morning, the very... 12:01, like we watched before, swore in on the Quran, held by his wife. But his oath is to the Constitution and to New York City. What he swears on should not be important to anybody. Because we don't live in a theocracy, as it turns out. Frizla just PayPal towards the goal, apparently. Okay, I'll check on that. Yeah, speaking of which, good reminder, everybody, you can contribute both to the Galactic content goal and also the financing of the Galactic deficit. Places like Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. All right. I've lost my place on videos. Eyewitness News ABC 7. 3 days ago. Up next. Like I said, everybody got in on the action here. But ABC 7 is obviously
with the change of
the
leadership
most
at
expected.
City Hall, marking a seismic shift in New York City politics. Zohran Mamdani, a 34-year-old Democratic socialist who was largely unknown to New Yorkers a year ago, was sworn in as the city's 112th mayor at midnight.
And this afternoon, a ceremonial swearing in at City Hall and a block party along the Canyon of Heroes attended by thousands. Now, the real work for Mamdani and his administration as he pushes an ambitious platform centered on affordability. Policies critics argue are unfeasible, if not harmful altogether.
So much to unpack on this historic and consequential day for New York City. Eyewitness News reporter Stefan Kim is live in Lower Manhattan and kicks us off. Stefan.
Well, Liz and Sandra, in his inauguration speech, Mayor Mamdani said New York belongs to all who live in it. Every speaker touched on that theme. Supporters echoed it. This, they said, was about us. The political earthquake that rocked New York has arrived at City Hall. 34-year-old Zohran Mamdani, now officially mayor of this city.
I know
Zohran
there are some who view this
Mamdani.
administration with distrust or disdain, or who see politics as permanently broken. And while only action can change minds, I promise you this: if you are a New Yorker, I am your mayor.
It was an inauguration speech brimming with ambition, hope, and inclusivity. The mayor, sworn in by his political mentor, Senator Bernie Sanders, with the ceremony kicked off by Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
I also ask that we consider today an inauguration for each one of us, too. The nearly 8.5 million New Yorkers who make up the greatest city on earth.
At a time in our country's history when we are seeing too much hatred, too much divisiveness, and too much injustice, thank you for electing Zohran Mamdani as your mayor.
And with the mayor still working to win over some skeptical Jewish voters, actor and singer Mandy Patinkin, a vocal Jewish supporter, performing with the chorus of PS 22 from Staten Island.
There's a rainbow highway to be found.
Mayor Mamdani also extending a hand to political foes. Mayor Adams in attendance after making a last-minute decision to be part of the ceremony.
He and I have had our share of disagreements, but I will always be touched that he chose me as the mayoral candidate that he would most want to be trapped with on an elevator.
And the mayor got...
Well, there you go. A brief synopsis of events by ABC7 New York. I like that they had to pepper in the skeptical Jewish New Yorkers comment, of course. Wouldn't be a segment about Zohran Mamdani without it. Look how sad Eric Adams is. He does look sad. He does look sad. It's very sad for him. Now he's gonna have to go move to Israel and spend the 10 million bucks that he got for dropping out of the race. That's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough for Eric in his post-mayoral life. By the way, let's not forget, it's $10 million plus, right? It's $10 million plus whatever else he picked up from all the other corrupt shit that he did during his mayoralty, right? Like however long, you know what I mean? However much money he was able to pick up during that time. Oh my God. He's wearing a $1,000 scarf. Was he? I wasn't paying attention to the scarf. All right, here's CBS New York. 3 days ago, right after the ceremony, Zohran made a mayoral visit and press conference regarding housing.
Some breaking news, Mayor Mamdani already hitting the ground running on this inauguration day.
He just finished holding a news conference moments ago in Brooklyn, and he outlined 3 executive orders on housing.
The first will be to revive the mayor's office to protect tenants. We will not compromise on housing quality. The second is to create a LIFT task force. LIFT stands for Land Inventory Fast Track, to leverage city-owned land and accelerate housing development. The last executive order is the creation of the SPEED task force. SPEED standing for streamlining procedures to expedite equitable development. This task force will identify and remove bureaucratic and permitting barriers that drive up costs and slow housing construction and lease up.
Well, there you go, Zohran Mamdani making quick work after taking office, signing multiple executive orders on housing in the first hours of his almost called him president only of his mayor. Now I'm fantasizing over here in his presidency, in his mayorship. All right, let's go here to PBS NewsHour now. Everybody, like I said, everybody got in on it. Everybody had to do a story. Right? Isn't this... Oh, wait, no, this is not NewsHour. I'm looking at the wrong place. Is it? Wait, no, it is. Yes, it is.
New York belongs to all who live in it. Together,
I just realized. We don't need to watch this. This isn't an actual recap, is it? This is just the speech, right? Yeah. I meant to put this in a different spot. That's on me. We already watched enough of this one. Just for speed. Just for purposes of speed. I'm trying to keep this thing moving. So here, Reuters 3 days ago. Zohran Mamdani vows to enact democratic socialist agenda.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Democrat Zohran Mamdani kicked off his term as New York City mayor on Thursday during a public swearing-in ceremony on the steps of City Hall.
I was elected as a democratic socialist, and I will govern as a democratic socialist.
Mamdani campaigned heavily on cost of living issues and was sharply critical of President Donald Trump, whose approval rating.
When is Andrew Cuomo moving to Florida? Great question. Any day now, I'm sure. I'm sure he's just setting up down in Palm Beach or wherever, you know. I'm sure it's just a process, you know. I know that people were saying immediately, like day one, they'd be gone. But, you know, I'm sure they were just exaggerating. I'm sure it'll be like a weeks-long, if not months-long process. You know, you gotta put whatever real estate you have up on the market. You gotta pack everything up in boxes. You gotta rent a moving van or whatever. I mean, I guess if you're Andrew Cuomo, you probably just pay somebody to do all of that for you. But, you know, he's gotta find a new residence down in Florida, right? Like, and it's all the way down in Florida. It'll take time. Him and Bill Ackman and whomever else, I'm sure they'll start like a caravan, right? They can road trip it down there together. You know, it's just probably better to go together. You are going to Florida after all. Better to stay close.
Fallen over the past year amid economic concerns.
If you are a New Yorker, I am your mayor.
On Thursday, Mamdani spoke of hope to a crowd gathered in Lower Manhattan.
Regardless of whether we agree, I will protect you, celebrate with you, mourn alongside you, and never, not for a second, hide from you.
U.S. lawmaker Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez hailed 34-year-old Mamdani as, quote, a mayor for all of us.
He will be our first immigrant mayor in over a century. And and he will be the youngest mayor of New York City in generations. But most importantly, Zohran will be a mayor for all of us.
Many New Yorkers expect him to be a disruptive political force after he promised a freeze on rents and free buses and childcare.
I'm a native New Yorker. I've watched the city just become less and less affordable, less and less livable, and I'm really excited for this to be something that, for regular people to get some power back again,
Minutes after 2026 arrived, Mamdani took the oath of office in the historic and decommissioned City Hall subway station.
Yeah, which was definitely symbolic, right? Old unused infrastructure from literally the Gilded Age. And honestly, it's a beautiful, if it were cleaned up, it's still beautiful in its current state, historically. But, it's certainly had a whole bunch of symbolism in there. It's so disruptive to tend to things we all need. In a way it is, considering the current status quo, but I get your point. Which one was that just now? Ah, yes. All right, let's go here now. This was from... It's from the same press conference we were looking at moments ago, the one on housing, but Zohran Mamdani was asked a different question here, not about housing, but related to another executive order, because he did about 4. I think he threw down 4 executive orders within no time. The first one was repealing all Eric Adams executive orders post the indictment date. I forget what day that was now, but the post-indictment date of Eric Adams, basically just nullifying every single executive order after that, including one on anti-Semitism, which used the IHRA definition, which is very much a pro-Israeli sort of bullshit. That's loud.
It's about an executive order that you also just announced. You're revoking all executive orders, I understand, that were issued after September 26th, 2024.
September sometime. Yeah, that's how much I was certain on too. I just couldn't remember the exact date.
After September 26th, 2024, which was the date of Eric Adams' indictment. I'm wondering, why was that date picked, and what orders in particular issued by Eric Adams after that were problematic to you?
We speak about this day as a new era. And in order for us to fulfill the hope that that language engenders, we have to reckon with why so many New Yorkers have turned away from politics over the last few months, the last few years, the last few decades. And that was a date that marked a moment when many New Yorkers decided that politics held nothing for them, but more of the same. And what we are showcasing here in this moment is not only how we will stand alongside the New Yorkers who have been left behind, but also the structures we will create such that New Yorkers in this room and outside of it can know the truth of that commitment. This is an office and an executive director that will be tasked with delivering for these tenants, that will be empowered to deliver for these tenants. And I stand also alongside a state assembly member who has ensured that this work, this struggle, this issue is one that is never lost in the headlines of this city.
What were some of the executive orders from Eric Adams issued after September 26th, though, that were especially problematic? One of them, for instance, created his Office of Anti-Semitism to combat anti-Semitism. Was that one you viewed as especially problematic that you wanted to get rid of?
In our second executive order, we write about the structure of city government, and that structure also includes the continued incorporation of the Office to Combat Anti-Semitism. That is an issue that we take very seriously and is part of the commitment that we've made to Jewish New Yorkers to not only protect them, but to celebrate and cherish them. What I would say about the executive orders at large that were issued after that date is they are ones that time and time again come up against the interests of working class people and what they need from their mayor.
There we go, Zohran Mamdani with a great answer to a perhaps rather loaded question regarding anti-Semitism. And if you didn't quite catch it there, while they're getting rid of all of the Eric Adams executive orders after September of last year, can't remember the exact day, once again, I'd have to look it up, but the point is that while that gets rid of the adherence to the IHRA definition, it does not get rid of the anti-Semitism task force. So I think that's an important distinction that was made there by Zohran. He made that pretty clear, I think. Now, let's keep going through the week here in New York. In 10 years, Zohran Mamdani will be governor. You know what? It's possible. I mean, it'd be a lateral move for sure, but see, unfortunately, he can't go up from here. You know? Unfortunately, as non-natural born citizen, you can't have President Mamdani. It's true. It's true. I'm sorry. I hate to do that to you, but it's true. All right, now let's go here to see how CNN's handling Mamdani's getting rid of the IHRA definition. Good. They're doing good. They're handling it really great over here.
Mayor Zohran Mamdani, not even 48 hours into his new administration, is facing fresh backlash over his stance on Israel as well as anti-Semitism, specifically what to do about it and how to define it. The controversy stems from a document the mayor signed yesterday that revoked all executive orders signed on or after September 26, 2024 by his predecessor, Eric Adams. If that date doesn't ring a bell, it was the day Mayor Adams was indicted on federal corruption charges that were ultimately dropped. In Mayor Mamdani's words, it was, quote, a date that marked a moment when many New Yorkers decided politics held nothing for them. The controversy lies in the details of two of those revoked orders, one signed by Mayor Adams on June 8th of last year, titled Defining Anti-Semitism. The now revoked order endorsed a definition adopted by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance that reads, quote, anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred toward Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, towards Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. The order goes on to cite a number of examples of anti-Semitism offered by the IHRA, including calling for, aiding, or justifying the killing or harming of Jews in the name of radical ideology or an extremist view of religion, accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust, denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, for example, by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor, and holding Jews collectively responsible for actions of the state of Israel. The IHRA list of examples also includes drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. Now, we should note that the Adams executive order states this order is not intended to restrict.
That's just accurate. That's just accurate, unfortunately. And if you don't, for anybody, if there's any sneaky, secret Zionists in the chat, although I feel like, generally speaking, not a lot of Zionists are hanging out here at the Galactic News Network, but they could be. Who's to say? You might be in here watching the show, seething. But the fact is if you don't think that the policies of Israel are that similar to those of the Nazis, I would recommend you go play Nazi or Zionist for me real quick. It's just a fun game. It's just a fun game that will help shine light on just the clear parallels between the two.
Or conducts, that is protected under the First Amendment. Anti-Semitic acts are criminal only when they are so defined by law, and this order does not establish civil or criminal liability for any acts. Also revoked by Mayor Mamdani was an executive order Adams signed last month prohibiting city agencies from participating in what's known as the Boycott, Divest, and Sanctions campaign against Israel. The timing of that Adams order was seen by some as an obvious attempt to cause a political problem for the incoming mayor. The Israeli Foreign Ministry has already weighed in, posting online, quote, on his very first day as New York City Mayor, Mamdani shows his true face. He scraps the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, lifts restriction.
Oh my God! I love how they go. I love how CNN goes to the Israeli Foreign Ministry. It's like, oh well, that must be anti-Semitic. The Israeli Foreign Ministry says so. Oh, thank you. It's anti-Semitic gasoline on an open fire. It is fucking wild. Anti-Semitic gasoline. Now, I mean, I get what he's doing there. I don't think gasoline can technically be anti-Semitic, inherently speaking. I think that's anti-Semitic, actually. But, it's what it is. Yeah, CNN handling it really good over there. They even had somebody on from a pro-Israeli organization, Jewish Council for Public Affairs, the CEO, Amy Spitalnik. Might as well get, you get the Israeli Foreign Ministry in there. You might as well do that. You might as well get in here too. Why not? Might as well, round the bases, if you will. Or cover the whatever the goddamn colloquialism is. Okay, I need you to play the video. You dick. What is happening right now? I'm being repressed.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Of the Jewish Council for Public Affairs. First, do you see Mamdani's actions as anti-Semitic? This idea that he's revoked these two, executive orders by his predecessor?
Look, there's broad debate within the Jewish community about whether the IHRA definition should be codified into law or whether it should simply be used as a resource. Our position is that it is a critical resource to help guide academics.
There's I love how she completely ignores she creates a new debate, out of thin air. She's like, the debate is whether or not it should be law. If the IHRA definition should be just turned into law, or if it should just be, an academic resource. and then completely ignores the other, I guess, the other side of the debate, the third side, if you will, of maybe we should scrap the definition altogether because it's nonsense.
Educators, government, and others to understand anti-Semitism, to identify anti-Semitism, but it shouldn't be legally binding. And so because there is broad debate within the Jewish community around this question, it's important that that be reflected in what our government does. The bigger question for me is how this administration actually puts forward a constructive, proactive policy to keep the Jewish community safe, not simply by responding to these fights around definitions, but putting forward real investment, real policies that will protect the Jewish community at a time when we're seeing escalating, increasingly violent attacks.
Yeah, there you go. CNN. Raising alarm bells over Zohran Mamdani scrapping the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Or as Mitch McConnell would say, anti-Semitogen. Anti-Semitogen. The ancient scourge of anti-Semitism is terrible. All right, let's go here. Do Democracy Now!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We continue our coverage of the New Year's Day inauguration of the Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani as the mayor of New York City. It was below freezing. Huge public ceremony outside City Hall with thousands attending. We turn now to independent Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, originally from Brooklyn, who swore in Mamdani.
I'm here mostly to thank the people of New York City. At a time in our country's history when we are seeing too much hate.
I'm just remembering. This is not actually the one I wanted. I meant to take this one out. Because this is just a recap. This is just clips of the speech itself. This is the one I wanted.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As we continue coverage of the historic inauguration of Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani as the mayor of New York City. We'll hear in a minute from his fellow socialists, Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Bernie Sanders, who swore in Mamdani on the steps of City Hall. But first, thousands of New Yorkers turned out in below freezing temperatures and police barricades to be part of Mamdani's inauguration, with many joining a block party with a marching band. Democracy Now!'s Maria Taracena spoke to some of them.
So my name is Diana Moreno. I'm running for assembly to succeed Zohran Mamdani in the assembly because we know that he cannot do this alone. He's going to need allies in Albany to be unwavering in our mission to deliver the affordable New York that he ran on, and I'm so thrilled to be part of that movement. And it is a collective movement. I'm not doing it alone as an individual. I'm doing it as a democratic socialist fighting for my child's future and for my neighbors.
For many around the country, New York is sort of a symbol of the power of organizing after Mayor Mayor Mamdani won the election by a landslide. What is your message to other people around the country who are looking at New York as a path forward for the rest of the nation?
Organized people will always be more powerful than organized money. We defeated the most powerful forces on the planet, not just the political dynasty for Cuomo, but the people who funded him, which are the same people that funded Trump. The path forward towards actual democracy is organized people that are ready to fight for our children, for our future, for our planet. And Zohran has shown us that we can do this.
My name is Glenn Kantav, and the reason why I'm here is because this literally is...
Yeah, I just want to say we already discussed Deanna Moreno here, but she's running, like she just said, for the for Zohran's old Queen's Assembly seat, and you should absolutely vote for her if you're a Zohran supporter and you happen to be in that district. She's already been endorsed by Zohran for his old seat.
For our children, for our future.
Whoopsies.
Our planet. And Zohran has shown us that we can do this.
My name is Glenn Kantav, and the reason why I'm here is because this literally is such a unique opportunity to show the entire country what it looks like when you have billionaires out the way and you have someone in control who is accountable to the people. Like, this is a case study that the rest of the country can observe. A lot of people think that Zohran Mamdani is a once-in-a-generation talent, and I think he's an incredible person. I back him all the way, but the reality is that there are so many Zohrans throughout the entire country, but they get outspent. And so if Americans can see a model of what equitable leadership really looks like, it can empower other Zohrans to come out the fold.
My name's Ariel Seura. I am a teenager here in New York City, and throughout Mayor Mamdani's campaign, two things that I'm really proud that I was able to do is, one, go out and canvass, be out there on election day to make sure that we get those last-minute voters in to get the outcome that we have today.
You're here with your friends. You're all a part of history. You canvass personally for Mayor Mamdani. What inspired you to do that?
I mean, like, again, I think it's just like Mr. Mamdani, as compared to other politicians that, you know, just say things that are kind of persuasive, he's really listening to the people, and he's really getting those issues that we see on a day-to-day basis. I mean, fast and free buses, I take the bus at least once a month in my neighborhood. Same with public transport. When it comes to universal childcare, I know that as a kid, I had to stay with other family members that my parents had to pay. It was a struggle for them to do these things, and I watched these issues in my day-to-day life.
Mahmoud Halil, you were released from ICE detention a few months ago, earlier this year.
Oh my god, the band, the marching band, they look so cold but so energetic simultaneously. It's a beautiful.
You were released from ICE detention a few months ago, earlier this year. You're now at the inauguration of New York City Mayor Mamdani. What does this moment mean for you?
I mean, it's a great moment. I'm very optimistic to raise my child, who was born when I was in detention, to raise him under the mayorship of Mamdani. It's a great moment for all of us. It means that standing up for human rights, standing up for Palestinian rights, wouldn't mean that you don't get elected. Despite all the odds, Zohran made it, and I'm so happy to share this moment with other fellow New Yorkers here in the city. Election of Zohran.
Okay, there you go. Democracy now on the ground, on the streets. At the inauguration of Zohran Mamdani. Talking to people, how they're feeling about their new mayor. By the way, Frizzla, yes, I did see your donation go through. I checked on PayPal. making moves over here on the financing of the galactic deficit. Thank you, Frizzla, for that. Also adding to the galactic content goal. We've made some progress on that. Some donations on Twitch and on YouTube. I don't have the exact number, but I think we're close to like 35% of the way through the goal so far. Not terrible. Making some headway. I'll give us that much. Still got like a little over an hour and a half to do it. I think we can do it. I believe in us. All right, let's go to this horrifying next video entitled Breaking. New York City is now under Sharia law.
We're starting right now, going live to the Zohran Mamdani inauguration now.
You, moved by the privilege of taking this sacred oath, humbled by the faith that you have placed in me, and honored to serve as either your 111th or 112th mayor of New York City. I do not...
Okay, I'm just screwing with you, chat. Yeah, it's the Hassan stream. I was just going through all of them, honestly, just because of how momentous the moment was. And it felt like literally everybody covered it. And I figured, why not try and get in as many of the people that did, in fact, cover this in here as I could. I'm just going to scoop ahead to this part of it here. Yeah, right around there.
Of American politics, and you will see this in the upcoming year. I'll talk about my predictions in a little bit, but you will see a lot more Zohran-style campaigning. It's already started. Some will be indecent, and some will be legit. Fox obviously did some commentary since Zohran Mamdani was sworn into office. Let's take a look at how they're freaking out.
As the clock struck midnight, Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani was officially sworn in as mayor of America's largest city, where he plans to make his anti-capitalist agenda a reality. Our next guest warns those ideas are nothing new and have failed many times. So what does it mean for America?
Does even Mamdani know his ideas won't work? Allegedly savvy media practitioner hands his critics an irresistible metaphor. Awesome. Don't you know socialism doesn't work? Because we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that we destroy China, whatever you're trying to achieve. Because God forbid we let anybody get the wrong idea that even a little bit of social democracy and the government doing things that are good for the working class could potentially create an environment of hope for a better future, and we can't have that happen, because then all of these people are going to assume that they can demand more from their elected representatives, and more usually will mean things that harm the bottom line of capital owners and corporations. Obviously, we can't do any of that, so we're going to do everything we can to slap it down. They do know the most successful mayor in New York City's history was a socialist, right? You think they care? It's like, it's the same principle behind like hailing FDR as a hero. Or who wasn't a social.
I assume they're talking about LaGuardia. I don't know if was he actually an avowed social. He just had very socially
but the New Deal
policies,
or recognizing the benefits of the New Deal in this day and age, while simultaneously pushing back against anything that resembles a modern version of said New Deal. It's ridiculous.
Midterms in 2026. Fox News contributor James Freeman joins us now. James, you've got this piece out, and you know, you write well, it's eloquent, but tell me really what the point is here for Zohran Mamdani. Like, you know, he goes down to the subway station. Is he trying to say that he's bringing New York back to what it used to be, or turning it into something new?
What is this red flag pin? Is this an American Chinese flag?
What is that's a good point. I think this is one of the branches of the military. I can't remember which one this is. Marines? Dancing and playing, marching and playing keeps you warm. That's a good point. That is a good point. The marching, the hats, all the effort. It's got to keep you warm to some degree. Woke Sharia, trans biracial communism. That's right. It's here.
What's going on here? I can't tell. In my head canon, I'm assuming it's a Chinese flag.
Yeah, thanks, Joey. I think he's
McDonald's
trying
bin.
to say he's going to somehow return public transit to its former glory and generally expand city
Is the U.S.
services.
Marines?
But the
Is the U.S. Marine flag? Okay, in my mind, it's the Chinese flag.
the metaphor he's just created is really something. You see him there in underground. This is a subway station that was has been abandoned for the last 80 years. It was one of the original subway stations, and then when they brought in new cars, there was a dangerous gap, so they could.
I wonder if there's any symbolism associated with this, and perhaps like they are refusing to recognize that and instead making commentary over it.
No longer use this platform. And
by the way, I had to look it up, and I was right. Mayor LaGuardia was not a socialist. He just had like very constructive policies. He was actually a Republican. LaGuardia was actually a Republican, but you could regard some of his policies as being somewhat socialist or social democratic type of policies. The dude was a fucking Republican, technically. Although I don't feel like the Republicans are really
down
claiming
in
him so much.
1945, so dated.
And it was like 100 years ago.
Obsolete, dark, dingy is kind of a nice description of socialism and the misery it's caused over the last century. Let's hope, let's hope this isn't some kind of sick sense of humor for him, but maybe.
It's Bill de Blasio. I don't think that they are referring. I don't think that the chatter was referring to Bill de Blasio. Because I don't think Bill de Blasio is regarded widely as being New York's best mayor. Even if he, we could certainly sit here and make the argument that he's certainly the best mayor of New York in the 21st century. But I just don't think that's what the mayor. I just don't think that that's what they were referring to. But they could have been. They may have been. You could be right. Hard to say. No way to get inside the head of a Hassan chatter in post. Certainly. Even in real time, it might be difficult. Giuliani. America's mayor, Giuliani. Excuse me, why are we watching Fox News again? It's Hassan who's watching Fox News again. And I mean, we watch Fox News sometimes because mostly just for the lulls or the horror. But we can't just avoid Fox News just because it's a stupid place for stupid people. Because the fact is millions of stupid people are listening to that garbage. Sadly, but surely. All right. Now, day after the inauguration, Zohran Mamdani spotting.
New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani started his day in his new job like many other New Yorkers. He took the subway to work. He rode the train from Astoria with his security detail and shook hands with fellow riders. After Mamdani's high-energy inauguration yesterday, he signed executive orders focused on housing. Elijah Westbrook has more.
It's the first day after Zohran Mamdani's inauguration.
So help me God. So help me God.
And New York City's new mayor is already shifting from celebration to action. Less than 2 hours after the ceremony, Mayor Mamdani signed 3 executive orders, all centered around housing and renters.
And we will stand up on behalf of the tenants.
All right, this isn't the part that I wanted. Hold on. I don't have time to watch whole clips, okay? CBS New York, I need the bullet points around here, okay? All right. There he goes, Zohran Mamdani, spotted on the subway, shaking hands with New Yorkers. Yeah, just being Zohran. The guy we knew this was him before he was became mayor here. You know, the guy rides the subway. Not a driver. I don't even know if that guy has a driver's license. I honestly don't. Yeah. I'm trying to think. I don't think, who knows? All right. Now, one more piece of Zohran news before we move on to other stories. CBS New York, one more time, 6 hours ago. Another appointment to another position from Zohran Mamdani. In housing, the HPD.
This is breaking news.
52 years ago,
on
a hot summer night, a new sound emerged from the first floor community room at 1520 Sedgwick Avenue where we stand today. New York is where greatness so often is born. And on that August evening, greatness was born in the Bronx. The hip-hop that millions of people around the world listen to all came from this Mitchell Lama building, where DJ Kool Herc played a new kind of music at a party he organized, so his little sister would have money to buy new clothes for school. That greatness was only possible because this was a city where working people could afford a home, and with it the joy and creativity that a stable home can foster. When New Yorkers can afford a home, New Yorkers can afford to make great art. And when New Yorkers can afford a home, New Yorkers can afford to be themselves. But as many working people know, it is increasingly impossible to find an affordable home in New York City. To build a dignified life without earning hundreds of thousands of dollars each year. And those same New Yorkers know that too often, if they can find a home that they can afford, there is likely a reason they can afford it. Roaches and rats, heat that never turns on, elevators that are always out of order, bad landlords who take their money and yet never respond to requests for repairs. A dignified life does not just mean having a roof over your head. It means that you don't feel uncomfortable or unsafe in your own home. It means that your money buys you what you paid for. It means that a bad landlord is not allowed to rip you off with impunity. Today, I am proud to appoint Dina Levy as my Commissioner of the Department of Housing Preservation and Development. My commissioner will lead with a very simple remit, delivering affordable housing and dignity to New Yorkers.
Okay, I'm just going to skip ahead to Dina's first words as the HPD commissioner. Let's go there now. Zohran talking, talk. Talk. Oh, whoop, a little too far.
The same. Thank you.
So I am very, very happy to be here, and specifically to be here. I want to start by saying what an honor it is to be asked to become a part of Mayor Mamdani's new administration, and specifically to play a role in advancing his vision to make sure that New York City is an affordable place to live. I also want to give my deep gratitude to Commissioner Ahmed, who has been an amazing steward at HPD and whose partnership in leading.
Look how cold it is in there. Did you see their breath?
Gratitude
Like
to Commissioner Ahmed, who has
Oh my god. They are indoors right now. It is fucking, maybe this is outside. This could be a mural on a wall. It's unclear, but it's clearly fucking cold.
An
Whoopsies, what
amazing
I just do.
steward at HPD, and whose partnership in leading the Department of Buildings will be absolutely critical to our collective success. I started in affordable housing about
Okay, we're not gonna listen to her whole comment, but I listened to it, and she certainly seems ready to do the job. Thanking Zohran Mamdani at the end of her speech for the opportunity to serve. Is essentially her exact words. Seemed very raring to go. All right, now I noticed somebody mentioned this in the chat earlier. And actually, wait, no, not this one, not yet. And actually, I should be doing this in a different order. Nah, it doesn't matter. We're gonna go east to west. Let's go here. Let us go here to, where is it? I'm not, is it Minnesota? No, California. California, that's right. Let's go to California. To one woman who's running for another office. Representative. Perhaps governor to be. Katie Porter. Here is her YouTube campaign launch from 2 days ago.
Californians hear a lot of
subway.
excuses from elected officials.
That's a complex
Yeah, no, that wasn't the
problem.
inauguration. I don't know if you're dipping in and out, NR, but that video that we just watched was from 6 hours ago. We were going through the whole week, not just the inauguration, right? We did some stuff from before, and as well as some stuff from after the inauguration. I figured it would be, we would do the, we've been following Zohran since the very beginning around here, and the fact that he's finally taking office is huge. I'm probably following him fairly closely throughout all of this, but first week felt like we just really needed to get into the nitty gritty on it. You were totally dipping in and out? Well, there you go. It'll give me an opportunity to tell other people about what's happening as well. Dragons Marine, welcome to Galactic Individual. Thank you for the membership. Taking the plunge. Also helping us with completing the galactic content goal, even though YouTube doesn't count it. I count it. I'm counting it. I'm doing the math over here. Much appreciated. All right. Katie Porter, running for governor of California.
Californians hear a lot of excuses from elected officials.
That's a complex problem.
That's proving challenging. That's not my job.
It's too hard.
What a bunch of bullshit. What we need is new ideas, a willingness to take on dangerous leaders and their corrupt enablers, the courage to lead in this moment. It's going to take all of that to solve the challenges that we face right now: a rapidly changing economy, a dangerously changing climate, costs that are out of control, housing and healthcare out of reach for millions, and fundamental rights that are in jeopardy. What California needs now is a little bit of hope and a whole lot of grit. Fresh blood and new ideas, and leaders with the backbone to fight for what's right. That's why I'm running for governor. I first ran for office to hold Trump accountable. I feel that same call to serve now to stop him from hurting Californians. In Congress, I held the Trump administration's feet to the fire when they hurt Americans. As governor, I won't ever back down when Trump hurts Californians. Whether it's holding up disaster relief, attacking our rights and our communities, or screwing over working families to benefit himself and his cronies. We don't have to choose between defending our values and tackling our challenges, working with businesses and protecting workers to create good jobs and a thriving economy, keeping our communities safe and upholding individuals' rights.
Well, there we go. Quick snippet there of the first, I believe, ad in Katie Porter's gubernatorial campaign in California. Very exciting news. Certainly, I would vote for her if I was in California over Gavin freaking Newsom. Screw that guy. Some people in chat have doubts about her ability to win the state. Honestly, I don't really have an assessment on that right now. We're still so early in the game right now. I haven't really put a whole lot of opinions on the state of play so much on any of these races, but I'm gonna try and covering as all of the relevant races this year. It's a big year, election, midterm year. Speaking of elections, let's go now up to Seattle, Washington, where the new mayor of Seattle was inaugurated at City Hall, Democrat Socialist Katie Wilson. You can hear it. It's buzzing in there. It's electric. Did it in? No, I'm not going to do it.
Thank you, John Burbank. Okay, now it's time to get on to business and administer the oath of office. I'd like to introduce Pauline Vancinas. Pauline is a founding member of the Transit Riders Union, and since 2020, she's also made a name for herself as the Transit Fairy. She's going to administer the oath of office. Are you coming up?
Wait, hold on. Sorry, I put this in the wrong. I made a huge tiny mistake. Huge tiny mistake over here somehow. This is the moment that I wanted. There we go. Somehow I clicked in the wrong spot.
That's okay. Katie, please hold up your right hand and repeat after me. I, Katie Wilson, swear.
I, Katie Wilson, swear.
That I possess all of the qualifications prescribed in the Seattle City Charter.
That I possess all of the qualifications prescribed in the Seattle City Charter.
And the Seattle Municipal Code.
And the Seattle Municipal Code.
For the position of Mayor of the City of Seattle.
For the position of Mayor of the City of Seattle.
Yeah! That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the State of Washington.
The Constitution of the State of Washington.
And the Charter and ordinances of the City of Seattle.
And the Charter and ordinances of the City of Seattle.
And that I will faithfully conduct myself as Mayor of the City of Seattle.
And that I will faithfully conduct myself as the Mayor of the City of Seattle.
your new mayor, Katie Wilson. Katie, woo! Thanks, guys.
Yeah, we're just gonna look a little bit higher, I guess. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I know you've all been standing for a long time. Just a little longer. So my team asked me if I wanted some help with my speech. And I said, you know, I understand that when I'm the mayor, I'm going to have some help writing speeches. But I feel like maybe this is my last time where I get to just say whatever I want. So y'all are getting an unvetted speech here. I can feel some waves of anxiety. It's going to be okay. It is such a pleasure and an honor to be here with all of you today. I look out and I see so many people who have played a role in getting us to this place of promise and hope. I see friends and colleagues and family. I see people I've known for years and others I just met this year, and many others who I don't yet know. I see people whose names are known and celebrated, and others whose work is quiet and behind the scenes, but no less important. I see fellow organizers. I see union members. I see tech workers and baristas. I see city employees. I see elected officials. And I know there's at least one former mayor here. I see young people and elders. I see people whose families have lived here for generations, and others who maybe just arrived to make Seattle your home. And to all of you, and to everyone watching from afar, and to all of the people who could not be here today because they are doing the hard, unsung work that makes Seattle run, I say, this is your city.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit, I'm muted. Okay, there we are. Sorry, my bad. I'm here. There you go, people. That was Katie Wilson. Your new mayor, Seattle. Democratic Socialist. Few Democratic Socialists inaugurated same week on opposite sides of the country here in the United States. Is it a sign of the times of shifting sands? Who's to say? I don't know. You know, I'd like to think so. Some weeks it feels like it's a fight between good and evil as we watch our government being dismantled, and yet little bright spots here and there of light, people fighting back, trying to make this country great. Mike is muted. Yes, no, I saw that. Thank you. Yep, I see all of you. Yep. So let's quickly watch just a quick snippet of this. from last week, since we're talking about all this. Feels like
This
the right
is going to
time.
come back to you.
Tribunals are coming.
You're domestic terrorists!
Donald Trump is propelling the United States of America to have its wokest era yet.
I truly don't think that conservatives comprehend yet just how intense the backlash is going to be when the Trump era finally comes to an end. Because the extent to which this regime has destroyed the country cannot be overstated, and it is leading to unfathomable levels of anger and a desire for retribution among everybody else. Like, Trump had his retribution, and now everybody else wants their retribution. And I'm not just talking about woke extremist lefties. I'm talking about normie Americans who've become radicalized in response to the rise of fascism. And this sentiment is really starting to bubble up to the surface, to the point where people are taking notice of how even liberal wine mom types are noticeably more ruthless. And memes like this speak to what we're all seeing. Cringe Maoist LARPer. Have you considered the economic anxiety of those poor Trump voters? Nicole, suburban mom and successful corporate lawyer. Every Republican alive is an affront to God. And there's also variations of this meme where liberal wine moms, who were once saying when they go low, we go high, are now calling for the streets to turn red from the blood of the bourgeoisie tyrants. And these memes are obviously hyperbolic, but there's a kernel of truth in them. We've all seen this.
Yeah, and I mean, we don't need the IHIP ladies as an example. We just watched two Democratic socialists get inaugurated same week. You know, does feel like something. All right, we already watched this one earlier this week one time. Just wanted to watch it again, just to remind us. Hi, GSL. Hi to you, Troll Slayer. Hi to you. All right. Now let's talk about the president and how some of his latest efforts going after his I'm sorry, not going after his how do you phrase pardoning and protecting all of his closest allies seems to have gone awry once again. Not the first time, of course. I mean, a few weeks ago, we heard about how the Jan 6th pipe bomber may have been pardoned under the Jan 6 sweeping pardon Donald Trump issued due to the vagueness of the language of the order. But it looks like another one may have gone awry.
President Trump's use of pardons is a Rorschach test of sorts on how people view his second term. For some, he's undoing Justice Department, quote, weaponization. For others, he's letting loyal followers get away with crimes. Earlier this year, President Trump pardoned around 1,500 people for their involvement in efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election. As we near the 5th anniversary of the January 6th Capitol attack, one high-profile election denier remains behind bars. And as White House correspondent Liz Landers reports, there's little Trump can do to get former Colorado County Clerk Tina Peters out of prison.
President Donald Trump has been on a pardoning spree of late, using his executive power to bestow clemency on convicted businessmen and the former president of Honduras.
No one up in necessary.
Well, they didn't have
This is
He recently announced on social media that he was pardoning Tina Peters, a former Colorado County clerk, though his pardon power only covers federal crimes, not her state convictions. He wrote online the Democrats had, quote, been relentless in their targeting of her.
She caught people cheating on an election.
For years, Democrats ignored violent and vicious crime of all shapes, sizes, colors, and types. Violent criminals who should have been locked up were allowed to again attack. Democrats were also far too happy to let in the worst from the worst countries so they could rip off American and capital T taxpayers. Democrats only think there is one crime, not voting for them. Instead of protecting Americans and their capital T, capital D tax dollars, Democrats chose instead to persecute anyone they could find that wanted safe and secure elections. Democrats have been relentless in their targeting of, all caps, Tina Peters, a capital P patriot who simply wanted to make America sure that our elections were capital F and capital H fair and honest. Tina is sitting in a Colorado prison for the quote-unquote crime of demanding capital H, capital E, honest elections. Today, I am granting Tina a full capital P pardon for her attempts to expose capital V, capital F voter fraud in the rigged 2020 presidential election. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Whoops.
Relentless in their targeting of her.
She caught people cheating on an election, and they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating.
She may not be a household name, but Peters' case has become a rallying cry for MAGA and the president since her conviction last year. Tina Peters served as the Mesa County clerk administering elections in the Colorado community after being first elected in 2018. A Republican, Peters became a vocal election denier, questioning the 2020 results and the voting machines used to conduct them.
No one has addressed looking into the machines to see what has been happening by these vendors, by this vendor that manufactures the machines and what goes on. It's been a mystery box, a mystery black box.
In 2021, Peters allowed someone associated with MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell to misuse a security card to gain access to the county election system and lied.
Yeah, there's a whole web of characters in this Stop the Steal crew. It's really kind of fascinating. Hold on, we're not going to watch this whole piece, though. Let me skip ahead a little bit.
The falsity.
Peters was charged in 2023 with 10 counts related to the scheme. A Republican district attorney prosecuted the case. She was convicted in summer of 2024 of 7 of those charges. 3 counts of attempting to influence a public servant, 1 count of conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation, first-degree official misconduct, violation of duty, and failing to comply with the Secretary of State. The district judge sentenced her to 9 years in prison, not mincing words at her sentencing.
Right to jail, right away.
Lies are well documented, and these convictions are serious. I'm convinced you would do it all over again if you could. You're as defiant as a defendant as this court has ever seen. You are no hero. You abused your position.
Goddamn.
And you're a charlatan.
And you're a charlatan. All caps, free Tina Peters, who sits in a Colorado prison, dying and old, pretending to expose. Dying and old, poor Tina Peters. She's just an elderly woman, so old. I'm sure Tina's loving that. I mean, I know to some degree she's loving it, but like at the same time, she's. I feel like no woman likes to be called old. Let alone all caps old. And dying and old? Oh, God. That is... that is rough.
How rude.
Poor Tina. Could have found a better way to put that.
That's very clear in the Constitution.
I need this.
But Peters' attorney believes the Constitution is being misinterpreted, a revelation that struck him as he watched the 2012 film Lincoln.
I am the President of the United States of America, clothed in immense power.
We're looking at it now, post the Civil War, when the central government, the federal government, became the strong central government that it is, that really made the United States into one cohesive government, one cohesive country, instead of a conglomeration of countries, which it originally was. So when the framers wrote for offenses against the United States, they weren't talking about it, they were talking about them.
Are there any examples that you can think
What?
of a president pardoning a state crime or conviction?
So there are, but I really need to delve into it a little bit deeper.
Colorado's Democratic Governor Jared Polis said after the president's announcement that the courts will decide the matter. Tickton hopes it reaches the highest court in the land.
The Supreme Court of the United States has a good number of the justices are fundamentalists. They are smart enough to understand what the Constitution really means. You got to look at the minds of the founders. What did they mean?
Oh yeah, the fundamentalists. They have such a backbone at the Supreme Court. They're so true to the Constitution. We can certainly count on them for justice. Oh my God, that is the most eluded statement that I could possibly imagine. Yes, great integrity over there at the Supreme Court. We can all count on them to make the right decision. Those fundamentalists. I myself not so sure about that. But we will see what goes on, what happens with this situation. If this does go to the Supreme Court. I mean, as it stands right now, she can't be pardoned under the law for state crimes by the president. That would have to be, I think, like the governor. I think the governor would be the person who would be able to do such a thing. It is potentially opening up Donald Trump and the Trump administration to some sort of constitutional question in the Supreme Court. Whether or not that ever actually comes to fruition, we'll see. While we're talking court cases, let's go here to Kyle Kolensky over at Secular Talk. See what Jack Smith had to say about Donald Trump in a leaked hearing.
All right, guys, we got an emergency special edition of the show for you here. So I finally found the time to go through Jack Smith's testimony to the House Judiciary Committee. So first, let me give you some backstory on this. This has been released as a 255-page document that has all of the questions and his answers on his various cases against Donald Trump. But you also have, I believe it's an 8-hour video that was dropped, which shows, the recording and everything that was said. Now, I want to say up front, this is super duper important. If you have the time, read the 255-page document or watch the 8-hour video. Obviously, if you do it on 1.5 times speed or 2 times speed, you can see it, much faster. But it is absolutely positively worth it because there is some bombshell stuff in here. Now, also, let me point out, there's a reason why they dropped this on New Year's. They dropped it on New Year's. It's an old trick that they use in Washington to try to hide stories that they don't want out there. So, of course, Republicans control the committee, and they decided if we drop it on New Year's, maybe nobody will notice, maybe nobody will go through it, maybe the story will blow over. But I'm here to tell you, I went through it, and there's a lot of catastrophic information in there that I'm about to share with you right now. So right off the bat here, before I continue, everybody do me a huge favor. Subscribe to the channel. Click that bell icon. That helps the channel out a lot because YouTube does not like promoting political videos and spreading them through the algorithm. But if you hit the bell icon, you can go around and subvert that algorithm and get the stuff delivered to you immediately as it drops. Support the show on Patreon or tip on YouTube. You can also sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. We have a great episode of that coming today. You don't want to miss it. And also go sub to Corin's World where we do live Kyle and Corin episodes Mondays at 8:30. All right, guys, let me go ahead and jump right in. So let's start with this. This is just very straightforward, very to the point. Jack Smith is asked whether or not he believed he had sufficient evidence to sustain a conviction against Donald Trump. So they're not asking about just indictment here. They're saying, do you think you had enough to convict him? And here's what he says.
Mr. Smith, let's just start with the bottom line up front. One of your investigations focused on whether any person violated the law in connection with efforts to interfere in the lawful transfer of power following the 2020 election. Is that correct?
Yes.
At the conclusion of that investigation related to the interference in the lawful transfer of power following the 2020 election, when your office indicted Mr. Trump for his criminal scheme to overturn the 2020 election, did you believe that you had sufficient evidence to obtain and sustain a conviction against Mr. Donald Trump?
Yes.
For these charges stemming from Mr. Trump's criminal scheme to overturn the 2020 election, did you believe that you had sufficient evidence to prove these charges beyond reasonable doubt?
Yes.
And we know that it's more than just a reasonable doubt. Did you believe that there were multiple substantial federal interests in proceeding with prosecuting Mr. Trump after he attempted to...
Left of the box raid? I missed it. Welcome, Left of the Boxers. Sorry I wasn't paying attention. Sandy, thank you for the raid. Hope the stream went well. Not sure how I missed that.
Overturn the 2020 election.
I did.
Damn. Now, I always told you guys, too. I went through the whole indictment when it initially came out, and Jack Smith really appeared to dot all his I's and cross all his T's, and he did a tremendous job, and the indictment was incredibly thorough. So based off my interpretation of that, I felt like what he says here is correct, that this was the case that absolutely would have nailed Trump's ass to the wall. And remember, guys, it's not like he was actually Teflon, because he had already lost a number of civil cases, right? Letitia James also hammered his ass and got him on business fraud and tax fraud and insurance fraud and all sorts of stuff. And never mind the E. Jean Carroll sexual assault lawsuit. But we're just getting started here. Now, let's go to this one. Bill Madden says, holy fuck, showing zero fear of retribution from a vengeance-obsessed traitor who attempted to overturn the 2020 presidential election, usurp the Constitution, and overthrow the U.S. government. Jack Smith, with zero fucks left to give, is what a badass American hero looks like. Watch this one.
For nearly 3 decades, I've been a career prosecutor. I've served during both Republican and Democratic administrations, and I've been guided by those principles in every role I've held. I continued to honor those principles when I was appointed to serve as special counsel in November of 2022. The decision to bring charges against President Trump was mine, but the basis for those charges rests entirely with President Trump and his actions, as alleged in the indictments returned by grand juries in 2 different districts. Our investigation developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results of the 2020 election and to prevent the lawful transfer of power. Our investigation also developed powerful evidence that showed that President Trump willfully retained highly classified documents after he left office in January of 2021, storing them at his social club, including in a ballroom and a bathroom. He then repeatedly tried to obstruct justice to conceal his continued retention of those documents. I remain grateful for the counsel, judgment, and advice of my team as I executed my responsibilities.
I love the idea of highly classified documents just sort of sitting around in the middle of an empty ballroom where literally anybody could just sort of go through them. Seems incredibly
I am both
responsible.
saddened and angered that President Trump has sought revenge against career prosecutors, FBI agents, and support staff simply for doing their jobs and for having worked on those cases. These dedicated public servants are the best of us, and they have been wrongly vilified and improperly dismissed from their jobs. I made my decisions in the investigation without regard to President Trump's political association, activities, beliefs, or candidacy in the 2024 presidential election. We took our actions based on the facts and the law, the very lessons I learned early in my career as a prosecutor. We followed Justice Department policies and observed legal requirements. The timing and speed of our work reflects the strength of the evidence and our confidence that we would have secured convictions at trial. If asked whether to prosecute a former president based on the same facts today, I would do so regardless of whether that president was a Republican or a Democrat.
Damn. Now remember, he wanted all of this to be shown live in real time. He wanted to answer questions in front of the world live in real time. The Republicans slapped that down, and the Republicans hid this and again released it on New Year's Eve. You should be asking yourself, if the Republicans have nothing to hide, why did they try to bury this during a holiday? It's very clear they do have a lot to hide here, but I'm just getting started.
Yeah, there we go. Jack Smith seems to think that he had a case against Donald Trump. Quite adamant about that fact, it would seem. But yeah, a lot of stuff happened over the holidays, and it is weird. It's almost like they're trying to distract from all of... There's just so much they're trying to distract from right now.
Are you
Epstein
still talking
files.
about Jeffrey Epstein?
The fact that inflation just is continuing to get worse no matter how many times they say that it isn't. Now here's a quick turn down Sunday Funday Avenue. Humanist Report. Mike Figueredo. Let's talk about one cartoon that seems to be doing perhaps the very best job at this time. Excluding yours truly, perhaps.
You are not Happy New Year's to all of my wonderful viewers. I hope you all had some time to chill or celebrate over the holiday season. I myself am doing that right now, which means that this video is pre-recorded. So, you know, of course, since the YouTube algorithm never sleeps, I had to do something to feed the algorithm, and I decided, like many creatively bankrupt creators, I would just do a Q&A, because what else am I going to do, right? It's a news and politics channel, so it's kind of hard to plan ahead. But I think that the Q&A are always really fun. I enjoyed this. It seemed...
Okay, hold on. We're not going to watch this whole thing. Also, Uncle Simric, thank you for the super chat over on YouTube. Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you?
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
The very definition of totalitarianism, it's true.
Patreon and YouTube members, and you all sent in a ton of questions. I said everything was on the table, politics, non-politics, and you all delivered. So we've got some great questions here. I haven't read through all of them yet, but I like what I see. So the first one here is from...
Speaking of Patreon, did you know that you can get a whole bunch of sweet, sweet benefits over on the Galactic Patreon? $3 a month, all it takes. Oh God, I just realized we just blew through the second break. I'm clearly not doing my job. I'm not paying it, or maybe I'm doing my job too good. I can't tell which one it is. But we, unfortunately, somehow just crossed over 3 hours without me even noticing. Which means we got to take a quick galactic intermission here. Don't worry, we still got a hell of a lot to talk about here. This Sunday Funday / week ending report stream. It's been an insane week from hell. So much left to discuss. What does that sound? Oh shit. Oh shit. Somebody just blasted like $6 into space, subscribing for 1 month over on Twitch. Nightlight Plushie Jesus.
I say that.
Thank you, Jesus. I know, I said that. Okay. All right. Everybody, quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button over there on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chat, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch with the bits and the subs, the power-ups, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs. Cash App and PayPal, if you prefer your money, go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon and or Google. But the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, of course, to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron, where for the low, low price of $3 US dollars a month, you get access to a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens, like the pool, the bar, the lake, or the street. That's not all, though. Get a shout out at the end of every stream. A secret Discord channel inside a Discord server, secret content as well, and so much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. We are back. That's right, that beeping in your ears was, of course, intended to alert you to the fact that the break is now over. And the third half of the Galactic Stream is about to begin. So you had better get yourselves back in your seats, otherwise you are going to miss the beginning of the aforementioned half.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Three halves, 6, 7. Yes, indeed. Gabby, you know how we do things around here. We're not limited by people's expectations of halves, okay? We do as many halves as we need to do to get through the content. Speaking of getting through all the content, I did a little bit of math over the break, and we're doing great right now. Speaking of doing great,
Yay.
Jaeger Larson with the resub over there on Twitch. Much appreciated, Jaeger Larson. Literally helping me with the very thing I was about to mention. The goal, the galactic content goal, making even more progress thanks to the Jaeger Larson over on Twitch. We were already at 75% or so. I quickly ballparked the math on it. We've actually been doing better than I thought we were doing going into that half. And with that donation from Larson, we got to be over 75, closer to 80%. So, just remember, people, all the great ways you can donate to the Galactic Content Goal. I think you know the ways, but if you don't, you can always just go to the bio section on Twitch or YouTube. Most of them exist there. All right, let's go back to the Humanist Report. Talk about the animated series, which is perhaps doing the best job of making light of and or satirizing the Trump regime.
Josh Nelson of
Mike,
Patreon, who asks, if you watched the latest episode of South Park, what did you think of the portrayals of Trump and the administration on South Park? Great question. I love it. I think that the show is better than it's ever been. For me, South Park was kind of getting stale over the years, and it felt like, culturally speaking, it lost a lot of relevance. But this is something that has put them like at the top for me. I think that what they saw was a need to challenge this administration because everybody else was capitulating and sucking up to Trump and kissing his ass. And as soon as they locked in that deal with Paramount, they went in. And I've got to say, it is...
Yeah, I'm fairly on the same page with Mike here. I think to some degree, South Park, they've always sort of been on the sort of like libertarian, sort of anti-authoritarian sort of side of things. So the what do you want to call it? Sort of reverential, sort of. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it's always kind of been their thing, and when they see a target, they just go after it, right? And I think when they run out of targets, that's when they sort of tend to go off the rails, in my opinion, to some degree. Although sometimes they wind up in good places. Certainly not all the time. But they've also been going for like, Jesus Christ. It's like almost been like 30 years now that show has been on the air.
amazing. It's not just that they need to do this, it's that they're doing it well. It is extremely entertaining. Their portrayals of J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, what's the
You know, what was I about to say? I was going to say something, and I can't remember it now. God damn it. Irreverent. Yes, thank you. Sorry.
I made a huge
tiny mistake. I'm not perfect. But there was something else I can't remember now what I was going to say. Oh, right. I think that one of my favorite, I can't decide which one I think is funnier. Whether it's the portrayal of J.D. Vance or the portrayal of Stephen Miller. When I saw I don't know if everybody's seen the Stephen Miller. Honestly, it is. Hold on, I gotta pull it up because it really is. It really is hilarious to me. Since we're sitting here, we're talking about this, and it's Sunday Fun Day after all. I gotta pepper in at least a couple of things that aren't horrifying and terrible today. I'm gonna try. Like I told you, I couldn't promise anything valuetainment wise, considering the events of the week, but that I would, try and at least add some amount of valuetainment into this puppy. What are you doing? This is not. I did not ask for this. Did I tell you to do this? I know it wasn't me because this is the opposite of what I want right now. You are ruining this right now. I hope you know that. You are ruining this, and I hope you know that. I think it's this one. Yeah. Shit, I have no sound.
Yes, I'm with the South Park Sucks Now cryptocurrency. We're trying to fuck a bunch of people out of their money. Is Don Jr. around?
Ah, yes, he's been expecting you.
It's perfect. Oh god, it's just so good.
The brown noser. Oh my god, I'm blanking on her name. Pam Bondi. Pete Hegseth. It's all incredible. Stephen Miller as a sort of vampire figure. Everything that they're doing is perfect. They're hitting them on all of their insecurities, which is what you're supposed to do. You have to challenge power, and they are doing that in the exact way that they need to. I mean, with...
Okay, all right, there's a little break from all of the horrors of the week. We're about to get right back to them, I think, after this one. Yes, we are. Although this is technically... This is kind of a good story. I would say this is kind of a good story. Now, let's move on and continue talking the world of entertainment. But if you recall, last week, Donald Trump, was it 2 weeks ago now? I cannot. I think it might have actually been 2 weeks ago now. But almost 2 weeks ago to the day now. I think it was like last Friday. Donald Trump unveiled the new Trump Kennedy Center, the renaming of a DC building intended to be focused on the promotion of the arts. Now became focused on the promotion of the ego of one man. And actually, in the wake of this, a number of artist cancellations and ticket sales dropping have come in, I can't think of words right now. Let's just go here to PBS NewsHour since I can Because I'm big dumb. Can't think of words. PBS from 2 days ago. Maybe help me out with this.
First, a takeover of leadership, then a renaming, as the Kennedy Center became the Donald J. Trump and John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. And now, canceled performances. Amid all that, ratings for the televised Kennedy Center Honors, hosted by the president himself, showed a big drop in viewership, and overall ticket sales are reportedly way off. In short, the turmoil continues at one of the nation's preeminent arts centers. Senior arts correspondent Jeffrey Brown begins our update. It's part of our Art in Action series, exploring the intersection of art and democracy, and part of our Canvas coverage.
Chuck read on the vibraphone. He was scheduled to perform with his band at the Kennedy Center on Christmas Eve, but decided to cancel the concert. Within days, others followed, including the Cookers, a jazz ensemble scheduled for a New Year's Eve show. In a statement, the group said they remain committed to music that, quote, reaches across divisions rather than deepening them. Also canceling a January performance, Alabama folk singer Christy Lee, stating, when American history starts getting treated like something you can ban, erase, rename, or rebrand for somebody else's ego, I can't stand on that stage and sleep right at night. And the New York dance company Doug Verone and Dancers canceled a planned April show. The moves followed the mid-December renaming of the Kennedy Center and after President Trump's appointment of a new board and leadership last February, naming himself as chair. At that time, prominent artists including Renee Fleming and Ben Folds.
This one's got to really hit Donald Trump where it counts, if you will. In the ratings, of course. The only thing that anyone cares about. The ratings. Hot once again. So hot nobody wants to come see the show. In fact, the show's canceled. He really did. You not hear Frisla? We talked about this like weeks ago now. Like it was one of the first shows we did after coming back. Yes. Yes, he really renamed it to the Trump Kennedy Center. Like a psycho. Like a complete like an insane person. Megalomaniac. It's megalomaniac behavior is what that is.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Yeah, speaking of that deluded, deranged, unintelligent person running the United States of America, canceling the, not canceling, renaming the Trump Kennedy Center, last month, did another thing to the Kennedys this week, sort of following suit in some of his more recent comments. Of course, after the death of Rob Reiner, he took to Truth Social to go after the deceased former film director, producer, right? Can't remember. I think producer mostly. He also did some acting as well. Decidedly going after. Honestly, this story is disgusting. Like I'm, like Donald Trump's depravity knows no limits to its depths. It's truly beyond me. The mind verily boggles every week. It's like the next one beats the last one. The Rob Reiner one was insane. This one's even crazier because, of course, in this current in this most recent tirade, the person he's going after is the family member of somebody in his own cabinet. I am, of course, talking about Tatiana Schlossberg, a woman in her 30s, tragically died from cancer this week. She is part of the Kennedy family, the sister-in-law to RFK Jr. Actually, I'm not. No. I can't remember the relation right now, but they are related. I can't remember. I should look it up. But the point is Donald Trump. This woman dies of cancer. She's related to RFK Jr., his HHS secretary. And what does Donald Trump do? He takes the Truth Social, as always.
Just hours following the death of Tatiana Schlossberg, granddaughter of John F. Kennedy, Donald Trump took to Truth Social to share posts mocking the Kennedy family. Tatiana, daughter of Caroline Kennedy and her husband Edwin Schlossberg, died December 30th at the age of 35, just over a month after publicly sharing she had been diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia. The environmental journalist revealed the diagnosis in an emotional essay in The New Yorker, published November 22nd, explaining she learned of her cancer in May of 2024 after giving birth to her second child. The news of Tatiana's passing was announced in a post shared to Instagram on December 30th by the JFK Library Foundation. "Our beautiful Tatiana passed away this morning. She will always be in our hearts," read the statement, which was signed by members of the
Please hold. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold. Where did it go? I can't find it. What the hell happened? Did they scrub the internet? Did they scrub the entire internet of this post? This is wild. I think they've tried to scrub the entire internet of this post. It must exist somewhere. Must exist somewhere. Oh, here it is. It only exists on... I can't find it. Son of a bitch. Alright, screw it. I'm gonna let them do it.
family.
Killed me.
That
Killing
afternoon, Donald Trump took to social media to elevate posts attacking the famous political family. Though the president did not directly mention Tatiana's death, he did share multiple screenshots of MAGA supporters calling out the Kennedys for their public criticism of Trump's decision to add his name to the Kennedy Center, which was dedicated as a memorial to John F. Kennedy following his assassination in 1963. The Kennedy family have long neglected the Kennedy Center, BTW, read one post included from Breitbart editor-in-chief Raheem Kassam.
What a tasteful thing to do on the death of one of the members of the Kennedy family. Just repost a bunch of very salty comments. So classy. Now, speaking of health-related situations, Trump has been targeting the Somalis in Minnesota, and his latest attacks have been relating to a daycare scam. He had this to say while at a New Year's Eve party in Mar-a-Lago.
Really exciting to see, so I think we're going to do well. You saw 4.3, they were predicting 1.9, 4.3. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. We gave the military, the entire military, $1,776. $1,776, that's not bad. They were extremely happy. But we're doing great as a country. We're back. We're strong. I didn't think it could happen.
Almost 1 month's rent for a lot of
A
people.
lot faster than anybody would have thought possible. We have a lot of leaders here, great leaders like Tom Emmer. I watch him on television. He was talking about Somalia today. Where's Tom? He was talking about the Somalian population, and not very nicely. He was not nice, but that's okay. He doesn't mind that. Where is Tom?
Right there. That's okay.
What a great leader he is. We need you in Minnesota. We need you in
What a great leader. What a great leader, talking very nastily about Somalians. That is the kind of leader Minnesota needs. Somebody who is willing to say the worst possible things about an entire group of people. Based specifically entirely on intrinsic traits to them that they cannot change, like being Somali.
big, powerful congressman, but you did a great job today, Tom. Thank you very much. We all appreciate it as we want to take back our country. Can you imagine? They stole $18 billion. That's just what we're learning about. That's peanuts. In California is worse, Illinois is worse, and sadly, New York.
They're all worse, actually. But it's very nasty, very bad. There you go. Donald Trump, an unhinged New Year's Eve speech, speaking very racist thoughts into existence about Somali people in Minnesota. Now, this sort of rhetoric from Donald Trump is, of course, causing his supporters to go out and do very problematic things. Things like, going to daycares and harassing people. Children, right? Because those are the people that are usually at daycares, children. I mean, sure, there are adults there as well. But you can see where this is going, right?
Remember, that's the main point that they were putting out there. The main argument was there's no children at these facilities. Now we know there are children at these facilities, and now we even know that there were children at these facilities the days that Nick actually went to these facilities. So will people call into question the veracity of his reporting? No, they won't, because people never want to go back on their previous, their prior biases that have been confirmed by slop again, and no matter how stupid it is.
Of your top stories this morning, we're following major developments in Minnesota's fraud crisis, specifically related to child care. Here's the latest.
We believe the state of Minnesota has allowed scammers and fake daycares to siphon millions of taxpayer dollars over the past decade.
The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services says it's freezing.
The next meta in this, for the record, is going to be finding any sort of issues with any number of different daycares, as long as it's like operated by a Somali person, and then hammering that on as though that was the major point, as though that was the real argument that they were conducting. So get ready for that as well. They're too stupid to recognize that there was already one daycare facility that was operated by one of the one of the defendants in the previous investigation that had taken place. They're too stupid to know that one daycare facility was actually closed. Once they figured that out, they're going to be like, well, see? There's the proof. Again, their lack of interest or their lack of knowledge, but the overarching lack of knowledge on this stuff, the overarching lack of interest and lack of knowledge on pre-existing investigations that have been conducted into it is how these guys get to make this seem like it's a totally new story and also simultaneously expand on the targets.
Child care funds for Minnesota after a YouTuber claimed to uncover fraudulent centers in a viral video. The state gets about $185 million in federal funds each year. Some of the featured child care centers.
Are you trying to give Hassan a shout out in the Twitch chat right now? I don't think Hassan needs a shout out. I don't think anybody's gonna have any problems finding Hassan on Twitch.
Now firing back. This one says footage from their security cameras proves kids were present when the YouTuber stopped by.
Like, can you imagine? Like, I cannot believe that this is what it's gotten down to, where they have to be like, see, there's children. The fuck are you talking about? Here's our security footage. That's insane. Again, because they don't have object permanence, this is not going to be enough, because they're going to be like, oh, sure, bud. Well, I didn't see the entire security footage. I need to see the faces of every child that has walked in. I need to know what kind of finger painting initiatives they engaged with. I need to know what kind of chicken nuggets they had. Was the middle of the chicken nugget cold? Was it too hot? I need to know all of it. Otherwise, I will not believe you. And it goes back to the dumbest guy you know saying, well, did you see it literally with your own two eyes? How can you believe anything if you don't personally experience it? That is where we're at. It's not even about going back to the drawing board and explaining to people like how investigations are conducted and how
Hey, hold on, we can't watch this whole thing. But there is this one kid in here. I just want to...
Son are Somali Americans.
We pay our taxes. We do whatever we can to be a law-abiding citizen.
Where is this? Is it here? Yeah, it's around here.
several vehicles, a van, multiple masked men while holding a camera. Here are stills from a video taken by a local woman who filmed them thinking they were doing ICE raids. He doesn't show this entourage and the masked security guys and multiple vehicles he drives in with his...
Right, I'm sorry. I gotta go back slightly further.
Child care facility that they suspect of having some connection to Somali people. Anyway, Jacqueline Sweet, who's an investigative reporter with work all over Rolling Stone, The Nation, Intercept, Guardian, Politico, Dropsite News, says it's reasonable the daycare owners thought Nick Shirley was with ICE and not a very young parent or a child named Joey because he showed up with several vehicles, a van, multiple masked men while holding a camera. Here are stills from a video taken by a local woman who filmed them thinking they were doing ICE raids. He doesn't show this entourage and the masked security guys and multiple vehicles he arrives in with his viral YouTube video. Why the fuck would anybody think that these guys are sincerely trying to sign up their children? Of course. This video also shows how Nick and his entourage of masked men appeared as they showed up around the city. I called this out in the video. You kind of see it in the background in a couple stills. Why would anybody think this is a legitimate... Why would anyone who is operating a daycare center think this is anything but a bunch of random thugs?
You cannot come in here. We don't care. We don't know where it is. Get out. That's not your job. We don't know that. Get out. He's recording. Get out of here. Fucking idiot.
It just blew my mind, though, that like
These guys
people
just
lack the imagination or lack the capacity to comprehend.
I think it's I think it's incredible. These guys walk in like this, like masked up, just like full, like you can barely see their eyes. Like these guys just walk in, just like geared up into a fucking daycare. Like that is insane. Are we supposed to be protecting the children? Remember, under the Trump administration, they were going to protect the children. They were going to get rid of trans people out of sports, and that was going to protect children. Meanwhile, we have Trump supporters in masks, in like gangs of Trump supporters in masks going to Somali daycares, harassing and terrorizing the people inside. It's weird. It's weird.
It just blew my mind, though, that like people lack the imagination or lack the capacity to comprehend what it would look like from the perspective of a parent of a child in that child care facility, or the perspective of someone who is a staff member working at a child care facility, right? They just simply took whatever the Nick was saying for granted. And we're like, what do you mean? He asked to sign up his child. And I kept repeating, like, when is the last time you went to sign up for a child care facility for your child with a bunch of masked men, cameras in tow, demanding to see the children first? Of course people are going to be skeptical, especially in an environment of heightened tension. Yeah, I mean, I joked about this as well on my Instagram story. I posted a meme. I think we got to do this more frequently and more often, because it's just like, yeah, POV, you're a child care facility worker opening the door to a clout-hungry racist moron who wanted to get the attention off of Trump's head.
Oh my God. Seriously though, that is exactly what it looks like. It looks like a fucking crazy person. A group of crazy people are trying to get access to the children.
Don't be creepy.
Oh my God. It'd be more funny if it wasn't true.
Additional information from these facilities. And weirdly enough, none of them actually stormed the facilities, either when they were closed or when they were open, demanding to see the children. That's one of the craziest parts about this. It's very strange. It almost feels like when you're an actual journalist, you call ahead of time, you say, hey, I'm with CNN, I'm with this channel, I'm with that channel, I'm actually working on a report. Is it possible to speak to a manager, please? And then you establish a time and date where you do that. And then in that conversation ahead of time, you ask like, oh, is it possible for us to see the security footage? We'll hide the identity of the children. Obviously, we're not going to show that because that would be illegal and insane. And then the facility says, of course, yes, we will show you. It kind of feels like that's how you were supposed to conduct journalism. That's real journalism. And it's very different than what Nick was doing.
We're from CNN. Can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
People are going to say this is a left or right issue, but no, fraud is fraud. And so I'm not out here trying to put a twist on things.
Shirley's viral video, released over the weekend, in which he says he's uncovering tens of millions of dollars in fraud at Minneapolis daycares run by the Somali community, was retweeted by Elon Musk and Vice
I love how this grifter is like, I'm not trying to put a spin on things. I'm just not what. It's ridiculous. I mean, this is literally this guy. This is how these grifters make money. Is by putting spins on things that racists enjoy and find compelling.
President J.D. Vance.
By rage baiting.
The video, Shirley tries to open locked
all
doors
of the racists
and talk to people at various daycares he claims are frauds.
Did you come during their normal operating hours when you came to visit?
I came at 11 a.m., I believe, and I also came the following day later in the day. The point of it...
Yeah, you came at 1 p.m. the following day later in the day. In both of those circumstances, the daycare was not an operation, because it was open from 2 p.m., as we now know, until 10 p.m. Also, I do need to repeat this over and over again, but it is pretty funny how bad he is at communicating. Like it's pretty wild. Like he is not a particularly clever, particularly intelligent person. 11 a.m. is not the time to go to a daycare. You're wrong. There are some daycares that will be open early in the morning. Okay. There are going to be some daycares that are open early in the morning. Some are going to be open until later in the evening. It doesn't matter. It's just different childcare facilities are open at different times. This is not evidence of fraud. This is not evidence that there's no children at those facilities. Because remember, that's the main point that they were putting out there.
Yeah, let's not forget that adult parents work at all times of the day. Okay? Write that down for later so you don't forget. Parents work whatever they have to get by, and they need childcare services at all sorts of different times of the day. And like Hassan said, as a result of that, there are different options for childcare services at different times of the day.
The main argument was there's no children at these facilities. Now we know there are children at these facilities, and now we even know that there were children at these facilities the days that Nick actually went to these facilities. So will people call into question the veracity of his reporting? No, they won't, because people once again never want to go back on their previous their prior biases that have been confirmed by Slopaganda, no matter how stupid it is. So why did they suddenly change the name from Learning Center to Learning?
Do any of those masked guys have jobs? Don't you see this is their job? Their job is harassing people on the internet, right? And then getting clicks for that. I guess actually they're harassing people in real life for the internet. Really, I guess there's a distinction there. They're harassing people in real physical space for the pleasure of the internet and getting money
overnight. Brother, I cannot begin to explain how stupid you are. The place was always called the Learning Center. It's just the signage was wrong, on the wrong side, on the parking lot sign. Oh my God, it wasn't Learning Center always. I'm not even defending the Learning Center. Anyway, that was the one that actually got dinged the most by the Department of Human Services. It was spelled correctly in the front door. The signage on the side was incorrect. The reason why you don't know that it was spelled correctly in the front door is because Nick chose not to show you. Printers messed it up all the time. Do you think they were the ones who were like, I don't know how to spell learning? Do you think that's what happened? Or do you think they were like, all right, these guys fucked up and they sent us the wrong signage, but we'll just keep it up for now until they fix it? Like, what do you think is more likely? Do you think that these guys are I guess you have to assume they're like incredibly low IQ, right?
Well, there we go. All of Donald Trump's rhetoric has gotten his supporters and right-wing grifters online to go and harass Somali Minnesotans at daycares, potentially endangering children, and just making the world a less in worsening the world, in worsening society, if you will. Now, staying. Yeah, I guess it's really. I mean, it's not quite healthcare. But I feel it, for whatever reason, I feel like taking care of children like of that age, if they're in daycare, I feel like it's definitely healthcare adjacent. But let's stay talking healthcare-ish stuff. Donald Trump had a correction to a statement he made months ago, which I found very strange that he would wait 3 months to make this correction. But do you remember 3 months ago when Donald Trump claimed to have had a perfect MRI? The very best, they said, they've ever seen. Doctors say, sir, we've never seen a better MRI in the history of MRIs. Well, apparently, that perfect MRI wasn't even an MRI. Man with a perfect brain made a very big mistake, apparently, on the kind of test he was taking.
Well, President Trump rang in the new year at his Palm Beach estate. 2026 is the year he'll do something only one other president has done in office. He'll turn 80. In today's Wall Street Journal, Mr. Trump defends the state of his health, and his physician makes a clarification about the president's most recent checkup. Ed O'Keefe is in West Palm Beach near Mar-a-Lago.
It was just an MRI. What part of the body? It wasn't the brain.
President Trump insisted for months he had an MRI during his October
brain,
visit to Walter
brain.
Reed National Medical Center. But today, he and the White House physician, Sean Barbabella, revealed it was a CT scan done to definitively rule out any cardiovascular issues. The imaging results were perfectly normal, Barbabella said. But the revelation comes as Trump, the oldest man to ever.
This is so slow. This is such a slow reaction from them. It is hilarious to me. Like, this is like a pure incompetence. Like, if you want to amend something like this, you're going to want to get on it quicker. You know, this has been in the public for so long that it just feels, I don't even know what the word is. I mean, it's like, it's just blatantly obvious that they're trying to amend something that, like, I don't know, somebody was like, this doesn't sound great. Maybe we should amend this. But it's like 3 months later. Which, I mean, it suggests just like a massive incompetence over there. If it's actually, which of course it probably isn't. It probably was an MRI. But, like, the fact that it took them 3 months to even decide on doing a cover-up is hilarious to me. They were like, you know what? It's the new year. Let's do a new cover-up. This is wild. Oh, there you go. Donald Trump. CT scan instead of an MRI. Perfect CT scan. Doctor said perfect CT scan. You're surprised that he doesn't release a correction to the latest report? Latest report that actually, the newest report is actually the best report. Better than the previous report. Perhaps actually better than any report in the history of reports. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm sure that correction will be coming any day now.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
They're just trying to come up with a new cover-up for us to talk about. This one just isn't as juicy as the Jeffrey Epstein cover-up. That's part of the problem here, I think. But then there's a new thing also coming out, apparently, about Donald Trump's health. You know, we've been talking about his hands, and months ago, I believe it was Sam Cedar who was the first one to suggest this. I could be wrong. But months and months ago now, somebody at least suggested that Donald Trump, the bruise that was appearing on his hand, was a result of Alzheimer's drug-related injections, which supposedly happened at the site where these bruises were appearing on Donald Trump's hands. There's been claims about handshakes being the culprit from the Trump regime. But now there's as of 3 days ago, the same day that the CT scan stuff came out, they also came out and said that the reason for the bruises was due to Donald Trump's aspirin regime. Wait, isn't aspirin, I'm trying to remember. Was it aspirin that causes autism, according to RFK Jr.? The HHS secretary? No, it was Tylenol. That's right. Okay, I was going to say for a second, oh my God.
Brand new insights today into the health of President Donald Trump. The Wall Street Journal reached out to the White House with reporting that said those close to the president say he is showing signs of aging. This led the president to give the Journal an impromptu interview, an interview that was published today. Now, the president told the Wall Street Journal his excessive hand bruising is caused by the amount of aspirin he takes, saying it's more than his doctors recommend. He says he regrets getting advanced imaging because it generated so much scrutiny over his health. He also denies falling asleep during events like this one you see here, saying he's simply, quote, blinking. While at the same time...
Wait. He regrets getting advanced. I thought it was perfectly normal. I thought the advanced imaging, I thought that was perfectly routine. Very normal checkup MRI. Now it's advanced imaging and he made a cognizant choice to take it? I'm very confused. There's so many walkbacks, I don't know where to start.
He's, quote, never been a big sleeper at night. Now, we also learned the president
I don't
will be
sleep.
Exercising as part of his New Year's resolution.
Just during meetings. I don't sleep. Just at important meetings. Not in bed. Just sitting straight up during the middle of government briefings. That's when I get my sleep.
At night. Now, we also learned the president will not be exercising as part of his New Year's resolution. He called it boring. CNN's Elena Trine starts us off today. And Elena, let's step back for a moment. What are some of the specific concerns the Journal outlines that people close to the president have had related to age?
Yeah, so there's a couple things. One, I mean, the falling asleep, the dozing off. I know, I love that line. It's like I say that when I'm like, can stay up too late with my friends. Like, I'm just resting my eyes. Yeah. But that's part of it. But a lot of it is the heavy bruising. I mean, there was a great anecdote in this Journal piece about how Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, she was wearing a ring and like accidentally, grazed the president's hand and he started bleeding from it. They've talked about him having thin skin. That's one example. But you see the heavy bruising. I mean, we have great...
Pam Bondi's hand grazed the hand of the president.
Omega Star just cheered 200 bits. I said, don't take Tylenol.
Thank you, Omega Star, for the bits over there on Twitch. Don't take Tylenol. Thank you for the health advice. That's HHS approved health advice right there. And the super chat on YouTube. The exact same message. Much appreciated. The thinnest skin, literally though, Bad Lefty. Not just figuratively, but literally the thinnest possible skin. He just brushes up against another human being and it starts bleeding. That sounds bad.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
I thought he was I thought he was in perfect health. I thought he was, at the beginning of this, he was in perfect, I'm trying to remember, didn't Caroline Levitt tell us that his health was better than any president, before, like basically any other human on the planet? Like, she came in hot earlier this year. She was like, President Trump is in perfect health, pristine. The doctors say he's an example, he's the epitome of physical fitness or something like that. And now he can't be brushed up against too hard for fear of bleeding out. Like, what the president, he does not sound like he's doing super good. I'm no doctor, but that does not sound like the peak physical fitness, if you ask me. That sounds bad. It sounds bad. I hate to mock a person in such an elderly and infirm state, but he is a garbage human. So I feel okay about it. The aspirin claim is probably a lie. You don't say. You don't say.
Give me a joke.
You really? You're kidding me. Of course it's a lie. Of course it's just... Of course. Although, actually, you know what? No, I take it back. You know what? It might not be a lie. That one actually might be... It's not clear whether or not that one's real. But... because actually there's one other part of this I almost forgot about. Now that you said it, it's triggered something in my brain. Because there's one thing we can't not listen to. And it's the most ridiculous part of all of this. Where is it? Where is this shit? Hold on. Where does he say it? Is it here? It is. It's insane. Wait, no, go back. Wait, okay, so in relation to this aspirin situation, Donald Trump, we have to hear what Donald Trump had to say about for his reason for taking aspirin.
Doctor said he takes 325 milligrams of aspirin a day. Trump says it's because he wants to thin the blood. He said this to the Journal. He said, quote,
they say aspirin is good for thinning out the blood, and I don't want thick blood pouring through my heart. I want nice thin blood pouring through my heart. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, everybody? You want the thinnest blood going through the heart. It's perfectly normal thing to want. You just want thin blood. You don't want thick blood. It's very, you can even imagine thick blood pouring through your heart. Gross. Gross. I can't even think about it. Gross. I'm sorry. When I heard that earlier today, I could not. I'm still a little bit broken inside over hearing that. I want the thinnest blood possible. It's deranged. He's fucking insane. The man is out of control, okay? I don't even know what to think anymore. We gotta get this guy 25th Amendment out of here, okay? And I know the JD Vance is a problem, but I mean, this guy, he is living in some alternate reality. The thinnest possible blood at all times. Which, by the way, no, you don't want that. Just gonna point that out to everybody. Health-wise, that is not sound health advice from the president there. You don't want the thinnest blood at all times. Sometimes you don't want it to be thin because you need it to clot. Right? Like if you need your blood to clot, like say you get a cut, you're gonna not want to have the thinnest possible blood. It's gonna go bad. Okay. And one thing that keeps people healthy is, of course, having enough food to eat. Healthful, nutritious food to be, of course, that'd be the best possible outcome, but just having it in general, helpful. And for some people, that is a daily, weekly, monthly struggle.
The U.S. Food Benefit Program, called SNAP, is a lifeline for millions of low-income Americans already dealing with rising housing, health care, and transportation costs. Now they have to deal with new federal rules that could make it much harder for them to feed their families. 42.4 million Americans, or 1 in 8 people, receive food aid through SNAP. This includes legal permanent residents, but not undocumented persons, refugees, or asylum seekers. 70% of SNAP recipients are either elderly, disabled, and unable to work, or children. The national average benefit for a house.
You know, I just realized, and I think we all know, the United States has a real poverty crisis on our hands right now, and the United States it's about to get much harder because of the Trump administration, who have added work requirements and other sorts of
This is ridiculous.
paperwork and things. People now have to, loops and things people have to jump through in order to get their benefits, which they're gonna need. But just making these hoops is going to make it so that people just don't get benefits. And the people, in many cases, it's just people who are just too busy, right? Or too forgetful, or like incapable of filling out the forms, or whatever, right? Having life crisis You know, it's just fucking, it's just a disaster. On top of that, of course, healthcare costs are set to double, if not triple, for many. Feed the puppy. Yes, indeed. But what I wanted to do, which I almost forgot to bring up. It was so, I'm just trying to keep the stream moving so much, I totally neglected to do this. Jesus, that was loud. Well, there we go, Space Fams. That's right. Confetti party time. Thanks to Megastar's donations there, we have officially completed the galactic content goal. Thank you to everybody who has contributed so far tonight. Your contributions have helped ensure that we get all of the sweet, sweet galactic content that you all so deserve here on this Sunday Fun Day / Weekend Report stream that we are doing here right now. So, buckle up, Space Fans. We got a hell of a lot more to get through, but take one more moment. Bask in the glory. Brought to you by Space Fams like you. All right, people. Confetti party. It's going away. Getting back to the content. Whoops. Now I have to manage multiple sources. I haven't found a way. I think there is a way to do this, but I have to completely undo what I've done. But like I'm set up, so now I have to like manually switch both the scenes for the horizontal stream and the vertical stream separately. It's very annoying to me. Doubles my clicking. Okay. Well, while we're talking food, let's go here to Hawaii news now. Talk about a New Year's food tradition. Okay, interesting. I told you I'd get at least a couple Sunday Fun Day / New Year stories in here. This is one of them.
An Aiea family continues a long-time Japanese tradition to welcome the new year. Jonathan Masaki caught up with the Yoshina Ohana as they gathered to pound mochi.
This is the sound of ringing in the new year, the pounding of mochi in a huge bowl made out of rock called an usu. For Debbie and Kevin Yoshino, it's a way to bring family and friends together for a couple of reasons.
I feel like this is very spiritual, so there's a spiritual component to doing this, but also just to get the neighbors together. In today's day and age, we come home, close the garage door, and we never see each other, right? So just to get everyone together.
The Yoshino family started this tradition about 40 years ago when an uncle decided to get the mochi pounding done to keep the family together. This tradition now has passed on to Kevin's son, who is the one that organizes everyone to get involved.
It's important because I feel like a lot of...
There you go. People in Hawaii celebrating the tradition of mochi making. Little rice, whatever you call them, little rice cakes, I guess. Does it count as a dumpling? It's not clear. All right, now let's go all the way to the other side of the country. Philadelphia. See what wishes Philadelphians have for the new year. 2026, CVS Philadelphia from 3 days ago. On the Philly streets.
Well, every January, millions of people make their New Year's resolutions and wish
wishes for a new year.
There's so many to choose from, right? Good health, love, laughter. So we ask you, what's your wish for 2026? Our Marcela Bayeto took that question straight to the streets of Philadelphia.
Well, first of all, Happy New Year.
I want to see less crime in the city. I want to see more love and positivity. And honestly, we need another sports championship in the city. Either the Birds, the Sixers, or the Flyers. One of them got to do it.
A newborn.
One of them gotta do it. This outfit is wild. This is insanity
In
of
the city.
colors.
Either the Birds, the Sixers, or the Flyers. One of them got to do it.
I got a newborn that just
Got it.
recently
At least
born,
one of
3
them
months.
gotta do it.
Hopefully, teaching her how to walk, talk, eat more solid foods.
Hopefully we get another Eagles Super Bowl back to back, go Birds.
I would love people to be kinder. We need people to be
Go
kinder with each
Birds.
other.
I hope that the economy gets a little better for everybody around here, and the working class people actually can do a little better this year.
This year, I need the Phillies to go all the way World Series 2026. Better environment for kids.
All the way.
More parks, more trees, more anything good in the city.
More time with family and friends and being grateful for my loved ones.
Okay, there you go. Some decked out Philadelphians here. Talking about their 2026 hopes and aspirations. All right, there you go, people. A little bit of valuetainment for you. Oh, hey, thank you for the raid, Vizora. Welcome, Vizora viewers. Vizorlings. Hopefully the stream went well. Good to have you all here. We're just talking a few stories, some of the smaller stories in between the big stories right now. Still got a hell of a lot to get through here, people. Let's move this along. Now, let's go back to the middle of the country. Illinois. Chicago, Illinois, to be specific. ABC 7 Chicago from 3 days ago. One thing's Chicagoans will be seeing this year, 2026, unfortunately. Higher prices. You're actually here this time. Hello. Hello to you, Vizora. Glad to have you here. I hope the stream was good.
New year has barely started, and already Illinoisans are facing a slew of increased costs, some big, some small, on everything from checkout bags to electric and gas bills. New year, new taxes and fees. It's an inescapable fact, and 2026 is not playing around. One of the first places people in the state are going to feel it is in their gas and electric bills.
Utilities are a necessity. We all need to keep the lights on. We all need to keep our homes safe and warm.
While NICOR's rate hike went into effect late last year, ComEd starts today. It's one that doesn't sit right with watchdog organizations like the Citizens Utility Board.
The big reason electricity prices are up, the supply prices, is because of increased energy demand caused by data centers.
Yep. Data centers, tariffs, housing crisis. It's all making the new year look rather bleak, economically speaking, for much of the country. All right, Leica, I see you jumping over here a lot. You eat a treat from Uncle Looney Tunes over there on Twitch. Okay. What was I saying? Always support based comrades. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, supporting based comrades is a good plan in life, I think, generally speaking. Yeah, and one of the things, of course, tariffs and the trade war against Canada have not helped. In costs for Americans, let's go to Canada. Global news from 3 days ago and talk about how Donald Trump redefined Canada-U.S. relations in the year 2025.
If we're going to subsidize them, let it become a state.
To most Canadians, the idea itself was unimaginable.
Frankly, Canada should be the 51st state.
How does this make you feel when you hear about 51st state?
Furious. What's more, Donald Trump, the re-elected U.S. president, launched economic warfare.
A 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States.
I cannot believe that our friend America would betray us like this.
President speaking on Canadian soil in 1938.
Historically, U.S. presidents have supported a sovereign Canada. Franklin Roosevelt took steps to abolish tariffs,
permitting them to sell goods to us.
President Eisenhower saw the St. Lawrence Seaway project as nation-building for two countries.
So that the benefits of this great project can come to all our people on both sides of that great river.
Disputes have long existed, from softwood lumber and dairy marketing to defense procurement. Yet President Reagan's respect for Canada and its Prime Minister paved the way for free trade that lasted more than 30 years.
Now we'll do it.
Until 2025.
My favorite word, tariffs.
Every president, with the exception of Donald Trump, has seen it as a relationship. And I don't think Donald Trump sees the world that way. I think he sees the world as a matter of transactions. It's all about America's interests first. And that's a new one for us.
Canada will be responsible.
Yes, indeed. You know, on behalf of America, I apologize, Canada. I know it does nothing, but somehow I feel irresponsible. Trump has been unfairly targeting Canada, who has been a great ally of the United States for a long time. He's ruined that in a short period of time. All right, let's just go to this next clip. Just go over some more of what happened in 2025 in Canada. So this is really, I mean, aside from the, what do you think? Is this the, if you don't count New Year's Day stream or the other stream, what was it? The Venezuela strike stream. I think this may be technically the first stream of the new year for us. Yeah, I am discounting 2 other streams, but let's pretend that I'm not. I was going somewhere with that. So yeah, I figured we would just do this 2025 recap from Global News on all things Canada 2025.
365 days of news broken down alphabetically. We're going to start with A is for artificial intelligence, and not just ChatGPT, but also those creepy music generators.
The sort of thing that enables me with zero musical talent of any kind to give you parts of this list as a song. But here goes the rest of the list.
B is for bourbon. Pulled off a lot of shelves in Canada thanks to tariffs and talk like this.
I do like the O Canada, right? It's a beautiful thing. I think we're going to have to keep it for the 51st state.
I intend to resign.
C is for comeback. Not many predicted the Liberals could win, considering where they started the year. C could have been for collapse. D is for Derby Line and the library that straddles the Quebec-Vermont border. Not a problem, apparently, until this year.
What the United States is doing is inappropriate and wrong.
E is for Expos, the team I thought of over and over during the Jays playoff run. Sorry.
Football unites the world.
F is for FIFA Peace Prize. I wonder if it'll ever be awarded again.
Excellent.
Right off the hop. G is for gold. The Four Nations tournament was much better than expected, and winning was nice.
Oh, we got the gold.
The gold in the upcoming Olympics in Italy is necessary.
the thieves dressed as construction workers.
H is for heist. The Louvre thieves seem to have gone with the keep it simple rule of robbery and keep it expensive.
It'd be nice to find a few diamonds that they may have missed or dropped on the way out.
I is for Iran. Accustomed to fighting through proxies, it went after Israel directly in April and was hit hard in response. J is for judge. There was a controversial verdict in July in the Hockey Canada sexual assault trial. The 91-page decision is hard to read.
Video appeared to capture a suspect running on a nearby roof.
K is for Charlie Kirk, a culture war commentator killed in the middle of a conversation.
Nothing I say can unite us as a country.
L is for LA fires. 25 people were killed, 12,000 structures damaged or destroyed, and 40,000 acres burned.
I'm just remembering this wasn't all Canada. I was listening to this at like 2x earlier. Yeah, I guess some of these are just world events. Whatever. Canada deserves, just as much 2025 recap action as anybody else. Keep it going, Global News.
Look at it shooting up the trees, Mark.
M is for massive. It's in the area burned this summer in this country. 2025 was the second worst fire season in history and showed 2023 wasn't a fluke.
Is it really summer if we're not being traumatized by smoke?
Now, N is for Netherlands. I got to cover the 80th anniversary of the liberation this year. Walked away, again, proud to be Canadian and very happy with how our veterans were honored.
What's this like?
Overwhelming, really.
Absolutely wonderful. Beautiful. I've never experienced anything like it before in my life.
O is for Alexiak, a 2-year ban, and I still don't understand how it happened. P is for Pope. The Vatican got one who's a Chicago White Sox fan.
Signed by Pope Leo XIV.
Didn't see that coming. Q is for Quasi. Indigenous groups getting artifacts back from the Vatican wasn't quite justice, and it wasn't quite closure. R is for rebuild. That's the word I think of right now when it comes to Gaza. There is so much work to do.
This is not right. Something happened.
S is for SpaceX. There were a couple of big explosions.
Oh, looks like we're getting our next crew member here.
But the company also helped bring a couple of stranded astronauts back to Earth.
If you didn't have our military equipment.
T is for tumultuous. For an Oval Office meeting in February that fell apart in front of our eyes.
You're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing.
U is for Ukraine, a country still defending itself in a war Russia was supposed to win in a week.
What if I were to tell you that I am not even a human being?
V is for video.
This is unbelievable, lad.
Be careful what you share, because basically anything you see might be fake.
Oh, this is just paradise.
I'm a mission specialist.
W is for waiting. Imagine being Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He's headed to the moon early in 2026, but the mission's being delayed over and over, and yet somehow he never complains.
When you meet people constantly who would love to have your job, there couldn't be any sympathy for having to wait a few extra years to fly.
Okay, all right. It's enough of a 2025 recap, I think. Canada. On rapid unscheduled disassembly. There was a couple of those this year, that's right. I think we covered almost all of them. All right. One more quick piece of Canada news here before we go to break. CBC News. Unfortunately, Canada, you're headed in a very American direction right now, particularly in the realm of wealth inequality. Here's CBC from Friday.
Well, the gap between Canada's top CEOs and the average worker in this country is widening. According to a report from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, in 2024, those CEOs earned an average of $16.2 million. That's around 248 times more than what the average employee gets. CBC's Tricia Kindleman has been tracking this story for us and joins us now. So these numbers are going in a specific direction, meaning that gap is increasing even from 2022. What are you seeing?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is 19 years that the Center for Policy Alternatives has been gathering this data, examining these CEO pay rates, and basically watching this number just continue to go up. A little context, interestingly enough, today's highest paid CEOs are paid more than double what most CEOs were making in the 2000s or the early 2000s. So it's a staggering number. First one I want to share with you is the fact that by
Okay, I think that's good. She got the point across. Things are headed in the wrong direction there, Canada. Pay gap increasing between the wealthiest and most impoverished people in your country. Don't go in that direction. Don't be like us. Don't be America. Don't be America, Canada. Don't do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
That's right. It would not be prudent at this juncture. All right, everybody. 4.5 hours into the stream, we've made fairly decent headway on a absolutely massive week-ending report list. 160 videos for me to get through. We've gotten through like 60, maybe. We'll be right back, though, to do all of that other stuff I've got planned for tonight. Well, after these brief messages, of course. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button there on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Of course, maybe hit that like button, too, while you're at it, and do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. Whole lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, bits, subs, power-ups over on Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. And, of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you get access to a wonderland of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. We're back. That's right. It is time once again for us to get back to the stream. Break over. Fourth half about to begin, so get back in those seats, Space Fams. Oh, I hear space sirens going on outside. Alright, everybody, we are back. It's official. It is time once again. More galactic discussions, news happenings, and so on. We left off. You know what I'm thinking? I think I'm going to save these for tomorrow. I think it only makes sense in terms of time. Considering how far we've gotten, I'm moving slightly slower than I would like. So I'm sorry, Space Fams. It's not like you even were expecting. I'm not going to lie. You weren't even expecting this content. You had no idea it was on the list. You'll never know that I'm not even going to say what it was. And you're just going to go on. It'll be like nothing happened. I swear to God. You'll never notice that this is happening. And it'll be a nice little discussion for us tomorrow, on Monday. I think that's the best course of action here. Alright, get us started here in the fourth half. I figured we would move on to talking environmental issues. And to segue us from U.S. politics to that discussion, I figured we would go back in time. Was this the Majority Report one? I can't remember which one I put in here. Oh, Democracy Now.
This is Democracy Now. Democracy
Naomi
Now.
Klein.
The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We
please,
spend the rest of...
Please hold. Amy. Thank you. Okay, I was saying. Naomi Klein. That's right. Author of End Times Fascism.
Author Naomi Klein. She has a major new piece out, co-authored with Astra Taylor for The Guardian newspaper. It's headlined, The Rise of End Times Fascism. It looks at the apocalyptic fervor of the far right. In it, they write, quote, the most powerful people in the world are preparing for the end of the world, and they themselves are frenetically accelerating. That is not so far away from the more mass-market vision of fortress nations that's gripped the far right globally, from Italy to Israel, Australia to the United States. In a time of ceaseless peril, openly supremacist movements in these countries are positioning their relatively wealthy states as armed bunkers, Naomi Klein writes. She's also professor of climate justice at the University of British Columbia, founding co-director of the UBC Center for Climate Justice. Her latest book, Doppelganger, A Trip into the Mirror World. Naomi, welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. If you can start off by talking about your piece and what exactly you mean by talking about the end times, fascism.
Well, it's very good to be with you, Amy. This isn't the most cheerful piece I've ever written with Astra Taylor, a very close collaborator, founder of the Debt Collective. And we were trying to kind of map what is similar and what is different about the type of far-right politics that we're seeing today. And I should say the piece is not only grim, it also looks at what this can mean for a response to this particular form of fascism, because we can't fight it if we don't understand it. So I think a lot of very good scholarship attempting to understand authoritarianism today, whether it's Trump or figures like Duterte or Modi, have looked at similarities between these far-right figures and, say, Mussolini or Hitler, and have taken a kind of a checklist approach of looking at what is similar to the past, right? And I think there's a lot of value in that, but the risk of it is that it doesn't look at what is new and what is particular to our time. Fascism always is an attempt by the right to resolve a crisis of its own era, right? So in the 1930s, they were attempting to resolve, in Germany, the humiliations of the First World War, the impacts of the Great Depression, and to propose a unity in the face of that, for the in-group. But our moment is different, and one of the things that makes it different, if you think about fascism in the 1930s, this is before the atomic bomb. It's before they understood climate change. And we are in a moment.
Yeah, NR Gray. I don't know. I know you're still you're probably like everybody popping in and out, but like I started off thinking I could have sworn I put the Majority Report one. This was from just a month later. It might not even been a full month, but like in the same month span, Naomi went on to Majority Report to talk about this book, and then Democracy Now! I think she also did one with Zateo. I landed on Democracy Now! For whatever reason. Like I've watched all three. I've watched all three of the interviews in the last year, but this is the one that we wound up watching. Initially, I thought that we were going to watch the Majority Report. Like, I started off the segment thinking that I was like, wait a second, no, not Majority Report, actually Democracy Now!
Where our elites, whether they admit it or not, do understand that our economic model, and I've written books about this and talked about it with you in the past, is at war with life on Earth, right? And they are barreling down this road of more and more extraction of fossil fuels, of all kinds of, basically anything they can extract from this earth and turn into energy and money, particularly now with AI, which is a energy and resource hog, water, LNG, critical minerals, all of it. So we're trying to understand how this is informing the kind of fascism that we're seeing. And also, we're trying to understand what unites this kind of strange Frankenstein coalition that Trump represents, where he's bringing together these, the richest people in the world who have ever existed with, many working class people. So what binds the vision, right? And what we come up with in this piece, or what we propose in this piece, is that they all have given up on this world. Like they all have bought into a kind of apocalyptic fever, right? Whether it's Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and their investments in outer space and sort of writing off this planet, whether AI, which is willing to sacrifice this animate world in order to build an artificial world, or whether it's the more populist MAGA vision of the fortress nation state, right, which is thinking, okay, we know more and more people are going to be coming. We know that disaster is on the horizon. I've listened to a lot of Steve Bannon for when I was writing Doppelganger, and it's all very survivalist, right? It's all of the commercials pretty much are selling gold because the economy is going to collapse, ready to eat meals for 90 days because you never know what's going to happen. So
get a free multi-tool with your purchase of a year's supply of ready-to-eat meals. And if you order now, we'll throw in a Patriot Power battery cell, so you can keep freedom going in the apocalypse.
share similar goals, if that makes sense.
I mean, yes, I mean, the overall issue obviously is hard to make sense of, and most of Trump's supporters are neither wealthy nor are they Christian Zionists. So why are they backing this whole approach?
Well, it's not clear the extent to which they actively back it, but I think that they see a kinship in the ethno-state, right? Because a lot of Trump supporters are becoming increasingly Christian nationalist about the United States, and this has been, carefully fostered by figures like Steve Bannon. And so when they look at Israel,
I'm sorry, this wasn't the spot that I wanted. Sorry, this wasn't. I mean, this is certainly a compelling discussion, but this wasn't the part that I wanted. I went to the wrong spot. That's my bad. That's my bad. I think, is it here? I think around here is where I think.
and cleansing the outgroups, right? And so that, I think, is if there is support among the MAGA base for Israel, it's less out of a love for Israel than more out of an identification, like they are doing what we want to do here.
You write many things in your piece, and I just want to go to one of them. You say, in talking about Musk's apocalyptic vision you talk about, and also detailing the end times fascism, this whole issue of the rise of the city-state, the corporate city-state. I think this is a new concept for many. They're not going to know what you're talking about. In southern Texas, Starbase, just this group of people who are mainly workers at SpaceX, have just voted to make a city right there.
Yeah, and we've had sort of, I mean, the idea of a company town.
That happened this year, didn't it? So many things, so many insane things happened this year. I remember covering that. It feels like it was 2024. Oh my God. That was a disturbing development in Texas.
Entirely new, right? And Disney had Celebration Florida, and there are lineages to this, right? Colonial lineages to this. I live in Canada, which started as the Hudson's Bay Company, right? So it was a company before it was a country. So there's some precedent for this. But I think I've been following this out of the corner of my eye, Amy, because this is where the libertarians have been going for a while. There was Peter Thiel has been obsessed with this idea. It's increasingly being called exit, so exiting the nation and just starting your own country where you can set your own tax level, you can make your own regulations. Or not. And countries and these little corporate countries will compete with one another to try to attract capital, right? So in a way, it's an extension of the free trade.
Damn it, Jerry. Thank you. Last year.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Yes, last year. Oh God. It'll be easier once we stop covering videos from 2025, I swear to God. But it might take me a little while to transition my brain to thinking about it being in 2026. God damn it. I'll do better.
This is in a way like a denationalized country within a country. But Trump started to float this in 2023, the idea that he would create 10 freedom cities on the campaign trail. I don't think his base much knew what he was talking about, but now you have all these lobbyists who fully intend to take him up on it. And we're starting to see the beginning of this with the SpaceX city.
So you also write about El Salvador's terrorism confinement center, the notorious prison Secat, where so many hundreds of people have been sent from the United States. And at the same time, in the last 24 hours, President Trump saying he wants to reopen the...
Did I just call you Jerry? No, I'm talking to Jerry McClain, who said last year, dude, first before you, Frisla. I couldn't give you credit for that because Jerry got in there first. She was faster. fastest fingers in the
Notorious
galaxy,
Alcatraz,
apparently.
an island in San Francisco. If you can talk about the prison as a model for what Trump wants to put forward, and particularly in relation, as we see, motivating so much to immigrants.
Well, this is an incredibly bleak vision. So repression is always a huge part of any kind of fascist project, right? You need to contain the outgroup. You need to disappear the outgroup. So this part of it is not new. But I think what is so worrying to me is that Trump was elected promising all kinds of things to his base, right? He promised to eliminate inflation. He promised to bring these great jobs home. He's not delivering on any of that. So the sadistic part of his project is really all he has to offer, right? I think one of the most chilling things I've ever seen in the United States was Trump sharing that video at his 100-day rally of just pure sadism, of just looking at prisoners as entertainment, being shaved, being shackled, being paraded.
It was a shameful moment. It was a shameful moment indeed. Yeah, and we are living in this moment where individuals on the right are attempting to capitalize on the sort of doomerific times that we live in, including climate change, even though many on that side are science deniers. I think what winds up happening most is they sort of they attribute all of it to God and like pre-rapture type, like we're living in the end times, we're not in the Armageddon yet or whatever, but like basically saying you got to prepare yourself, like in case I mean, not necessarily saying it, but like who knows what'll happen between now and then. And so the Jesus stuff is wrapped up in all of it, and it allows them to sort of ignore the actual science stuff they don't like so much. But they certainly, you look at it, like a lot of the, me personally, I have to go through a lot of like the, extreme weather stuff, all these videos out there, since we cover climate change and weather events here quite often. Some say every single day. And yeah, I see this stuff wrapped up together all the time. Christians trying to attribute like extreme weather events to some sort of biblical prophecy or whatever else. Now let's watch this a quick part of this iHip news piece from 4 days ago, talking about Donald Trump and an apparent doomsday bunker for the president.
Cyclone Cheeto.
People with dementia start telling you the truth from time to time. They wonder and wonder and wonder, but think about old people that you know on their deathbed. They'll say, well, my oldest child was always my favorite, and the truth trickles out. So I've said the last few months, we need to keep an eye on everything that the leader of the unfree world, which is now Kanks, he is not the leader of the free world, he is the leader of the unfree world, as reference to the fascist leaders with whom he wants to collaborate. Well, I've been listening to a lot of the things that he says in his rambling speeches, and this one particularly got my attention. Play the clip.
As an example, I'm doing a magnificent, big, beautiful ballroom that the country has wanted, the White House has wanted for 150 years. It's a massive job, and it's a tiny fraction of that number. And we're under budget and ahead of schedule. Now, it's bigger than I told you. After realizing we're going to do the inauguration in that building, it's got all bulletproof glass. It's got all they call it drone-free roof.
Okay, right there.
Drones.
Why is he talking about the inauguration, bulletproof glass, and a drone-free roof? Why is he talking about that? Whose inauguration is he discussing there? Typically, the incoming president-elect will determine where they want their inauguration. Typically, it's on the mall. And He recently, because he knew that his inauguration in his second term was going to be poorly attended, he moved it inside because of weather, because we know how these MAGA men that pretend to be alphas or snowflakes.
Yeah. What is this? Why is he talking about doing the inauguration in the ballroom? It's very strange. Jennifer's making a fantastic point here. I do find it odd. And this discussion of fortifying it like some sort of castle. The drone-free roof and bulletproof windows and all this other shit. It is disturbing. Is Donald Trump gonna just like occupy the White House? It does sound like that could happen. Disturbing thought. Don't blame me. I'm not the one that came up with it. It's Jennifer's fault. Blame her. I'm just bringing it to you, okay? That's what I do here. All right, let's move on to the actual weather news. What does that sound?
1423.
Gifted tier 1 sub from Omegastar. Much appreciated. Enjoy that, Hublot1423. Sup, Galactic SL. Sup with you, Hublot. Hopefully you're good. The ballroom probably has a secret bunker under it. Probably. I mean, $300 million? It seems like a lot for one building like that. This is literally made out of solid gold. Which, you know what? It's possible. Either is possible. Alright, now let's go to California. Talk about
weather
this.
problems, as she just mentioned, continues this weekend.
Excuse me, ma'am. I am talking. Bay Area. Bracing for rain. And at the same time, the king tides. NBC Bay Area from Thursday.
Weather problems,
Friday?
as she just mentioned, continues this weekend with king tides and heavy rain causing problems in places including Corte Madera. Some area roads have been closed as businesses and neighborhoods take on water. Ground Force Michael Thomas has the story in the North Bay.
This is what flooding looks like in the Larkspur Marina neighborhood of Corte Madera. An SUV slowly pushes through the standing water with the flooded gym right behind it as king tides and rain take over the area. Residents like Mr. and Mrs. Dugan say they haven't seen flooding this bad since the 80s.
Well, it's been bad for a couple of days. We live on the water, and with high tides and the rain, we've been worried at our back window if the property was going to flood.
Nearby streets turned into shallow canals with water covering roadways and cutting off access through neighborhoods. People were forced to walk through the flooded waters, some up to their knees.
We saw someone like kayaking around. People seem to be making use of the water. Some kids were playing in it earlier.
But this isn't what officials want you to do. Remember the message, turn around, don't drown. Marin Fire says crews have been busy helping.
Well, now, if you're confused by the words king tides, oh, I'm sorry, Shorts. Whoever's over at Shorts, you didn't get to see any of that, did you? That's my bad. People on the short streams were being repressed because I have to click separately to switch scenes for vertical and horizontal streams. I'm sorry, people. We were on Twitch only for like 3 months, and now we're back on YouTube, and now we're double streaming to YouTube. Got a lot on my plate here. Trying my best. But if you're wondering what the hell is a king tide is actually just really the high tide of the month. It's like full moon. It's every month, if my understanding. Essentially, every time it's it's on a lunar calendar, essentially. And so when the full moon hits, it's about a planetary alignments, and so that's when the highest tides happen. But these king tides were especially high. most likely due to sea level rise. You got things like A23A having melted into the South Atlantic earlier last year. If you're not familiar, A23A is, of course, the formerly world's largest iceberg. The iceberg which the day after tomorrow was based upon cataclysmic... I almost called it antagonist. Can a piece of ice be an antagonist? I don't know. I guess it could be. The point is, decades old piece of ice melted into the Atlantic earlier this year. Of course, glaciers have been retreating. Ice sheets in the Arctic have also been retreating. It's all been bad. It's all bad, and almost certainly leading to some amount of sea level rise. Let's quickly, one more. This is Cron 4.
Let's recap the high king tides we had for the Bay Area. Many locations.
Oh no, NBC.
Since
Sorry, NBC.
1998. So that's the reason why it was so high impact for areas around the North Bay, around Marin County, also Martinez, Richmond, and Redwood City, recording the highest levels they've had on record. San Francisco, the fourth highest on record, about 2.5 feet above your typical tidal peak. And we had that today. Another round of it tomorrow. You can see peak high tides about 2.1.
Okay, so yeah, sorry, that was NBC Bay Area, not Ground 4. But this is it. I mean, this is bad. Redwood City, highest in 3 decades. Richmond, highest in 3 decades. San Francisco, 4th highest. Martinez, highest once again in 3 decades. And Point Reyes, 3rd highest. These are all probably bad signs. Now, the big weather event that is hitting the whole country has been the Arctic blast, hitting much of the Midwest and the Northeast. Starting here. Actually, before we do that, let's go all the way up to the actual Arctic, Alaska. Juneau, Alaska, to be specific, which was buried by multiple feet of snow.
All right, this is Johnny on the spot, reporting from Juneau, Alaska. And yes, this was
holy shit.
To be rain, and it's snow. It's coming down in feet. We got more last night. We're getting more right now.
Honestly, I'll take the snow.
Try and make it.
I take the snow over the rain.
Wish me luck.
God damn, that's a lot of snow. There you go. Juneau, Alaska, absolutely dumped on going into the new year here. Now let's go to that storm that's been pummeling the rest of the country. Here's CBS News to get us started off. Go web go. Go web go.
A powerful storm pummeling the Midwest and the Northeast and leaving millions of Americans once again under some pretty severe warnings. This is what it's like to go out driving on many places called Main Street USA and over the bridges as the snow falls. Right now, many places covered with several inches of the white stuff. The system also brought some pretty damaging winds driving that snow. Hurricane force winds whipped across Buffalo. They gust more than 70 miles an hour. Lots of property now wrecked, lots of property now torn up. And then check this out. That same system hit the Great Lakes area too. Those are pretty frigid temperatures causing icicles on the plants there at the water's edge. Heavy lake effect snow expected to linger in this area through at least New Year's Day.
Good God.
So let's go live on the ground in Syracuse, New York, and CBS News correspondent Ian Lee. Oh my goodness, friend, I wish I could dispatch to you quickly a hot latte and maybe some of those hand warmers that you put in your gloves. Ooh. This is likely to change a lot of ways that people celebrate New Year's Eve.
Well, let me just give you an idea of what's going on here, which is essentially nothing. We are downtown in the middle of a workday. This is usually pretty busy. You get a few brave souls coming out, driving on these roads, walking down the street. We actually came across a basketball team that was digging out their vehicle because their tournament was canceled, and they're hoping to drive back to Manhattan. Now, there's a winter storm warning here.
Terrible weather to go driving across the state. Yeah, no, not fun. Now, while some people are dreading all of that snow, one woman was basking in the glory. Here's a Sunday Fun Day clip for you folks. Good morning, America. From Thursday.
After 63 years of waiting, Rose Peters has finally gotten to see snow.
Did you feel like the mom in this moment?
Actually, I did. I literally watched my mom turn into a 6-year-old.
This video from over the weekend now has millions of views as Lisa and her Connecticut home got hit with 8 inches of snow.
For the first time.
But that storm coincided with her mother, Rose, making her first wintertime visit from her home in Jamaica. As you can imagine, Christmas in Jamaica usually involves shorts and sandals.
I wanted to experience the snow, but I was afraid of the cold.
But Rose got her wish and did a little inaugural snow dance while her son-in-law, Billy, shoveled the sidewalk.
Not mommy coming here shoveling snow.
But then Rose wanted to experience that too.
All my friends that live here, they were like, does she want to come to my house next?
You are not funny. They also played Ring Around the Rosie together.
There you go.
And Rose even made her very first snow angel. That snow angel did not last long, unfortunately.
I made it, but then after I got messed up. I was unable to get up.
That's the hard part. You feel like a turtle.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do now?
It's true.
Exactly.
But after all this fun, the big question remained. Was the magic of snow enough to make Rose want to come back to the cold again?
Sure, without hesitation.
Oh, there you go. Heartwarming story amidst a freezing cold world. Thank you very much. Good morning, America. All right, back to the goddamn storm. Just going chronological through this puppy. It's been blasting much of the country. Let's go here now. WKBW-TV Buffalo from 3 days ago. Day 4 of winter storm in Chautauqua County.
Winter is coming.
I'm Maki Becker on Route 60 in the town of Charlotte. It's day 4 of a winter storm here in the southern tier.
Heavy lake effect snow nearly put a damper on the ball drop at the White Inn in Fredonia on New Year's Eve. But it let up just in time for midnight and this special moment for Jared Laredo and Destiny Hernandez.
3, 2, 1.
Thursday morning, I caught up with a group of friends heading out for breakfast.
All right, so how has this storm been? This is day 4. It's still going. There's one more day.
Well, I'd like to see some more, to be honest. I'm a snowmobiler, so this is all good news to me.
There you go. Some strange people basking in this snowstorm here in Buffalo, New York. All right. Now, there was so much snow, the Buffalo Bills were asking for snow shovelers ahead of today's football game.
Welcome back. With all the snow we've received this week, Buffalo Bills are looking for your help ahead of Sunday's game against the Jets. The team calling for shovelers to clear out all that snow at Highmark Stadium this Saturday. Again, that's this Saturday. $20 an hour with food and hot beverages included. So if you're 18 or older, you can apply. You can do so online. We have all the information on how to do so at WKBW.com.
There you go, folks. You could have been one of the people to get paid $20 an hour to shovel the field at Highmark Stadium before the Buffalo Bills game this Sunday. Now, over in Syracuse, New York, this was actually last year. I left a couple of Sunday fun days in here because we need them, because times is tough. Here's Syracuse. Last year, apparently Syracuse named a bunch of snowplows, newly minted snowplows. By the way, this is not, what is this outfit this guy, why is this guy wearing these shoes out here?
Give me a
joke. Are you kidding me right now? Really? With these freaking loafers, dude? Good Lord.
Another thumb up. 3. Okay. Count it down from 3. 3, 2, 1.
You're killing me, squalls. Well, there you go. Apparently, Syracuse loves its salt truck so much that they gave them names. Those are not snow boots. Those are not snow boots. Shut the fuck up. You can see ankle in those things. Okay? I'm almost tempted to go back. This dude's wearing ankle. I mean, when the weather. I mean, what? Gotta be crazy. All right, here's Syracuse.com from 2 days ago. Oh wait, that was the same one. Sorry. Wait, no, it was 2 weeks ago. What am I talking about? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm losing my mind. Losing my mind. All right, let's keep going through the storm here. Oh, more Sunday Fun Day action. Bristol Mountain. Down in the hills. Olympic athletes training in the snow ahead of the 2026 Winter Games in Italy.
Olympic training is taking place over at Bristol Mountain through tomorrow. Athletes hoping to qualify for the 2026 Winter Olympic Games in Cortina, Italy. They're taking part in an intensive training session. They're also celebrating the New Year, showcasing high-flying aerial maneuvers from the world's top freestyle ski athletes.
It's been fantastic to be able to put this site together for them, to give them that much more of an edge in just a few more days of practice before, again, they join the World Cup circuit, and then, you know, for some go on to Italy for the Olympics.
And before the Olympics, they'll be participating in that U.S. domestic World Cup event.
Well, there you go, folks. People taking advantage of the snow. The video volume's very low. Oh, shit. You're right. It is low. That is my bad. I turned it down for... I can't remember why. Why did I turn that down? That's my bad. That is my bad. Suffice to say, they're training for the Olympics, people. It's coming up. Yes, the volume's low. I know. Amanda, feeding the puppy over here. Thank you very much. I know Leica appreciates the snackies. I've lost my place again now. Too many things happening. Ah. All right, let's go up to Ontario, Canada. Oh, wait, no, I almost forgot. Nope. One more. Rochester, News 8 WROC.
Well, many of you may have started the new year off by shoveling your driveway after last night's snow squalls and steady snowfalls. Dawson Levan is live outside News 8 on Humboldt. Dawson, those snow blowers, I bet, were humming earlier today.
Yeah, hi, Teresa. As you can see behind me, there is still plenty of snow on the ground from last night's winter storm. The roads are much clearer now. However, if you were out here driving last night, that was definitely not the case. Well, today I spoke with some folks trying to clean up the wintry mess that Mother Nature has still left for us today.
Well, it's been a little rough around the airport areas and Henrietta area. And I come back to the city, it's look like it's still steady snowing here. It's been rough, but this is my job.
Harold Jasper works for THM Property Maintenance, helping clear snow from people's driveways and sidewalks. He tells me a big part of their job is keeping people safe from slipping and falling on their walkways.
Oh, they call it THM like all the time, like, hey, you know, just making sure, but we keep our jobs done. You know, we keep the sidewalks clear, we keep the salts on the sidewalk.
Not only are the sidewalks and driveways a hazard, but of course the roads can be as well. One Rochester resident.
Well, there we go. An Arctic tundra in New York. Up in Canada, also snow. Feed the damn puppy. Oh, my bad. Good God. Look how tall that pile of snow is. Oh my God. Wait, go back. No, we have to see it again. We have to see that pile of snow again. That was insane.
Ridiculous!
Screw it. It's taking too long. The thing was like as tall as that guy.
And Suzanne
It was a massive snowdrift.
Newest outage along Fulton Street. Hi, Suzanne.
Actually, wait, what is this? And how did this get into my... No, this is not in my list. How did this get here? What in the hell just happened?
Corner of 28th
Just...
and Fulton, and yes, the
You-
power's out. Behind me, you can see the...
You are killing me right now. I hope you know that. You're killing me. Somehow they just kicked me out of my own YouTube list. I don't know how they...
How rude.
It's incredibly rude. It's incredibly rude. I'm highly offended right now. It is ridiculous, you're right. How am I to work under these conditions? It's untenable. Seriously, though, that is a serious snow pile. I'm glad we got to watch that again. All right, now let's go back down to the city, New York City to be specific, where a bunch of crazy people did the unthinkable.
What you talking about?
A New York tradition dating back to 1903 continues, and photojournalist Christy Berry takes us to the polar bear plunge in Coney Island.
It's the coldest New Year's Day plunge in the last couple of years.
I'm cold. I lost my Batman voice.
You know, we're raising money for the neighborhood. Before the plunge even started, we had about
Justice.
80,000 in the bank. Hopefully, by the time we're done, we'll be double that.
Get in the water!
5,000 registered plungers.
I still can't feel my feet.
We're earning it today.
I'm not warm. I'm questioning my decisions. I'm embracing life.
That was insane. It feels like when you go in, it's like 1,000 knives are like stabbing you at the same time.
Inside the water is 37 degrees.
I love how he started it off with I'm questioning my decisions, and then he follows it up with
I'm questioning my decisions. I'm embracing life.
I love how he follows it up with an I'm embracing life, as if to justify the decisions that he is currently questioning out loud for all of us. I am embracing life, everyone. It's on camera, so it must be true. I definitely didn't just get hypothermia. All right. Speaking of people trying to stay warm amidst freezing cold waters, or should I say mammals, not people. Let's go on down to Florida. CBS Miami from 2 days ago.
And it was quite a sight in Crystal River, that's north of Tampa. Hundreds of Florida manatees huddled into a cuddle puddle when temperatures dropped in Citrus County on New Year's Eve. They took refuge at Three Sister Springs. Southwest Florida water management officials say a project that repaired the eroded shoreline, improved water quality, and restored the manatee habitat back in 2023, making it a great spot for the mammals to stay warm in the winter. Looks cozy.
Aww. Cuddle Puddle. That's the cutest name for anything I think I've ever heard. A Cuddle Puddle. I knew I needed to leave that one in here. That just brought me great joy. Cuddle Puddle. Oh my god. Stupid cute manatees. All right, there we go. See, I told you I would leave at least a few Sunday Funday stories in here. Most of them were, of course, in the environmental portion. Hasn't been a lot of fun non-environmental news. Or at least relating to the current weather. Now let's go all the way across the pond to the United Kingdom, where northern Wales blanketed in snow. Well, weather warnings issued across the United Kingdom. There we go. Just like the northeastern United States, northern Wales turned into an Arctic wasteland. You wanted to touch them, but it's illegal. It's true. It's a crime. Can't touch the manatees. They're a protected species. Now, unlike the United States... Actually, maybe I should say this other way. So, just like the United States and Northern Wales, Gaza, too, is being hit by winter storms. But unlike those two aforementioned places, Gaza, unfortunately, does not have the resources to stay warm amidst the onslaught.
After several days of heavy rain, much of this tent encampment in the southern city of Han Yunis has been destroyed. Distraught, this elderly woman has lost her only form of shelter.
We were sleeping inside last night when the seawater came in, and the tent collapsed on us. I couldn't get anything out. It's all gone. No tent, nothing. May God help us. There is no one to help us.
Blankets are sodden and sand covers everything. The tents are situated by the seashore in an area prone to flooding. According to the Gaza Health Ministry, at least 12 people, including a 2-week-old baby, have died since early December due to hypothermia or the weather-related collapse of their homes. The United Nations estimates that almost 80% of buildings in Gaza have been destroyed or damaged since the war broke out, meaning for many, there's no place to escape the rain.
Unfortunate, but very, very true. And it's been winter in Gaza for some time now. These storms have been decimating the already insufficient structures people are attempting to live in right now. Really sort of just making a mockery of their efforts. Real depressing. Sorry, everybody. But it's true. Now, Gaza is not the only one being hit by storms in the Middle East. Afghanistan also struck 3 days ago by flash floodings. This is the Associated Press with that story from, I guess this is Thursday.
تیر درو ورځو کې د هیواد په اکثر ولایتونو کې بارانونه اوارې ورېدلې دي او سیلابونه هم راوتلي دي له همدې امله په کاپیسا پروان دایکنډي کندهار هلمند بادغیس فاریاب
Screw it. Suffice to say, 17 people were reported dead, and that was as of 3 days ago from those floods that you just saw clips of here in front of you. In Afghanistan. Truly horrifying. Really disturbing stuff. And not exactly the time you expect floods for Afghanistan. Oh shit, hold on. I have to do something. Okay, I'm back. Just had to restart something over here. All right, well, that was it on environmental and weather news for today. Just a reminder, everybody, of course, the warmer that the atmosphere is, the more moisture that it retains in the clouds, which leads to larger rain events, snowing events, things like that, depending. Anyway, we got more stuff to talk about. And it's not break time yet, so let's go straight into the space news. Now, over the weekend, a supermoon appeared. You may have noticed, very large-looking moon out there. Well, that is for a reason. Wolf supermoon. Whatever that means.
The new year is kicking off with a full moon this weekend.
Now, the first full moon of the year, called the Wolf Moon, will reach peak illumination at 2:03 a.m. That's our time tomorrow. The Wolf Moon will be one of 3 supermoons this year. But this weekend's lunar event will make the quadrantid meteor shower a bit harder to spot. The meteor shower will reach peak activity from 1 to 4 p.m. tomorrow. The best viewing experience of the shower will be from 9 p.m. Saturday to dawn.
Well, there you have it. Farsi. We're talking Farsi in the chat. People talking Farsi. Fancy. All right. Yeah, supermoon out there to start the year. Also to start the year, the new space race. Whoopsies, I did not end that sample.
At the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, the dawn of a new era in space exploration. The Artemis II rocket stacked and ready for a February launch and a very big lunar flyby. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Cook, and Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen.
We are ready for every scenario as we ride this amazing space launch system in the Orion spacecraft 250,000 miles away. It's going to be amazing.
I'm not gonna lie. As a nerd, I love that you can get NASA trading cards of your favorite Artemis crew member. Not gonna lie, I think I'm more of a Victor Glover guy.
We are ready for every scenario as we ride this amazing space launch system in the Orion spacecraft 250,000 miles away. It's going to be amazing.
Farther than any humans have ever traveled from Earth. Artemis II is a 10-day mission slingshotting around the moon with 4 astronauts on board, testing all of the crew systems before Artemis III is set to land on the moon. The Artemis II crew will be the first astronauts to travel so close to the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972.
How to design the spacesuits? That's true. We talked about that. I almost forgot. About that. Good reminder, Manda. Good minder, Manda. Fancy suits going to space. Now that is the big race, though. Right now, is who is going to habitate the moon first. China now, seemingly in the lead. But the U.S. has been pledging under the Trump administration to bring the astronauts back to the moon. Among other things, of course. So the Artemis II will have warp drive. I don't think that's what they said. I think you may have intuited that on your own. All right, well, we've made it to World War III territory here, people. Before we get to Venezuela, I just want to start in neighboring Panama, since we're doing a week-ending report. This happened on Monday. Fascinating development, completely unrelated to the United States or anything to do with Donald Trump. Panama tore down a monument honoring China's contributions to the canal. And of course, I'm being heavily sarcastic right now.
Now void of its colourful Chinese archway, and with its dragon sculptures moved off to the car park, the destruction of a monument to symbolise Panama's friendship with China hasn't gone unnoticed.
This is a special place, not only for the Chinese community, but for everyone, because it recognizes the contributions that other cultures of the world had here.
The demolition of the site, which overlooks the Panama Canal, comes as US President Donald Trump says Beijing has too much influence over the waterway. However, the mayor of Araihan, who ordered the site to be cleared, denied the move responded to political pressure or that it was designed to offend the Chinese community. The mayor...
Right. Yeah, so totally, it's nothing to do with China. We're just rearranging stuff. Totally.
Don't be creepy.
Totally not related to Donald Trump or any of the threats that he's made about China or the fact that he's threatened to occupy the country and seize the canal by force. It's totally just an independent decision made without any thought given to the United States or Donald Trump or the United States of Trump. Totally believable story. Now, 5 days ago, Donald Trump reported that the United States had knocked out a quote-unquote big facility linked to alleged drug boats. Here's CBS on that one.
New video to our monitors shows us the latest U.S. military escalation off the coast of Venezuela. You are seeing it here behind me. The 30th known military strike on a boat allegedly carrying drugs into the United States. In this hit, 2 are dead. That brings the total number of known deaths up to 107. This latest target comes while President Trump confirms the first known U.S. land strike inside of Venezuela. Listen.
The facility taken out by the U.S. military, or was it another entity like the CIA?
Well, I don't want to say that. I know exactly who it was, but I don't want to say who it was. But you know, it was along the shore.
So let's take this apart. Live now to White House reporter Aaron Navarro. So Aaron, what more are we learning about that land strike?
Yeah, well, President Trump was the first one to announce this publicly, both yesterday in his meeting with Netanyahu, as well as during a radio interview last Friday where he suggested the strike may have happened around last Wednesday, so Christmas Eve. The White House and U.S. agencies are not sharing many details. U.S. Special Operations said it did not support this operation with intelligence, and the CIA declined to comment, though we do know that President Trump authorized CIA operations in Venezuela earlier this year. We also know...
Okay, well, there you go. Little information given about this strike from last week. All we know is that it supposedly happened according to Donald Trump. And yeah, that was the last I had on this until, of course, the events of the last 48 hours. How long has it been now? Oh my God, I feel like it's really only been like 48 hours, hasn't it? Like almost to the day, right? Like when did this actually transpire? I'm trying to think. When was the stream? Today's Sunday. No, today's Monday. What night was it that this happened? Was it Friday? Oh my God, my brain just broke. It was Friday, wasn't it? Yeah, I thought so. It was Friday night going into Saturday morning. Yeah, so it's been like 48 hours to like the hour almost. First 48. Let's do it. Get Special Agent, what's his name? Jack Bauer? No, well, I can't remember the guy's name from that shit. All right, yeah. Now, before we get to that, let's go here. This was leading into the events of the last 48 hours. Associated Press. I was gonna just do this story Saturday night or Friday night. Yeah, it was Friday night. I was gonna do this story. Then all hell broke loose while I was sleeping, not doing the show. This would have been the news on Venezuela Friday night had we done the show. Nicolas Maduro doing a Alex Jones style front of the seat post.
There I was seeing speculations about a second conversation. We have had, Ramonet, only one conversation. U.S. President Donald Trump called me on Friday, November 21st, from the White House. He was there and I was in the Miraflores Palace. We spoke for 10 minutes, and it was, as I say, a very respectful conversation. The U.S. government knows, because we've told many of their...
Honestly, it's so beautiful. Look at the streets. It's gorgeous. Look at all the lights.
Spokespeople, that if they want to seriously discuss an agreement to combat drug trafficking, we're ready. If they want oil, Venezuela is ready for U.S. investment, like with Chevron, whenever they want it, wherever they want it, and however they want it.
There was Nicolas Maduro. Not long before the strikes occurred. Like less than 24 hours before the strikes occurred, I think. Less than 12 hours, I think, before the strikes occurred. I could be wrong about the timing of this. Somewhere between 24 and 12 hours. Whatever it is, his point is like, this was Maduro saying, literally, we'll even allow U.S. oil and gas investment potentially into the country. Let's just have a discussion. You know, let's just talk. He's just pleading for negotiations. Whether or not he knew what was to come or this was completely just unrelated is not clear to me. But this is a man clearly looking to negotiate, ignored. I mean, going as far as saying that he's willing to have people like Chevron in Venezuela is, I think, saying, as much as possible from a guy like Maduro. Says a lot. But not long after, of course. Oh, wait, hold on. Are we at 6 hours? We are at 6 hours. Okay, this is actually perfect timing. Because now we're down to now is the first 48, the true first 48. This is perfect timing. All right, yeah. All right, we're going to go to a quick galactic intermission here, everybody. Do not worry, though. We still have a hell of a lot to get through here tonight. It's mostly Venezuela, but a few other things in there, too. A bunch of other conflicts still going on strong on the planet that we got to get to, but this is the bulk of it. But yes, we must take another quick galactic intermission. The people can take bathroom breaks, drinks, snacks, things like that, of course. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, I hope you have been enjoying this show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, you consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Things like super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs, Cash App and PayPal. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, it's Patreon. Everybody knows it. Everybody is saying it. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. It is that time once again. Time for us to get back to the Galactic Stream talking about World War III. Started by Donald Trump. So get back in your seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it. Okay, folks, we're back. And it's World War III. I've been saying we're on the precipice of World War III for a very long time. I haven't actually declared World War III yet. Not that I'm the one declaring it, I guess. But it feels now more than ever we are genuinely living in the World War III moment. Like the time where we've crossed the precipice into actually being basically it all. Just like the planet is more. It's like more the planet is at war than not at war. It feels like. It's a bad vibe, if you ask me. But let's go to it here. This was the moment that Venezuela became under attack by U.S. airstrikes.
Amor. Ay, no. Mira eso.
No, mira, yo vivo aquí en Chacao y hace como aproximadamente hora y media comenzaron a sentirse aviones volando y explosiones. Y varias explosiones, por lo menos como unas 8 o 10. Y bueno, y salí ahora a dar una vuelta. Aquí lo que podemos conseguir es el humo, ¿ves ese humo que hay ahí que huele como a creolina? Eso es lo que...
Jesus Christ. What an insane way to start the year. By starting a whole new war. Well, I guess it's really just an escalation to an already existing war if you count in all the strikes in the Caribbean. But certainly an escalation, no other way to put it. The most genuine of all of the actions here. And the last however long it's been now, it's all starting to blur together. I'm not gonna lie. We're living in a chaotic time right now. Yeah, this is the most formal sort of action, wartime action. There's no other way to classify this. It's not law enforcement. The United States has no jurisdiction in Venezuela. That's just a fact. The FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, has jurisdiction in the Federated States of America, right? And that's it. And I guess the territories too. I think technically, like the Virgin Islands, maybe, and Puerto Rico. I think places like that. But that's it. Not Venezuela, not Russia, not the United Kingdom, not France. We can't arrest Emmanuel Macron. We can't arrest Justin Trudeau. We can't arrest Keir Starmer. Can't arrest Brigitte Macron or Gustavo Petro or Juan Lula da Silva or anybody. We can't just go arresting foreign leaders. It's just it's not under U.S. law enforcement purview. Okay, that's just how the law works. It reminds you a little bit of Noriega in Panama. It should give you big time Noriega vibes, not just a little bit. Now the I forget what this guy's title is. But one of the ministers, I think the Minister of Defense of Venezuela, made this statement. Padrino Lopez. This was Telesur English from yesterday.
Looking at statements from Vladimir Padrino Lopez. Let's listen to the statements at this moment. For now, the barbaric of these forces that have profaned localities of Fuerteventura in Caracas, Aragua, and La Guaira, also targeting with missiles that were targeted from the helicopters, combat helicopters. We're going over the information in the face of the we elevate the most firm denounce before the international community so that the government of the United States is condemned in flagrant violation of the UN Charter and international law. The community is rejecting the presence of these international troops that are sowing death, grief, and destruction. This is responsible.
So according to this logic, Putin can abduct Zelensky, or better yet, abduct an American from U.S. soil. Absolutely, Putin can do that. And, you know, anybody else can go abducting people now. There is no rule of law. It's just anarchy. Okay? You know, Hamas can kidnap Benjamin Netanyahu, you know, like, the Ayatollah, I guess, can kidnap Smotrich or something. I don't know. Like, what's not up for grabs? If you can just pick up, if you can claim you're doing law enforcement by kidnapping the leader of another country and his wife, and doing a massive strike on that country's, the sovereign territory, Anybody can do anything. Honestly, like, there are no rules. It's whatever you can get away with. That is the rule that we now live by. It's like pirate law, basically, is what we're living under. Anyways, let's just keep going through these videos. I've got more here, of course. There's a lot that is developed. By the way, Shorts Chat over on YouTube. I know there's not a lot of people there. I might actually close the Shorts Chat at this point. No, I'll leave it going. People are still finding us over there. I know that. To some degree. Actually, we've been kind of killing it on YouTube subscriber numbers since coming back. You know, I was saying that the Twitch was keeping up with YouTube, but really, YouTube has been making some serious gains since coming back, so I don't know who's winning, really, in the grand scheme of things. Although YouTube is definitely winning in views right now. Big time, like 2-1. Not to pit you all against one another. You all enjoy whatever platforms you're enjoying. I'm just remarking on it. Just noticing it out loud. I appreciate you all. Wherever you decide to watch the stream, okay? Write that down. Now, around the same time, a lot of stuff transpired in a short time. Within like 3 hours, all of this was happening. Donald Trump, around the same time, came out and said that the United States had in fact captured Maduro and carried out a large-scale strike. Of course, the large-scale strike was clearly apparent. Everybody understood that the strike had happened. But this information about Maduro, because his whereabouts at this point were unknown, that's at 9:22 GMT, Greenwich Mean Time, which I guess would make it like 3:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Let's go to Shihab Ratansi. Shihab, what are we hearing now from the U.S. president?
Explosive Truth Social post from Donald J. Trump. I shall read it out. The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Sammy?
Shihab, that is quite a statement. I want to make sure we heard it and understood correctly. This is the U.S. president saying that U.S. forces have captured the president of Venezuela and his wife and taken them physically out the country. Is that right?
That's exactly what he has just said. The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m.
Which is, I mean, I've been saying this since the very beginning of all this, but like, it is such a ridiculous claim that law enforcement had anything to do with this. I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter if the FBI was there. It doesn't legitimize it. They think that it does because they're speaking to an audience of idiots, hoping that the base does not understand the distinction that somehow the U.S. law enforcement has no jurisdiction in other countries. The same way that the United Kingdom can't come to the United States and arrest somebody, right? There's like extradition laws and like all this other kinds of crap. International law is a thing, you know? And the same way that Russia is not supposed to be able to just come and steal somebody from U.S. territory and bring them back to their country or any other country or like anybody. They're not supposed to be able to do this kind of thing. Like, it's the same goes to the United States. We are not exceptional, okay? We don't get to just ignore the laws that everybody else is supposed to follow. We would have a fucking fit if the reverse of this had happened. If somehow, and I know it's ridiculous, but just follow me here, okay? If Venezuela's government had done the same thing, done a strike in Washington, D.C., and stolen Donald Trump and brought him back to Venezuela, we'd be pissed. You know, I mean, I don't know how pissed I would personally be. I mean, I would think it was a flagrant violation of international law. I don't know how mad I'd be about it, but I think America, generally speaking, would be outraged, right? Especially the Trump voters. Oh, they would be upset. They would be, oh my God, war would be declared immediately. We would nuke Venezuela. Actually, I guess we wouldn't because Donald Trump would be there, right? Well, they're really stupid, so they might still nuke Venezuela. Hard to say. Point is you know, we don't have some special rules for America. Like when you go like into the international law books, there isn't like some carve out for America. You know, it says, oh, unless you're America, then the rules just don't apply to you. No. That's not how that works.
Largo, thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. That is the Truth Social post that you posted just a minute ago.
I imagine, Shihab, I know the answer to the question of, I guess they're not saying where he's been flown to and what is to happen to him.
It's interesting, though, that he talks about it having been done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. So they're still sticking, I would think, then, to this narrative of the cartel of the Suns, this rather bogus construction, which actually, in fact, was a CIA operation years ago with the Venezuelan government before Hugo Chavez. But if he's putting it in the...
I remember that. I wasn't alive for that, but I remember it from the history books.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
All right, we're going to keep going through this thing chronologically, unpack the beginning of World War III. Here's France 24 from yesterday. More on this Donald Trump claim of having captured Nicolas Maduro. Oh, before that, thank you, Colombia Rican, for the super chat on YouTube. Trump, quote, I am angry. Moi, I do what I want. I will cry if I want to. I don't care about the law. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I will cry if I want to. You can leave your friends behind. Oh, wait, that's the wrong song. That's the wrong song. I switched from... I can't... Was it Hole? What was the name? I can't think of the name of the song of the thing that you're doing. But I switched it to Safety Dance. Somehow. Devo. Right? Devo? Right? Or wait, was it Devo who did Safety Dance? No, I can't even remember. Honestly, I wasn't alive. What do I know?
For more on this story, we can bring in Eduardo Rios, director of Gnosis Advisory, a member of the Sciences Po Political Observatory of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you so much for being with us today. So as we've been discussing, U.S. President Trump on social media says these strikes were carried out by the U.S. They were successful, and they have President Maduro in custody. This is a rather significant escalation of what's been happening, if this is all true. Is this now an opportunity in Venezuela for the opposition?
Thank you very much for that question. So, first of all, this is the most significant political event in Venezuela in at least the last 12 years, if not the last 20. In the morning, the U.S. attacked military targets and then took Maduro away. So now that means two things, and you need to evaluate two scenarios. First of all, how does the pro-Maduro or pro-Chavez camp react, and how does the opposition, on what space does that leave to the opposition? So right now, the reaction from the pro-Maduro camp has been very muted. That will change in the next few hours, but there is not a clear successor to Maduro, and there is a real risk of division within.
Now, I said this right from the bat. Of course there was a clear successor. It was the vice president of fucking Venezuela. It was a little disingenuous, in my opinion, of the mainstream media to claim that there was some massive power vacuum in the country as a result of this. I think, if anything, it was just what the mainstream media was hoping for. They were hoping for a power vacuum, and they were hoping for someone to seize power from the opposition. One would assume. Just going through some of these posts here quickly as I can. CBS News now from yesterday.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Carissa Lawson. President Trump just announced on social media that Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, has been captured and flown out of the country. This comes a few hours after the U.S. hit Venezuelan military targets in Caracas, the country's capital. Here is the social post in full. The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Our Washington correspondent, Anna O'Keefe, is joining us now.
I don't know, chat. What do you think? I think I do the impression better than her. I'm not sure she's really selling it. There you go. That was the tweet. Heard the truth. The truth heard around the world. Thank you for your attention to this matter. HuffPost, which is reporting that Vice President Delcy Rodriguez is trying to make peace with Donald Trump to avoid any more attack. Interesting. Yeah, I think I actually heard rumblings about that before I started the show. But it wasn't clear to me what any of that meant. And what is even on the table. Although it could be something similar to whatever, Nicolas Maduro was saying at the time of that video shot, like 12 hours before the strike. About allowing the United States to come and drill for oil in Venezuela. Who knows? Trump loves two things: rare earths and drill, baby, drill. Excuse me. Oh. God. He went down the wrong place. She has a gorgeous Long Island accent, says Exeter. I'm just trying to read this as like it was the way you spelled it is fucking weird. I see what you're trying to do there. I see what you're trying to do there, Exeter. I see what you've done, and I appreciate it. Sort of a phonetical thing you're doing.
So hot right now.
Thank you, Manda. That was actually the thing that led to the problem, is I took a sip of it, and I think it went down the wrong pipe as I was trying to talk simultaneously. Probably a bad plan from the beginning. That's on me.
The United States hit Venezuela with a large-scale strike early Saturday and said its president, Nicolas Maduro, had been captured and flown out of the country. Here's what to know. Multiple explosions and low-flying aircraft were seen in Caracas in the early hours of Saturday morning. Maduro's government immediately accused the US of an imperialist attack on civilian and military installations. US President Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that Maduro had been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. He added that the operation was done in conjunction with US law enforcement. The apparent attack itself lasted less than 30 minutes. Trump said in his social media post that the strike was carried out successfully. It comes after the Trump administration has escalated pressure on Maduro, who has decried US military operations against alleged drug traffickers as a thinly veiled effort to oust him from power. It was not immediately clear who was running the country, and Maduro's whereabouts were not immediately known.
Let's go here. Straight to this next clip. Good morning to the people of Venezuela. We are here in the capital city, Caracas, after assessing the damage caused by the criminal attack, the terrorist attack against our people, against our homeland, against our electrical facilities, against the Bolivarian Revolution, and against those who have nothing to do with the Bolivarian Revolution. It is an attack against Venezuela, against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, the military forces, the police forces. Here with me is a group of them, the people ready for any situation, any event that threatens the peace of our country. And from here, from this beautiful place, I call on our people to remain calm. Trust in our leadership, trust in the political and the military high command to handle the situation that we are facing. Remain calm. Do not give in to despair. Do not make things easier for the invading enemy. The terrorist enemy that cowardly attacked us. Do not make things easier for them. This is not the first struggle. It is not the first battle. First battle that is waged against these people, believing that they will defeat us. Believing that they will tarnish the honor and dignity of the soldier, the police officer, the ordinary Venezuelan. It is not the first. We have managed to survive. Yeah. So that was the Interior Minister of Venezuela. Interior Minister deals with interior stuff, like police. Now, let's go here. Next to CNN. From yesterday, once again.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome to CNN. I'm Victor Blackwell in Atlanta. The breaking news this morning, President Trump says the U.S. carried out large-scale strikes on Venezuela overnight.
This is ridiculous!
Now, it's quiet in the capital of Caracas just hours after the strikes, but earlier, explosions rocked Venezuela, knocked out power, and sent people running outside. And this strike was at La Carlota Air Base in Caracas. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh joins me now from London. Nick, we just heard from Issa Suarez speaking with some of her sources in country about the fear of what could come next, because so many questions are unanswered?
Yeah, I mean, let's go through what we know has happened so far. Since about 1 a.m. local time, and the series of explosions rocked Caracas and other parts of Venezuela. Multiple helicopters seen in the air, and then clearly a U.S. Special Forces operation that removed Nicolas Maduro and his wife from what should have been their heavily fortified and secured premises in the capital there. Hard to understate quite what a move this is geopolitically by the Trump White House to remove the sitting president of a country which it considers to be a regional irritant. Startling. Successful, certainly. Daring, certainly as well. And also efficient, frankly, given what it seems the brevity, comparatively, of this operation.
And efficient. Dude, the CNN glaze up started
immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately after this happened, CNN was like, fuck it. We love this so much. We're just going to come out and say this is incredible work from the Trump administration. Daring and efficient. Thank you, CNN. So much appreciated. The journalism is overwhelming. Oh, boy. All right, now the government of Brazil had a slightly less positive take on the situation than CNN did. Here's Telesur English from yesterday.
To look at some of the international repercussions, and we were saying before that the different repercussions and reactions from the different governments had to do with the support that the countries were showing Venezuela. In this case, the foreign minister of Venezuela, Ivan Gil, stated that he had received the support of his Brazilian counterpart by saying, I had a telephone conversation with the Brazilian foreign minister, Mauro Vieira, who expressed his strong condemnation of this unprecedented criminal military act against our people. We also sincerely thank him for his expressions of solidarity.
Okay. Was America meddling in Venezuela before the recent attacks? How do you want to define meddling? We've had sanctions on Venezuela for 20 years since the Bush administration, which were re-upped at the end of the Obama administration, if I'm not mistaken, and then again in the Trump administration, and then there was then we tried to back a failed coup during the first Trump administration, and then now I'm starting to get lost in the timeline here. But yeah, I would say we've done a fair amount of meddling in Venezuela just in the last 20 years. Let alone at other times. Short answer, yes. Yes, we have. Aside from the boat attacks. Okay, we can't forget the boat attacks. Thank you. Good point. Good point. Oh, here's one more on the supposed capture of Maduro at the time. Channel 4
over 48
News.
hours into 2026, around 2 a.m. Caracas.
What the
Fireworks had lit up the night sky for New Year.
Amor.
But now the place illuminated by a series of never-before-seen U.S. strikes on military bases and airports. Military helicopters, including Chinooks, a U.S. Special Forces operation caught on camera phone. Their mission, capture the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife, Celia Flores. Chances are the couple were inside one of these helicopters. The U.S. was forcibly deposing a Latin American leader for the first time in this way in over a quarter of a century. Just hours before his capture, Maduro presented with a vase by a Chinese.
The Donroe Mocktrine is alive and well. God, it really is a mockery of international law. This whole thing is a fucking... It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. I don't even know what to say. Like, I'm just beside myself over this whole situation. It is genuinely, like, I remember we were going, like, I was feeling it. You know, we got the channel back. You know, we got the channel back. We're going into the new year. We had fun holiday type celebrations. Bringing in the new year, I was thinking, you know what? Maybe this year will be better than last year. Last year was just so terrible. How could it actually get worse? And no sooner did I ask, was I answered by this horrifying nonsense. I've lost my place. I was doing so good. Okay, yes. All right, now let's go here. This was an aerial video, which the Associated Press got their hands on yesterday, which appeared to show Nicolas Maduro exiting a plane in New York. It's very dark and hard to see, but you can see a figure here, right? In a light blue something. Their head is covered. You can tell they're pretty tall and surrounded by an ocean of officers and what seem to be people with cameras. It's not clear if they're press or if they're with, like, the Trump administration. We know how much they like their montages. So it honestly, 50-50 which one it is. Now, let's see. Right, staying on this story, it was confirmed that Nicolas Maduro did arrive in Manhattan that night. Here's CNN.
I do want to go to Omar Jimenez, who is following these helicopters landing in New York, which you were looking at just moments ago. Omar, what are you seeing?
Yeah, so you heard John Miller talking about 3 helicopters that took off from Newburgh, headed out this way. We just saw 3 helicopters land, matching roughly the time it would take to fly by helicopter here. What you're looking at right now is what has been an increased law enforcement, one that's increased pretty steadily over the last few hours since we've been out here. We actually have been pushed much further back. This is the heliport here where all of this, the variety of law enforcement, predominantly NYPD, but we've seen federal officers here as well, including DEA agents, a mass of them that just came in within the last few minutes to this area as well. We're waiting to see, we can hear the helicopters. We saw them land just beyond our view here, 3 of them, it appeared. So we're waiting for them to go into what would be sort of this indoor area, and then they would come out come into presumably one of these vehicles where they would then go for processing here at a federal building in New York City. Now, for those that aren't familiar with sort of the geography of Manhattan and New York City, we're on the west side of Manhattan, what's known as the West Side Highway. Both lanes in both directions have been closed off by law enforcement to this point.
Yeah. All right, well, there were the moments of Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro arriving in Manhattan to face trial. As Pam Bondi had posted earlier that night, saying that the Southern District of New York, which basically serves at her pleasure, I mean, to some degree. I mean, it's really, I think the president's technically top decider in that situation, but the Southern District of New York announcing charges against Nicolas Maduro. It's been a very strange year already, I must say. Real weird stuff, people. And we're not even a full week in. Fantastic. Great start. Now, Donald Trump had this to say about an old historical
all the way back,
document.
It dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal. But we've superseded it by a lot. By a real lot. They now
We've
call it the
superseded
Donroe
it by a
Doctrine,
lot.
I don't know. It's
the Donroe
Monroe
Doctrine.
We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to...
Just in concluding, other nations, they don't have a great Donroe Mocktrine, but we do. We have taken it to the next level. Now, I can't remember who it was that declared the end of the Monroe Doctrine at one point. I think it was... I want to say it was like John Kerry or something. But it's certainly alive and well. U.S. influence, and by influence, I mean imperialism in the Western Hemisphere, in the Americas, is very much raring to go here. Very much alive and kicking. With Trump back in the White House. More than ever before. Everyone's saying it. All right, now let's go here to an AP reporter describing the moments at that fated press briefing at Mar-a-Lago, the official White House. I mean, gilded mansion, whatever you call it.
I've just come from Mar-a-Lago, where President Trump announced the capture of Venezuelan President Maduro and his wife after an overnight operation. The room was the famous tea room in Mar-a-Lago, where the president has spoken to troops on Thanksgiving and Christmas to say, wish them well over the holiday. The leaders were standing in a row, and they really were very subdued and serious. This was not a joyous occasion. They had hoped for a different outcome and in their words, given Maduro opportunities for a different outcome. But now...
Bullshit. That they did not, because Maduro literally... We watched the video at the beginning of this, of him literally saying, hey, I would like to negotiate. I mean, shit, you can even get Chevron in here and start pumping oil. Just stop doing the things that you're doing. That seemed about as desperate a plea as you could imagine. And yet that was completely ignored, and we still went ahead and did exactly what we did, so I don't see what opportunities we gave him. Really weird way to frame that. But that is how they put it. It is bullshit, but that's how they put it. Alright, let's go here. Maybe somebody will make a little bit more sense. Talk about why it is Donald Trump has done this thing that he's done. What is this?
In the middle of the night on January 2nd, 2026, U.S. forces struck the capital city of Venezuela. There in Caracas, at least 7 blasts lit up the sky. U.S. forces targeted military bases and so-called strategic targets in a precision raid that sowed chaos and destruction throughout the Venezuelan city and its surroundings. As the smoke cleared, Venezuelan military personnel and innocent civilians lay dead. The toll of the injured and dead is unclear at this moment, but it seems that under the cover of that bombing campaign, another mission was carried out. The U.S. Delta Force captured the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife, and quickly flew them out of the country. By 9 a.m. Eastern Time, the Southern District Court of New York indicted Maduro and his wife, First Lady Celia Flores. They were charged with narco-terrorism and conspiracy to possess destructive devices against the U.S., among other counts. But the real question is, why? Why did Trump viciously attack Venezuela and kidnap their president? Is it really all just in the name of the war on drugs, or perhaps is there a larger force at play? This video is made possible by my amazing viewers who support me on Patreon. Over the last few years, my revenue from ads and sponsorship has dropped dramatically. So much so that if this trend continues, making videos like these will become less and less financially viable. So I have a quick ask as the year draws to a close. Our Changing Climate will always be free for everyone, regardless of how much I make. But OCC is a one-person operation, and it would be nice to earn enough to pay for rent and my health insurance, which get more expensive every year. So if you've been a long-time viewer or just stumbled across the channel, thank you so much for watching, and please consider supporting Our Changing Climate on Patreon with the link in the description. Literally just $1 a month from a small portion of my audience would be huge for the channel, and to be honest, me. To understand the January 2nd attacks, we need to pull back to the sharp buildup of forces and probing attacks that have occurred over the last year. When seen in their totality, the US straight up capturing another country's president and flat out bombing them unprovoked reveals a cruel logic. Starting on August 19, 2025, the US started amassing what would soon become the largest force mobilized in the Caribbean since the Cuban Missile Crisis. And just a few days later, on September 2nd, those forces started probing. The US fired a missile at an alleged drug trafficking boat. 11 people were killed. And in a twisted moment of gloating, Trump posted the video of the destruction on social media. Soon, a cascade of unprompted illegal strikes rained down on shipping vessels off the coast of Venezuela. By the end of December 2025, US forces destroyed 34 boats, killing 115 people. But in that barrage lay an important anomaly. On December 10th and 20th, the US seized, not destroyed, 2 Venezuelan oil tankers, claiming that that oil was used on some black market to fuel the drug trade. This hints at something larger at play. The US, and Trump more specifically, perhaps weren't just interested in the perceived threat of drugs, but instead in securing the rich oil deposits underneath Venezuelan soil. To be clear, many forces are driving these attacks, like the perceived threat of a socialist government in South America, Secretary of State Marco Rubio's long crusade against South American leftists, and of course the specter of drugs. But what often gets left out of this swirling mess of imperialist forces is the simple fact that Venezuela has oil. And not just some oil. Venezuela is home to the largest proven oil reserves in the world. And thanks to the extensive nationalization of the oil industry by socialist leader Hugo Chavez in 1998, as well as the subsequent sanctions by the US across the first 2 decades of the 2000s, very little of that oil has been exported into the insatiable, oil-thirsty maw of the United States, which for a fossil fuel-soaked regime like Trump's is unacceptable. Ultimately, this large-scale attack on Caracas, and the kidnapping of Maduro should be seen as an extension of Trump's American energy dominance proto-fossil fascist agenda. And indeed, it's yet another instance of the US's insatiable appetite for fossil fuels turning into violent conflict. From siding with Iraq in the Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s to protect oil shipments out of the Gulf, to Operation Desert Storm in 1991 to stabilize and protect oil interests again in the Gulf, to the Iraq War in 2000, the US has used everything from spreading democracy to drugs as an excuse to maintain the flow of oil to its multinationals and ultimately to its reserves. Because the US runs on oil. And with Maduro out of the way, the US can, as they have long done, prop up a puppet that is amenable to big oil plundering Venezuela's natural resources to line the pocketbooks of US-backed corporations like ExxonMobil and Chevron. This is fossil imperialism, clear as day, and it reveals that the abolition of fossil fuels is not just a matter of mitigating climate change, but instead one of battling against imperialist intervention and destruction.
Yeah. There's our changing climate channel we go to on many occasions for their great content with a dire conclusion of what led to this situation. And this is basically what we've been saying too. Also, Donald Trump literally came out and said it. JD Vance was actually the first one to come out and say it just blatantly, like within like an hour of the announcement of this strike. He was tweeting or truthing wherever it was, Zitter or Truth Social, saying that this was all about the United States seizing the oil reserves in Venezuela because they actually belong to America. Oh no, no. Please hold, everybody. I just spilled my drink. That's bad. It is bad.
So hot right now.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that delay. Oh, I think we left people on the shorts on the regular.
I made a
stream.
huge, tiny
Oopsies.
mistake.
That's my bad. Oh wait, I have to turn my keyboard back up. Is this good? Are we dry? Feels good enough, I guess. Get a mic boom. What I need to do is get an actual boom microphone. I use like I use a stack of books on top of something else with like a drum microphone. Drum microphone stand. The drum microphone stand type of stand I just happen to have around. And this, so like rather than buying a fancy boom microphone that can like articulate and move around and easily, I have this like annoying thing. I like I like straddle the mic practically. It's like in my crotch, like at all times, and it makes it very hard for me to like swivel around and like also see everything, and it leads to catastrophes like the freaking tea situation. I should actually put one of those up on the throne. By the way, people, I have a throne now. The link is on the Twitch and the YouTube link about sections, whatever you want to call them, profile page, channel pages. You can buy me gifts. I should find a way to do that. I can like add one from Amazon. I just gotta look for a good one that's not too expensive. Because I don't want people spending too much money on things. But I figure I'd give people an interesting way to donate differently, you know, rather than money, physical gifts. Maybe some people are into that. I don't know. It's something that I decided to get into the last month, I think. Okay, I think the disaster has been generally averted. I'm like still standing. I'm like still like sitting here, like looking to make sure that I don't have like puddle of tea somewhere. I found one. I found it. I found it. The errant tea puddle. I knew there was one. I knew there had to be one. Look, it's better that I find it now rather than later when I'll be very upset. I'll be much more upset later. Okay, all right. All right, we are good. Columbia Rican with some bits over on Twitch. Thank you very much. Fuck, I lost everything. I lost my place. Okay, all right, I know where I am. All right, let's go here. Now, this was a fascinating... Like, when I saw this, I could not make heads or tails of it. But I think what the conclusion... I'll tell you my conclusion on this next clip. Let's just see what Donald Trump had to say about the prospect of Maria Corina Machado, the Nobel Peace Prize winner's prospects of being the next president of Venezuela.
Mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes, it's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
What's the group you mentioned that would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Make it great again.
aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President.
Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the leader.
Is it possible?
This was fascinating for so many reasons, because of course the mainstream media all came out and said, "Oh, she's the de facto next leader. She is so respected. Everyone loves her in Venezuela." And Donald Trump comes out, "Actually, she does not have the respect that she thinks she does. Okay? People don't like her very much. Very nasty woman, that Maria Corina Machado, whatever you call her." I just found it fascinating. I couldn't tell where this was coming from, whether or not he had some sort of intel, or if this was just him being like petty. Hard to say for sure. But I mean, she isn't universally liked in Venezuela. That's a given. Some number of people, of course, do support her. Like Venezuela, like any other country, has bifurcation in politics, right? Like there's division. Some people support her and some people don't. It's just hilarious to hear Donald Trump be like, she's actually not very respected, while the mainstream media was all being like, actually, she's the best. She's the best. We all love her so much. But I do feel like it's got to have something to do with the fact that she won the Nobel Peace Prize instead of him, and he's just still just a little bit salty about it. Like, that's why he brought it up. Like, because he just wanted to throw a jab in there. It's just sort of hilarious to me, because I don't like either of them. So seeing that is just sort of somewhat cathartic. And what's even better about it is that, of course, Machado literally dedicated her Nobel Peace Prize to Donald Trump. And that's what she gets for it. She literally, I don't know, I can't remember, did she send it to Trump? I can't remember if she sent it to Trump or not. I know that she came out and publicly, what's the word? Like she like dedicated it to him, but I can't remember. I feel like she sent it to him or something like that, something crazy. She's like, Donald Trump deserves this more than I do. He's the real peacemaker. And then he's like, actually, she's a nasty woman, no respect, and nobody likes her. She is kooky. She's kooky and unhinged. She has Trump derangement syndrome. She has no cards. No cards, that Maria Corina Machado. Right, she like accepted it as honor. I can't remember exactly how that went down. It was a ridiculous moment in history. But suffice to say, the same vibe. Same exact vibe. This woman like went above and beyond to be like, I love you, Mr. Trump. You deserve this prize more than I do. And then he's like, fuck you. Nasty woman. No, you have no respect. Okay? People don't actually like you very much. I don't know if you know that. It's incredibly Trumpian. Oh, right. I forgot. Now let's look at some of the reactions from around the world to all of this. The president of Cuba had some stuff to say. Whoopsies, what just happened? What just happened?
President, can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the...
Whoopsies. How did I do that? Oh no, is my keyboard stuck right now? Oh, it is stuck. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a bad sign. That's a bad sign. I'm going to have to take it apart. That's not good. Cuba condemns and denounces these actions as an act of state terrorism. a criminal assault against our America, which is a zone of peace and a violation of the sovereignty of a nation that is a symbol of independence. The United States is responsible before the world for Maduro's physical integrity, there you go. That was the president of Cuba declaring the actions of the United States state terrorism. Now, earlier yesterday, I think it was like the morning hours, closer to, might have actually been, no, I'm not thinking about, it might have been the afternoon. No, but it had to, let me think. Not yesterday. When I say yesterday, I mean Saturday. It was the evening Saturday. Nicolas Maduro was seen arriving at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. Here is CNN.
One of the big concerns you can tell from just the way the police have been acting here today with the arrival of the SWAT teams and so on was to make sure that they could get him in here safely, securely, and they appear to have done that at this point, Caitlin. He is now inside the Metropolitan Detention Center here in Brooklyn, and he begins the process being held in custody until he awaits trial. Of course, we expect that he might be in court for his first appearance or perhaps his arraignment as soon as Monday. Caitlin?
Evan, do we know if he's gotten a mugshot, been fingerprinted? Has that already happened, or is that what will happen now that he's inside this facility?
Yeah, we're told that some of that happened already at the DEA field office. That's one of the reasons why they brought him when he came in from the Air Force Base. They flew him to that heliport on the west side, which was the closest to the DEA field office, which is on the west side of Manhattan. And from there, they brought him back to the heliport and brought him to another helipad, which is at a park just right near this facility, again, right on the Brooklyn waterfront.
There you go. On the Gowanus Canal, heartland of America, Nicolas Maduro at the Brooklyn Detention Center. Gowanus, Rican, you're not helping me. You're not helping the joke. But I appreciate it. You're killing the joke. Thank you. I just want to make it known that you've killed the joke. I appreciate the specificity. Nobody else was going to call me on that. No, literally nobody else was going to call me, but you did it though, so, you know. I guess you get one of these. Medal for Columbia Rican. It's next to the Gowanus Highway. Not the canal. Exactly, Sasha. R.I.P. joke. You lived a short life.
You are not funny.
Let's go here now. Associated Press from yesterday. To the Vice President of Venezuela.
Se activa toda Venezuela y el decreto que ya fue suscrito.
All of Venezuela is activated. And the decree, which has been signed by President Maduro, the only president of Venezuela. There's only one president in this country, Nicolas Maduro Moro, and the decree has been signed. We are proceeding in this National Defense Council to deliver it to the President of the Supreme Court of Justice for its constitutional backing in the Constitutional Chamber. Everything is within the Constitution. We learned this from Commander Chavez in the face of adversities. Coups and oil sabotage. We are ready to defend Venezuela. We are ready to defend our natural resources, which should be for national development. Today, the Venezuelan people have a very high level of awareness of what their hydrocarbons mean and what their energy resources represent. We demand the immediate release of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores. And the only president of Venezuela is Nicolas Maduro. There you go. Very vehement there from Vice President. I almost called her Celia Flores. Brain is broken. I need to go back. What was her name again? So somehow I've forgotten it. Delcy Rodriguez. Okay. Now this next, Donald Trump has ceased to confuse me since this whole thing has started. I'm not gonna lie. First, it was him coming out and saying, actually, Marina Corina Machado, very nasty woman, no respect. That was the first of the most confusing sort of things. Not what I was expecting in all of this, no doubt. But the next one genuinely boggles my mind. I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to start. I'm not accusing Donald Trump's policies of being coherent, but if you were attempting to pretend to be even slightly coherent and or logical in your policies, this next one, you would never say this. If you were Donald Trump and you actually knew what your own policies were and whatever else, like, you wouldn't do this next thing. But Donald Trump yesterday pledged to keep oil flowing to China, even with the capture of Maduro. Yep. Makes perfect sense. Don't think about it. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been captured by the United States.
And early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. The force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice.
The U.S. Justice Department accuses Maduro of using his illegally obtained authority to ship thousands of tons of cocaine into the United States. Maduro faces trial on charges of involvement in narco-terrorism. Trump says the United States will maintain direct control of Venezuela for now. He also pledges to continue selling Venezuelan oil to China, Russia, and other buyers. China is Venezuela's largest oil consumer. The attack came hours after Maduro met China's special representative on Latin American affairs. I think that does it. I think that does it. I mean, this is insanity. It's the most incoherent policy of any administration of all time. Just broadly, just all policies. None of it makes sense with any of the rest of it. It's all just so roughshod and just discombobulated. I mean, what? We're simultaneously trying to pressure Russia, supposedly, to do peace, but we're going to keep the flow of Venezuelan oil going to Russia, while simultaneously doing a trade war with China, but then giving them the oil from Venezuela. And I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Did he say whether or not they'd be selling them at the same price? He did not. I'm not certain that Donald Trump is aware of that dynamic. Whether or not he knows that Venezuela, because of the U.S. sanctions, has been selling oil on the cheap to people like China and Russia who can buy massive amounts of it at any given time. I don't know if he knows that or not. I wouldn't bet on it.
Columbia _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Trump literally compared this operation to the amphibious invasion of the beaches of Normandy of World War II. Does Trump literally is aware how...
He did not. He did not do that. Shut up. Did he really? Come on. The beaches at Normandy? Really? Really? That's a fascinating thing. Yes, I'm sure. Yeah, from the pictures that I saw, they seem to be just flying through Venezuela unimpeded. I don't recall it going down at Normandy in quite the same way. If I recall, it took a little longer. It took a little longer to take those beaches, a little bit more effort than this, if I recall correctly. If my history serves me. The bit voice was super quiet on YouTube. Oh, I had the volume turned down. It was probably low for Twitch too. I'm sorry, Twitch and YouTube.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
It's on the same. It's like on my desktop audio. So the levels are just the same as whatever those are. I had them down because I had been reading the subtitles from the previous video. But basically, Columbia Ricans, I'll read it. I'll read his message out for you. Columbia Rican spent the 100 biddies. Might as well read it for you all. Trump literally compared this operation to the amphibious invasion of the beaches of Normandy of World War II. Is he aware of how stupid he is? Yeah, that was it. An apt question. I don't think so. He couldn't possibly, considering how egotistical he is. If he knew how stupid he sounded, he wouldn't say the things he said. Perfect brain. Perfect MRI. Actually a CT scan. Stable genius. What? Man, woman, camera, person, TV. Giraffe. Rhinoceros.
I'm staying in the race.
All right, let's go here. This guy's got a very fancy office. My God, look at this place.
There are
Yeesh.
a number of important international legal concepts which the United States might have broken by capturing Maduro. And that's important to understand within the international sphere. First of all, of course, there's a violation of state sovereignty, which is contemplated in the UN Charter Article 2. There is also a different point which is important to consider, which is the head of state immunity, by which usually a head of state is granted immunity even if he's charged by a crime during the time that he is in power. And
I mean, at this point, I don't think we can expect Donald Trump. Oh, I'm sorry, Shorts. I just killed Shorts again. It's my bad. That was very rude of me. I think we can all assume, though, that Donald Trump is not here following precedent or the law, neither in the United States or abroad. You know, just, I think we can just assume that all laws Donald Trump thinks do not apply to him. Do not assume that he thinks any laws apply to him. He's got people in his ear at all times saying that law doesn't apply to you. Just a bunch of deeply cynical opportunists. Just, you know. Think of it like it's like 50 worm tongues in the White House. Except the king started off as a sick, deeply sick and twisted individual. Yes, I'm making Lord of the Rings references. All right. Now, in Venezuela, supporters of Nicolas Maduro held a vigil following the capture of Maduro. This is from 20 hours ago, out of the Associated Press. Burning U.S. flags over here.
Illegal.
Next, this guy's gonna, like, honestly. You know how Donald Trump signed an executive order saying that burning a U.S. flag in the United States is illegal? Donald Trump has as much jurisdiction in Venezuela to arrest this guy for burning this U.S. flag in Venezuela as he did in arresting Nicolas Maduro. And by which, I mean none. Fuck all. Frizla gifted galactic membership to the community. Who got it? Shirley Pulowski. Enjoy the gifted galactic memby. Whole bunch of sweet, sweet emotes coming your way over there. And some secret galactic content as well. We today, the Venezuelan people, rise up in outrage. The violation of our homeland affecting our people and our country. To make matters worse, they have kidnapped our president. The people will take to the streets to resist, demanding that they return Nicolas Maduro. I am outraged at how they took our president, Nicolas Maduro, away. I don't think it's fair. Here we are, the people, in the streets, demanding the release of our president and First Lady. I am truly angry. I cannot believe it. Oh, let's go back in time, like 24 hours, I guess, from where we were currently at in the timeline. This was released 18 hours ago by the White House. Photos. Apparently they had photographers in the Situation Room, or wherever the fuck this is. This is not the Situation Room. I think this is in Mar-a-Lago. I could be wrong. This looks like If I had to guess, this looks like a fucking pool house in Mar-a-Lago. If I had to guess where this was geographically, this looks like a pool house in Mar-a-Lago. Which is turned into the impromptu situation room. God, Mike Huckabee looks... He has lost so... He's on the Ozempic, isn't he? He's all Ozemped up over here. He's lost like 100 pounds. Yep, Palm Beach, Florida. The Situation Cabana. What's great about the Situation Cabana is that it's better than the Situation Room. You have your own drink service, and it's located very near the former residence of one Jeffrey Epstein. There you go. That was Donald Trump and the crew. You know, just Donald Trump and the boys hanging out at the Situation Cabana at Mar-a-Lago. It's so perverse, dude. I swear, it's just insane. I'm just like, we are living in a clownish timeline. Like, I'm doing this stream for nearly 2 years. Our anniversary, our 2-year anniversary is in like a month and a half. Like, I've been doing this 2 years. Never have I ever felt we've been on a more clownish and ridiculous timeline than we are now. I mean, the year has started in a way that assures me of that fact. Are you still talking about Yes, we are still talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Yes, we are. Yep. It's a sound shop we go to a lot these days for some reason. Well, let's go here. Back to Venezuela. 14 hours ago out of the Associated Press showing Venezuelan residents sifting through the fucking rubble of what appear to be apartment buildings, although it's not clear. I guess maybe not. Actually, this might be like a jail. I can't tell. There's bars on the windows, but it could also be apartment buildings. It could just be a this could just be. This could just be an apartment building. It's hard to say. The top windows don't even actually. Nobody can see anything. Nobody can see anything over on Shorts yet. So sorry, Shorts. I have been neglecting you, and I feel bad about it. Seriously, guy, I feel bad. Please take this as my heartfelt apology. But just to clarify, whether or not this is a jail, I mean, it looks like now from up here, this absolutely looks like a residential building. There have been reports of residential buildings having been shelled in these attacks that they've been claiming are so super precise. I don't know how precise it is if there are civilian casualties.
Columbia Arican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. Sorry, but I have to say this, I thought Trump ran on the basis he was gonna cut wasteful spending of tax money. I mean, how much did this stupid operation even freaking cost? From the aircraft, the boats and elite soldiers used, and even to train on a replica of Maduro's home. Like WTF.
You know, honestly, Columbia Rican's making a lot of good points, asking a lot of great questions right now, vicariously through super chats. I mean, bit donations over on Twitch. Very fair point. I have no follow-up, Columbia Rican. I think we get the point. It looks like fucking Gaza over here in Caracas. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
But who knows how much it cost? I can't tell you. I have no way to estimate what this has cost up to this point yet. I'm sure we'll all be talking about it, hopefully in the near future. Somebody will do the math. Hopefully I won't have to be the one to do it. You know, I feel like it would take a little, fairly decent amount of effort. But I'm sure it's certainly ascertainable. What's that sound? Oh, Dark Sparkle trying to feed the puppy over there on Twitch. Thank you, Dark Sparkle. I know Leica thanks you. She does look hungry. I agree. You're right. You're absolutely right. Alrighty. Now let's go here to satellite photos that came out about 14 hours ago or so, showing a view of Caracas from the air before and after U.S. airstrikes. $5, actually $1. On Twitch, all it takes is 100 bits to trigger that. And I mean, technically, Twitch you can donate like 2 cents at a time. But if you donate 100 bits, which I think is comes out to like $1.40, you can get the robot to read out your message. It's a special feature which YouTube, we can't do with YouTube. At least I'm not aware of a way in which to do it with YouTube, and YouTube does not make an easy way to do it. It would require probably a whole lot of effort on my end to do such a thing. That's photos of only 2 sites, but I know there are multiple sites hit. That was from the AP. Earlier on Sunday. Now, this is an hour later, posted by CNN, 13 hours ago. Fallout brews in D.C. after the U.S. captures Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Fallout, you say?
One of the things that I know that the president's supporters absolutely love is that he has been arguing since he first ran 10 years ago that he's going to end forever wars and put America first.
Yeah.
Now he says he's running Venezuela. He's totally open to putting boots back on the ground there. And he's
Jim Jordan is looking extra tired. Is it just me, or is Jim Jordan looking extra tired and ghost-like today? Look at him. He's got real bags under his eyes. They're like a completely different color than the rest of his face. He looks worn. He looks worn and weary.
Awful. Weak. He's running Venezuela. He's totally open to putting boots back on the ground there. And he's signaling that Cuba and Colombia could be next. How is that America first?
I mean, look, I trust the president to make decisions that are in the best interest of Americans, of our country.
Do you?
This president gets results.
You trust
I think
him?
When you have
Does
a guy
he?
who's not recognized as a head of state, who's
That's
head
one way
of
to put
a
it.
narco-terrorist criminal operation, who's cozying up to Iran and China,
Wow.
and he's doing it right here in our hemisphere, bringing that individual to justice, I think that's a good thing. Most Americans think that's a good thing.
The so-called Gang of Eight is
don't
notified
think so.
before major U.S. military.
I don't know where he's getting those numbers, but I'm fairly certain most of America does not think that this was a good idea. At all. Now, what's fascinating about that is I believe shortly after the strike, Jim Jordan had actually come out and asked why we didn't get why the president didn't seek congressional approval. And within like 24 hours, he's on CNN going, the president is a genius, he gets results, and I've never had a single bad thing to say about him. I wonder who spanked him. You think Susie Wiles? Maybe like Tom Homan. I'm trying to think of who does. Yeah, probably Susie. Maybe Pam. Pam. All right, to more Congress people's reactions to this whole thing. Here's Jim Himes of Connecticut.
Of that Gang of Eight, the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, Jim Himes. Thank you so much for being here. It's been more than 24 hours. Have you been briefed by anybody in the administration?
Still haven't gotten a phone call. Well after the operation yesterday, a staffer at the Office of the Secretary of Defense called the staff on the Intelligence Committee. But no, look, this is a long pattern and a particular.
So these were, you've already gotten the vibes of basically the Democrat Party's response. Not everyone, but almost everyone that I've seen so far. This was their response to what Donald Trump has done here. It's not, oh, he's committed fucking war crimes once again, and this is a completely lawless action that we should not be supporting. It's, we didn't get a briefing. Oh, no, we didn't get a briefing. It's fine, but we just would like to be clued in on it. Or like Chuck Schumer, he's going, well, we still didn't get a briefing. We've been waiting and waiting, but no briefing. For some reason, I don't understand why. Why Donald Trump refuses to brief us on this impressive strike that he's done that we very much support. All right, no, I'm going further with it. He didn't say all of that.
Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, one of the members of the Gang of Eight, said he knows very little about the president's objective and wants some answers.
Now, I was not briefed. I still have not been briefed. We've gotten no information from them.
The panel is back. Just briefing.
Oh, God damn it. I was not briefed. This is unacceptable. I would have approved of it, but I can't approve if I don't get a briefing. Oh my God. Such powerful words from Chuck Schumer. Jesus Christ. This guy sucks. This guy fucking sucks so bad. He's just so ineffective. He is such a shitty, I can't believe he is the leader. This is incredible. I mean, wow. We won't rest. I just want to go back in time to 3-ish weeks ago, I want to say. I'm trying to do the math right now in my head. Susie Wiles had some stuff to say as well. Back long ago, yesteryear. Back in it was like
This is what Susie Wiles,
2025.
Said to Vanity Fair magazine in an interview that was published just a few weeks ago, if you were to authorize some activity on land, then it's war, then we'd need Congress.
Right.
So she said.
So for this broader operation,
wow.
relying on
That's revolutionary.
You know,
that is revolutionary, though. There you go. Susie Wiles of 2025 of 3 weeks ago, December 16th, saying that if we were to authorize some sort of land activity, whatever that means, I'm not sure how we determine what's land. What is land? I don't even know. But we would supposedly need an act of Congress? What is Congress? Oh, is that the antiquated branch of government which has no meaning in 2026? Right, yes. I remember them. Those guys. Yeah, weird. Super weird. Oh, rumor. Super sticker. Thank you, Orby. Much appreciated. Fist bump to you. There's a fist bump. Okay. Staying focused. Let's go back to some of the responses to this situation. This was earlier on Sunday. Protests cropped up outside of the United States' embassy in Madrid for these illegal actions in Venezuela. So the Epstein files just out of the news? Wait, hold on. Hold on, Dark Sparkle. Hold your phone. Whatever you might have, your horses available to you. Just grab something. Look down at the title of the stream. First 3 words. Trump's Epstein files. 4th word, cover up. So, no, it's not entirely out of the news. We still here at the Galactic News Network are talking about it. Everybody else might be distracted, but we spent a good portion of the stream today, at least like an hour, I would say, talking about the Epstein files still.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Answer, yes. Back to Madrid. Yeah, no, actually, NR Gray makes a fantastic point. There will be more, right? Like, there's no way this is like, I mean, sure, this is a temporary distraction from the Epstein files, but let's not forget that legislation was passed not 1 month ago, or a little longer than 1 month ago, I guess. Yeah, no, we're going to get more files. We haven't even gotten the bulk of the files yet. We're at, like, what did we determine? Like, somewhere around 3% of the files. Like, we did the math at one point. It was, like, somewhere between, like, 1 and 3% of the files. Just based upon sheer data alone. Let alone whatever else they might have off of computers is available right now. So, a lot left to go through. It's a fantastic point. We will be talking about the Epstein files. I do feel that Donald Trump is hoping this will be a longer-term distraction from those files, but I do get the sense that we'll be going back to them time and time again, and in the next 3 years, even. I don't know how long it's going to drag out for, but I do feel like it's going to be a topic of much discussion as this is all transpired. I do feel it's going to be a main through line on Donald Trump's presidency at this point. Where was I? I have lost my place. I am here, of course. Oh, good. Yes, we're at this video now. Thank God. Thank God. CNN doing great journalism once again here. Let me just read you the title of this next piece we're going to watch from CNN. This is from 12 hours ago. Quote unquote, very precise. Retired colonel breaks down Venezuela operation. Oh, yeah. Thank God.
Jesus, I say that.
Oh, God. Precise, you say. I was worried. I was worried there was a lack of precision.
About the ramifications from this weekend's events. But
The
let's first begin with all the new
ramifications.
details we are learning about what is being dubbed Operation Absolute Resolve. And President Trump spoke about the dramatic capture of President Maduro yesterday.
There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up and about 47, I think 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was.
All right, I don't need all this. I just want to go to this breakdown. Oh, here it is. It's like right after this. All right, here we go.
Cedric Layton. So, Colonel Layton, walk us through just how this dramatic mission was carried out.
Yeah, so this is one of the greatest aspects
Christ.
of it, Manu. And just real quick to orient everybody, this is Venezuela. David Culver is here on the border between Colombia and Venezuela. And the U.S. strikes in Venezuela hit all of these different target areas, everything from the Naval Academy to the port to an airbase, the La Carlota as it's known, antenna sections, the Fort Tiuna military base, and an airport over here. So everything basically around Caracas was what was hit. So one of the key things here is, just exactly how they did this. So this is one of the antenna farms that they have there. And here is something that is really important.
So CNN glazes the shit out of this fucking airstrike for like a good 10 minutes. Or like 5 minutes. They're just like talking about how this is the best airstrike. I mean, all right, they don't quite go that far, but they're just like perfection, precision. Donald Trump. Like they are just like when this Venezuela story came around, and people like CNN just lapped it up. Like they forgot any criticism they've ever levied against Donald Trump, and we're just like, oh my God, this is the best thing we've ever seen. We are so sorry, sir. We are so sorry. People are coming to me like CNN anchors Manu Raju saying, sir, I'm very sorry. I said nasty things. It's a perfect strike. It's a perfect strike never seen before in history. I said, you're right. You're right. It's because there was an Operation Absolute Resolve. Because of the name that it was perfect. Now, other people didn't have as positive of a take as CNN again. That's sort of seemingly been a through line on this coverage so far. People having slightly less positive takes than CNN. Seems to be a lot of those out here. Let's go now to Austin, Texas. Oh shit, I forgot. Whoever was running the sound was an asshole. Whoever ran the sound was a real jerk. Because feedback was happening big time. Suffice to say, there is a hell of a lot of protesters out here in Austin, Texas, of all places. People outside of the city hall using their First Amendment rights. Telling the administration, get the fuck out of the Caribbean. Stop doing illegal shit with our tax dollars. Okay. Centrist media running cover for war crimes feels like 2003 all over again. Yeah, that's right, baby.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Yep, it's all back, baby. At this point, George W. Bush is going to challenge Trump for the first ever head-to-head third-term matchup in a Republican primary. I don't know. I can't do it. I can't do it right now. I'm too dialed into Trump. I can't do it. I can't do it. Laura, tell Dick over here. I'm gonna run for a third term. Wait, what? What happened to Dick? No. What? You would? Oh God. He went the same way as Kissinger. All right, now I'm going into Clinton. See, I can't do it right now. It's been too long. It's been too long. I can't do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't
Not
be
gonna do
prudent
it.
at this juncture.
All right, let's go to some other people who differed with CNN. Protesters, once again, in New York City this time. Protesting outside of the New York City detention center where Nicolas Maduro is being held. This is from Forbes 9 hours ago. Strategery. It was a simpler time, wasn't it? Strategery. All the Bushisms. They were so much more quaint. Although, just as many war crimes.
Illegal.
If not more, really, when you think about it. You just had more time.
Is to break down and demolish the network that covers this probe. So when we fight, whether it be in Palestine, whether it be in Venezuela, we are detangling and cutting.
No blood for oil, no U.S. war. Money for people's needs, not the war machine.
Free Maduro!
Okay. Now, let's go. While we're in New York City, to the man who's now in charge of the whole place. Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
And have you spoken to Trump again about Maduro or what's happening in Venezuela?
No, the conversation that we had was the one before yesterday's press conference. Hey, Dan. How's it going?
You, on the issue of being briefed, you said it was your staff that briefed you. Just to be correct, you don't have federal security clearance yet, and has anyone from a federal agency reached out to you or members of your team to begin the vetting to get federal security clearance?
That briefing, yes, was conducted by my team, and the question of federal security clearance is one that's ongoing.
Yep, Zohran does not have federal security clearance yet, apparently. You gotta wait for the White House, I guess. I did not know they were the one who give it out, but or was the Pentagon? It's not clear. The federal government, though, is the one that gives it out, I guess. Makes sense. So he's waiting on that. Nothing too revealing from this press conference on the condition of Nicolas Maduro. There was more to it. That was just a brief clip. But he also, if I recall correctly, he was basically saying that he's not able to do a whole lot about what's going on with relation to him because he's a federal prisoner. And so he doesn't have like jurisdiction over them, I guess. Because he was asked, I think, during the press conference about if he would do something to block the Trump administration's detention of Maduro. He used to live like 5 minutes by car from that prison. Goddamn. That's close. That is close. Let's go back to Spain. This protest was going on all day. Forbes was just posting clips, just ad nauseum. This is, I'm fairly certain this is AI, but I approve of this one use. I'll approve of particular uses like this. You know, people, the right message is being portrayed here, and that's really all that matters in the protest. Although it may not have been AI, it's not clear. I mean, they've signed their name to it, so they may have drawn it. Now that I'm looking at it, this may have been drawn. I don't know. It's not clear. It's not clear to me, but the fact is you can see tons of people out here in the streets of Spain, Madrid, in Spain, protesting all day against this action by the United States. Seemingly very bent out of shape, very upset about this. Shock of shocks. Somebody cares about international law. Weird. Weird to care about things like that. All right. Now, some other people had some condemnations of the U.S.'s actions here in Venezuela. People like Russia and China, Iran, and others. CBS News from 10 hours ago.
More than a month before the U.S. operation striking Venezuela and capturing its president, Nicolas Maduro, most Americans said they opposed military action in that country. CBS News asked people about.
It's a Twitter image. You saw it earlier today.
And at the time, 70% of people polled said they would be against military action in Venezuela, while 30% were in favor of it. Now, across party lines, big majorities had said that the Trump administration needed to explain what the U.S.'s intentions were regarding those actions and felt officials had not done so clearly. When asked if they thought Venezuela threat to U.S. security.
Wait, I'm just sorry. I just want to go back here a little bit. This is fascinating. So Jim Jordan, we were just listening to Jim Jordan say to us that actually the vast majority of Americans approve of this. It would seem that that's quite the opposite. Only 3% of Democrats feel this does not need an explanation. 14% of independents, and only 36% of Republicans. It's so low, especially for Donald Trump. Republicans have been so behind him on so many issues. It's just another example of how much he's lost his base at this point on these things. But I mean, 3 in 100 Democrats, 1 in 8 independents, and like 1 in 3 Republicans think this is okay. The rest of America, like 90% of America thinks that this is insane and needs some explanations, please. Wait, actually, this is not the reason we were watching this. Sorry, go back. I forgot about this part of this. Fuck it, I'll just let him keep going.
What the U.S.'s intentions were regarding those actions and felt officials had not done so clearly. When asked if they thought Venezuela was a threat to U.S. security, only 13% of people polled said the country was a major threat. 48% said it was a minor threat, and 39% said it wasn't a threat at all. And when asked if American action in Venezuela would have an impact on the amount of drugs coming into the country.
So once again, the vast majority of Americans think that this is a stupid thing to do, and they can't even come up with a reason for why you would do it. Wow. That's not good. It's certainly not the picture that was painted by Jim Jordan just now. Not that we can trust anything Jim Jordan has to say. So strange. Can't even trust Jim Jordan anymore. Old Jim Shorts Jordan.
Into the U.S. military operation in Venezuela with a mix of support and condemnation. Here to break down those reactions is CBS News producer Lee Canary. Lee, good to see you. So how are countries like China, Russia, and Iran
China!
reacting?
Well, the public reaction among world leaders has been split sharply along geopolitical lines, but those major powers you mentioned were certainly notable. China saying it is deeply shocked and strongly condemns the use of force against a sovereign country. And Russia's government, who are actively battling for territory inside Ukraine, accusing the U.S. of committing an act of armed aggression, which they called condemnable. And Iran, where President Trump has threatened to intervene to assist protesters just 2 days ago, said this was a clear violation of the fundamental principles of the United Nations Charter. In fact, an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council has been called for tomorrow morning. Colombia, backed by Russia and China, requested that emergency meeting.
Yep. United States not making any new friends with this one. I feel like definitely this is also simultaneously pushing away a whole bunch of other friends. Let's be real. Already existing friends are probably thinking, people who are already thinking maybe the United States is not the most trustworthy friend, are probably thinking right now, what does this mean for us? You know? But one friend of the United States could not have been more thrilled and congratulatory about this illegal action. You will be shocked to hear who that person was, but I'm just realizing we've blown through, so far blown through it. By over a half an hour we've blown through the galactic intermission. You're gonna have to wait to find out who that person is after the break. Don't worry, though, we'll be right back after these brief messages. Alrighty, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button over there on Twitch, and please subscribe on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you, and boy, oh boy, do we have a lot of great ways for you to show your support. Help keep the Galactic News Network alive by donating. Just a couple of bucks really helps out, goes a long way, especially if everybody tries to contribute. Things like super chats, super stickers, memberships, bits, subs, power-ups, Cash App, and PayPal, and of course the very best way to get the most base benefits for your earned dollars, Patreon. And if you're struggling to find any of those things, just go to my bio on either YouTube or Twitch. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. We are back. That's right, everybody. The break is over, and the show is about to begin once again, so you better get back in those seats, otherwise you're going to miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to point something out. And this is me talking myself up right now a little bit, but I started off with a 162 video list here today, and we have gotten through nearly 120, I want to say close to 125 videos somehow. I don't know how. Actually, well, not quite, but very close to it. Like 120 bits. So we've made it through the bulk of the stream and almost all of the Venezuela stuff. We still got more to get through. So, no more tarrying about. Back to it. Now, I left you on a cliffhanger in the last half, wondering about who it is that would be so profuse in their congratulations for the United States in our war crimes. Who would be so, profane as to celebrate, an international incident such as this? Well, there's only one man made for that, in the way, in the way of 2026. The president. Prime Minister, brain broken, of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. Regarding Venezuela. Wait. Sorry. Regarding Venezuela, I want to express the support of the entire government for the determined decision and justice to the region of the world. I must say that in general in Latin America right now, the transformation that we are seeing, and many countries are returning to the American axis, and not surprisingly also to the relationship with the state of Israel. We welcome that. We celebrate President Trump. We congratulate him on his decision, and we also salute the American military forces who carried out a perfect operation. We know how to appreciate something like that. Oh, we know how to appreciate something like that. Oh my God, Benjamin Netanyahu's got jokes. Israel knows how to appreciate a good war crime. Love that. Love that. That was a great one to throw in there from Benjamin Netanyahu. We know how to appreciate a good war crime, a perfect, precise war crime. Great precision. Congratulations, President Trump. It's the worst. He's the fucking worst. Go to hell. By the way, Columbia Rican, thank you for all the biddies over on Twitch. I'm just noticing that you must have been, during the break, gigantifying emotes like a fiend over here. Oh my God, how many? And the on-screen celebration, too. Oh, I must have missed that. That was actually the kit and caboodle 42 minutes ago. When did that happen? So sorry. So sorry, Sasha. That's my bad. I was not... Somehow my attention was not grabbed by that. Either way, both of you, thank you for your generous donations. Over on Twitch. Alright. Yep, there you go. Benjamin Netanyahu thinks Donald Trump is doing beautiful operations in South America. Operations like only Israel can appreciate. In their criminality and supposed precision. Laika is hungry, you say. Okay. Probably true. Always barking. There's always barking back there. Now, one fascinating oh yeah, I'm so there's got to be at least like one MAGA hate watcher, like I feel like out there. Almost definitely. And this next story may be relevant to them. Let's talk about the cropping up of fake news as it relates to Venezuela. I'm just gonna skip. Yeah. Fake news. It's being propagated online by the right surrounding this situation in Venezuela.
Is doing so illegally.
Illegal?
Not much else needs to be said about just the legal nature of all this. It is all very clearly illegal. This gets to the fake bullshit. I mean, do I even have to say anything else? So Elon Musk reposted this. Elon Musk, I believe, has the biggest account on Twitter. 231 million followers. Retweeted this obvious garbage. This post treating this like it's a real video. Venezuelans are crying on their knees, thanking Trump and America for freeing them from Nicolas Maduro. I added English subtitles so you can understand them. The people cry for their freedom, thanks to the United States for freeing us. The hero, thank you, Donald Trump. I mean, folks, how can anybody believe these are real videos? Even Grok. This is Elon Musk's own Twitter AI, which, unfortunately for him, often has to correct the misinformation he spreads. But them saying here, this is not real. This is obviously not in English. But to go on to write, AI-generated video. The license plates of the vehicles in the video do not correspond to those used in Venezuela. So, I mean, that's what they use to reference. But you can just tell by looking at the damn video. This is not real. Jesus Christ. So stupid. So, you also have this one that's being spread around. I'm in tears. Venezuelans are flooding the streets, draped in and waving their national flags. Oh, yeah. Trump supporters, all of a sudden, love immigrants. They love people from other countries. Can't get enough of Venezuelans now. Draped in and waving their national flag, celebrating the capture of Maduro and the fall of his regime. Actually, the video isn't new. It's old footage from September 2023 showing Venezuelans celebrating a soccer win against Paraguay. So, there you go.
Fucking ridiculous. Thank you, David. Jesus Christ. Is there no depths that these people will not stoop to grift? And it's 4.6 million views on this, by the way, on X. So who knows how many it actually got? Maybe somewhere between 4 and 4 million. All right. Now let's go here. See what Senator Murphy had to say on CNN. See if the coverage over at CNN gets any better here with Chris Murphy as an interviewee. It's from 11 hours ago.
Democrats are demanding answers from the Trump administration, saying top officials lied to them about ousting Nicolas Maduro and questioning whether The president violated the Constitution by attacking Venezuela without congressional approval. Here with me now is a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Democrat Chris Murphy of Connecticut. Thank you so much for being here.
Certainly.
What is your reaction to this operation?
Well, I mean, clearly this is wildly illegal. This is a president who has been operating illegally since he was sworn into office, stealing from the American people, seizing spending power.
What's illegal?
Now dragging America into a war overseas. The president cannot.
What's illegal, says Dana. What's illegal? Oh, Dana doing the hard journalism. What's illegal, she says.
To Congress first without allowing the American public to weigh in. America doesn't want this war. Nobody asked for this because it has nothing to do with American national security. And I think that's the most important conversation to have. Listen, Venezuela is not a security threat to the United States. They're not threatening to invade us. There is no terrorist group like Al-Qaeda operating there that has plans to attack the United States. To the extent that you care about the drug trade, yes, they produce drugs, but those drugs go to Europe. Fentanyl is the drug that's killing Americans. That's not coming from Venezuela. Venezuela produces cocaine. 90% of it is not coming to the United States. This seems to be mostly about oil and natural resources. Donald Trump's entire foreign policy is corrupt. Russia, the Middle East, and now Venezuela is all about making money for his friends. And Wall Street, the oil industry, they can make a lot of money off of Venezuela if they run it. You saw within hours of the invasion the announcement of a group of Wall Street investors, energy industry investors, planning a trip to Venezuela to make money off of this invasion, off of this ousting.
You know, hold on. There's a specific part in this that I wanted to get to, but I don't want the whole freaking thing. I got time for that right now. Is this whole thing an interview? I think it is. I think he says it somewhere towards the end. Right? Is this where he starts talking about that? Yeah, okay. I was like right around here. That's what I thought.
Perfect. The Secretary of State and Defense held with senators, you were there, last month, about Venezuela. Can you talk about what they said and whether or not that actually bore out?
Well, I can certainly tell you the message that they sent was that this wasn't about regime change. I mean, they came to Congress and they literally lied to our face. They said, this is just a counter-narcotics operation. This is about trying to interrupt the drug flow to the United States. Right around that same time, the White House Chief of Staff said publicly, if we ever had boots on the ground in Venezuela, of course we would have to come to Congress. Listen, there's no way to trust this administration. They aren't being straight with the American people. There isn't even a briefing scheduled for Congress next week to explain, A, what happened, and B, what the plan is moving forward. But yes, I mean, I think everybody in that briefing heard the administration say, this is just a targeted counter-narcotics operation. This has nothing to do with regime change. They knew they weren't telling the truth in that.
Well, there you go. Senator Chris Murphy coming out and saying that the Trump administration lied to Congress's faces in the briefing that they gave in the wake of the, I believe the one he's talking about is in the wake of the revelation of the double tap strike, which happened, what, like 2 months ago now? Not even. Or like at least the revelation itself wasn't 2 months ago, wasn't it? It was like, it was like it's December, wasn't it? Oh my God. We're living in such a fucking stupid timeline right now. All right, let's go here. We're going to move on from Venezuela, kind of. But really, I mean, this is what I was sort of alluding to earlier. When I brought up this has implications to former allies, now people in limbo. People like Greenland and Denmark, Panama, Canada, and Mexico. I mean, the list goes on. Just go through some Donald Trump speeches, and you can start, putting pieces together as to who may or may not have some concerns now, considering what just happened in Venezuela, about their own territorial integrity. Now, Stephen Miller's wife, whatever her fucking name is, She's got some terrible podcast that does like less views than our stream. And there's been a bunch of production value that's like put, like, at least I know a bunch of money is going into this thing, but it is doing terrible. But she has been posting on Twitter some fascinating things in recent in the last 24 hours. She has been really
Now, a social
wow.
media post by the wife of prominent Trump aide Stephen Miller has become a political flashpoint in Denmark, drawing backlash and prompting criticism from Denmark's ambassador to the United States. An ex-post from Katie Miller depicting a map of Greenland colored in the American flag's color has now sparked a diplomatic row under the map. Miller's wife left a brief caption saying, "Soon." What has especially ruffled some feathers in the North Atlantic nation of Denmark.
This is a disturbing image, and this is the thing that led to my decision on thumbnailing today. Do you see the resemblance? I mean, I just felt, why not just take it the next step? She posted this. I was like, oh yeah, I'll post out the map that I think Donald Trump is envisioning right now. One that it includes Canada and Mexico and Panama and Venezuela, Cuba. And who knows who's next? This is the sort of thing leads people to get a little upset. People like, I don't know, the Prime Minister of Denmark, who 5 hours ago told Donald Trump to stop threats against Greenland. Denmark's Prime Minister has told Donald Trump to stop the threats about taking over Greenland. Mette Frederiksen said it makes absolutely no sense to talk about the need for the United States to take over Greenland, adding that the United States has no right to annex any of the three nations in the Danish kingdom. The remarks came after Katie Miller, the wife of one of Trump's aides, Stephen Miller, tweeted a map of Greenland in the colors of the American flag alongside the word, quote-unquote, all caps, soon. Trump has repeatedly raised the possibility of Greenland becoming an annexed part of the United States, citing its strategic location and mineral wealth, and doubled down on his claims after Frederiksen's comments. In her statements posted on the Danish government website, Frederiksen said that she was addressing the United States very directly, quote-unquote. She said Denmark, and thus Greenland, quote-unquote, was a NATO member and covered by the alliance's security guarantee. Denmark, oh boy, Article 5. Invoking Article 5 here. If you invade Greenland, oh my God. Oh my God. Do you see what I'm saying here? This is what I'm talking about in terms of World War III vibes. Never have we ever been at this point where I genuinely feel like this is it. This is the moment, Less than 100 years later. World War III. Here we go. She said, okay, I'm just going to keep going with what she said. I would therefore strongly urge the United States to stop the threats against a historically close ally and against other countries and other peoples who have very clearly said that they are not for sale. Hours later on Air Force One, Trump reiterated the goal. Quote, we need Greenland from the standpoint of national security, and Denmark is not going to be able to do it, unquote, he said. Earlier, the Danish ambassador to the United States responded to the post by Mrs. Miller, a right-wing podcaster and former aide to Trump during his first term, with a friendly reminder that the two countries were allies, and saying Denmark expected respect from its territorial integrity. The exchange comes after the United States carried out a major military operation against Venezuela on Saturday, capturing its president Nicolas Maduro and his wife and removing them to New York. Trump later said that the United States would, quote-unquote, run Venezuela and U.S. oil companies would start making money from the country. The U.S. president has previously refused to rule out using force to secure control of Greenland, a vast island in the Arctic. What a fucking disturbing... All right, that was from BBC. 5 hours ago. We live in disturbing times, Space Fams. The most disturbing of times. God. These sorts of actions, you know, and it's not, Trump doesn't even come out and say, oh, Katie was out of line. He's like, actually, Katie's right. We need Greenland. There's no guardrails over there at the Trump administration. It's just no holds barred idiocy on an unprecedented level.
Unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Ah, God. All right, let's go here now. Take a quick break from World War III events to talk about the economy in Britain, where apparently the stock market hit an all-time high day after New Year's. Here's Reuters from 2 days ago. Honestly, though. Greenland, Panama, Mexico, Canada. Donald Trump has threatened all these countries with very similar things, right? Like, sure, he's been more adamant about Greenland than others, but how many times has he said Canada, the 51st state? Like 50 this year? I mean, if not more. I mean, it gets the hairs going on the back of your
London's
neck.
blue chip FTSE 100 index hit the symbolic 10,000 points marker for the first time on Friday. It's the latest sign of surging stock markets around the world. The British benchmark had a bumper 2025, gaining nearly 22%. That was its best year since 2009, outperforming Europe's broad stock 600 index as well as the S&P 500. The gains largely reflect euphoria towards stocks worldwide.
Oh, there we go. Euphoria. Stocks worldwide. People starving. Tens and tens of millions of people starving across the planet. But the stock market's doing good. Great job. Great job, Europe. And also the United Kingdom. Now, let's talk about this tragedy really quickly before we get back to talking about all the bad things, the World War III happenings. Because, of course, it's not just limited to Venezuela or Denmark and Greenland or whoever else I've been talking about. No, but for that, we have to talk about this fucking tragedy in Switzerland. Happened over on New Year's Eve at a bar, I believe in like the Alps. It's like a ski resort town. At a bar, like a fire happened. As a result, just like, I don't remember the exact number, but like way too many people died. Okay, let's go here. Associated Press from 3 days ago, just to see what the president had said. The president of Switzerland. After this had happened. The circumstances which bring us together on this first day of the year in the capital of Valais are dramatic. The fire that occurred last night in a bar in Crans-Montana is one of the worst tragedies our country has ever experienced. The evidence that took place last night in this public establishment constitute a tragedy of unprecedented and horrifying magnitude. Many lives, mostly young, have been lost. Around 100 people have been injured, often seriously, and behind these numbers are faces. Names, families, destinies brutally interrupted or forever changed. Through my voice, the Swiss government wishes to first extend its most sincere condolences to the families and loved ones of the victims, even though no words can fill the void left by such a sudden and brutal loss. Oof. Yeah, that was... Yeah, it was like 40, wasn't it? It was like real high. It was in the dozens of people that died. And there's a whole bunch of people injured, missing people. They're like going through the wreckage. It's horrifying. All right. Suffice to say, there was a vigil that was held for this. I think we're going to skip past it just for sake of time today. Just because I feel like I still have a bunch of stuff I have to do to try and get on track. You know, after we lost the YouTube channel for like 3 months, I've come to the conclusion that I was in at least a mild state of depression over it, considering we'd worked nearly 2 years and tens of thousands of hours on it. You know, I'm still, there's like a bunch of shit I feel like I just need to like get taken care of so I can start off the year right. So I'm trying to get through this quickly. So sorry if I don't stay on this story. It's also just super depressing. I just don't feel like we need more depressing on top of the already depressing that we've got going on right now. It's just too much, you know? Sometimes it's just too much. It's true, it's real, it's a real thing. Sometimes I gotta make that decision over here as Lord of the Stream. Alright, let's go now to global news real quick. This is a sort of a Sunday fun day story. I mean, technically it's not fun because I know people were hurt by this, but it's just, I don't know, it's less disturbing than the rest of the stories that we have. And that is a New Year's German bank heist. That's right, thieves broke into a German vault over the holidays.
It looks so simple. A hole drilled in a wall, followed by a clean getaway with the contents of thousands of safety deposit boxes.
Wir wollen rein! Wir wollen rein!
Customers demanded to be let inside the bank, but unlike the criminals, they were shut out. Each are only partially insured up to about $16,000.
That's fucked up. It's fucked up, global news. Unlike the thieves, they were not allowed into the bank. I don't think the thieves were allowed in either, I think. That's fucked up. Shade thrown, global news. Shade thrown. All right. Let's move on from that to this story. In Denmark, where an end of an era has come in 2026. The end of Danish postal service after 400 years of letters.
What?
It's a bank. Well, it's a bank, but it's also, just to be clear, I see why you're like, wait, why do you have any sympathy for this bank? They did not rob the vault. They robbed, well, it's a vault, but not the vault with all the money in it. They robbed the storage, the safety deposit boxes filled with everybody's valuables, just like regular people, birth certificates, whatever, right? Like family heirlooms and shit. Like, and those things are only, like they were saying, like insured up to $15,000. So some people certainly were hit hard by that, and it's not the bank. The bank doesn't even have to shell out any money for it. All right. Denmark.
For Jette Hjarta, sending Christmas cards is more than a tradition. It's a small act of resistance. The number of letters sent in Denmark has collapsed by more than 90% in the last 25 years.
I think it's such a pity. But of course, I understand personally because we live in a digital world and that's how it goes with everything. So it's not so personal anymore as it used to be because it's digital. Normally there were about 25, 30 cards every year, but last year there was only 2 cards.
All of the red post boxes in her region have been removed. She now has a long walk to a local supermarket to deposit her mail. Sending a standard letter costs nearly $8, and for many Danes, that sealed their fate. For PostNord 2, letters have simply become too expensive to handle. It's redirecting resources to the booming parcel industry. Historians are not surprised Denmark is the first country in Europe to do away with its national postal system and expects other countries will follow.
There you go, an end of a Danish era. No more National Postal Service. It will now be taken up by apparently a private company, it seems. Very sad. But postal service usage has gone down by like 90% from the highs, so you know, I guess they made a decision. Felt this was no longer necessary. Apparently the cost of sending letters was getting increasingly expensive due to a number of factors. For whatever reason. Anyways, I figured I'd put that in here since we're doing sort of Sunday Fun Day weekending report, sort of first serious stream since the new year happened. First non-holiday and or breaking news stream that we've done. Figured I would do a couple of things like that one. This next one in the Netherlands, not that far away, just across the bay there, I guess, is disturbing and is linked back to the United States' war on everything and everyone. And no, we haven't declared war on the Netherlands yet, but settle down. But we have declared war on American troops, specifically dead veterans from World War II.
What you talking about?
That's right. United States military shockingly, so shockingly, amidst all of the developments coming out of the DOD this year, or last year, the Trump administration 2.0, this will, I'm sure, just utterly flummox everyone here. But the U.S. military has removed panels, plaques, honoring a particular kind of soldier in World War II at a American cemetery and memorial in the Netherlands that memorializes American soldiers who fought in World War II. Can you guess what kind of American soldiers we've decided to no longer celebrate? Anybody? I'll give you one guess. Black soldiers. That's right. That's right. No longer will the U.S. military celebrate its black veterans of World War II. Nope. We are DEI-ifying the Netherlands American Cemetery and Memorial. Here it is, in all its former glory.
Black American soldiers have participated in every war in American history since the Revolution. And since the Revolution, they saw their roles, their responsibilities diminished.
This is so shameful. This is one of the most shameful possible things that they could do, I feel like. I mean, granted, it's going up against all these other things they're doing. It's just incredible While they're using the military for their own nefarious purposes in Venezuela, they are shaming our military. It is disgusting.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
A concerted effort to keep them out of positions that mattered, and with few exceptions. And so that the Army mirrored the southern United States.
It costs less to absolutely. That should be the point that everybody takes away from this. This is a purely spiteful move of hatred and bigotry that took more effort to do than to leave it as it was.
So that the Army mirrored the southern United States. The southern United States had codified in the laws called Jim Crow segregation, and the Army mirrored that.
That's William, the mystery man for me. Everybody in the South is angry about the situation now, that they put the pedals away because they're humans as well. They came in the houses, they slept with the white girls, and they came home. And they have to sit in the back of the bus again.
The people in Limburg area and the Netherlands, they didn't expect it at all. They know about what is happening in the States with their putting people out of the history and out of the websites in Arlington and in the Ministry of Defense, etc. But never we thought that that could be also happening here in the Netherlands.
This is a disturbing fucking story. This deserves much vergonia. So shameful. I honestly don't even know what to say. I mean, I'm honestly not shocked. I'm not shocked. I mean, I was obviously kidding when I said that, because this is just another in a long line of disgusting Trump administration decisions. Whether it's attacks on the Smithsonian Museum or on the national parks. Remember that story? Oh my God. Oh my God. If you hadn't heard of this, I can't remember if we did this story before or after we came back to the YouTube. But if you didn't hear, Donald Trump demanded that the U.S. national parks start taking down almost all national parks have like gift shops in them. Not all of them, but most of them. And you can go into the gift shop, you can buy stuff, and they have like historical artifacts and things relevant to the monuments that are in them, or whatever the historical significance of the place is. Like little like gifts, gift shop shit, right? Swag, American swag. And the fact is he directed the national parks to take down every single item for sale in the national parks that had anything to do with DEI. In another incredibly petty but foreseeable move, considering everything else we've seen. All right, back to World War III. Sorry, everybody, but we gotta do it. Let's go here now. The Forbes breaking news. And since we're doing the week ending report, we gotta go through the whole week on Ukraine, starting here from 7 days ago. Discussing the meeting between Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky that happened in Florida over last weekend.
Well, thank you very much. We had a terrific meeting. We discussed a lot of things. As you know, I had an excellent phone call with President Putin that lasted for over 2 hours. We discussed a lot of points. And I do think we're getting a lot closer, maybe very close.
Maybe even very close.
Spoke to the European leaders. They were President Emmanuel Macron.
Okay, now that's all I wanted from it. I just found this shift in tone to be interesting. Because, of course, in the last time Donald Trump... Venezuela. Jesus Christ.
I made a
Ukraine. the last time Donald Trump was talking about the peace process with Ukraine, he was saying we were closer than we've ever been before, right? He was saying we are closer than any, people are saying we are closer than we've ever seen. And now it's just, we're close. Some are saying very close. Like, it's a shift. It's a shift from the closest we've ever been to just, we're very close. Maybe. It's not even clear if we're very close anymore. And and this shift, it felt like we had actually gotten further away from peace than closer to it. That's just me. That's just how I saw that comment. It was like, wait, so we're no longer as close as we've ever been before. We are now just maybe very close. It's not clear. Okay. It's a long way from peace day one. But okay.
Thanks, Jeff,
no
for the
more
question.
Questions. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Thank you, Jeff. Great question. No more questions. Okay. Now, this was from Monday. Ukraine ends 2025 locked in war and chasing peace. Here's TRT World.
"2025 in Ukraine began with a big demand from the newly inaugurated President of the United States that Ukraine pay back nearly $350 billion of aid that Donald Trump claimed his predecessor had provided Ukraine since Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022.
We're looking to do a deal with Ukraine.
The settlement reached was a minerals for aid deal, proposed by the U.S. as Ukraine's depleted troops were battling on the front lines. Disagreements over the deal took over, setting the stage for an extraordinary event at the White House.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III.
For any peace deal, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky made it clear that his country needs security guarantees from his Western partners to prevent future Russian aggression.
Мир нам потрібен. Саме мир.
And at least tacitly, tentatively, those guarantees were in fact given, supposedly. Article 5 style, in name, not in name, in all but name, because still Ukrainian NATO membership still not on the table. But if you go over the guarantees, they are effectively the same guarantees provided to NATO member countries, which would really be an escalation in terms of the backstop from the 1993 Budapest Accords, 94, whatever it is. And it's certainly something that we, like I said at the time, because I think we covered this back then when this happened, but certainly something that Vladimir Putin and Russia would not be big fans of, generally speaking, even just NATO, like even Article 5 guarantees in spirit. I think they would, I mean, in fact, I think Lavrov came out and said exactly that. Do I have a clip of that in here somewhere? I had a clip somewhere. I just think it's gone. But at one point, I think I had a clip of Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov literally saying just that. In not so many words, and more like this. Let's go here. CNN, 6 days ago. Monday, ex-U.S. ambassador on Trump's progress towards Ukrainian peace deal.
I did everything right. We're in final stages of talking, and we're going to see. Otherwise, it's going to go on for a long time.
Final talking stages.
It'll either end, or it's going to go on for a long time. And
This is another one of Donald Trump's statements I felt we really needed to hear on this. It is so incredible. He just covers all bases. It'll either happen, it will either get peace, or it'll go on for a really long time. One of the two. It's like, yeah, like it's already gone on for a really long time. So you're already covered there. Or we'll get peace. Those are the two options. He's just laying out the two. He's like, he thinks this is like some sort of revelation to everyone. It's either going to continue or it's going to stop. It's incredible. He is capable of just droning on about literally nothing. Forever. Just indefinitely.
Additional people are going to be killed. Millions. And nobody wants that.
It'll either continue or it'll
Trump
end.
And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky meeting for a 3-hour session Sunday as they search for a deal which could end the war in Ukraine. The talks come as Russia continues its brutal bombing campaign across Ukraine, with 2 people killed and dozens more injured in Ukraine's capital over the weekend. Ukraine.
Okay, I'm actually gonna skip past it. I mean, the guy, the former Ukrainian ambassador, found that Donald Trump's optimism about the peace plan was it was ill-fated and poorly constructed. Derived from false principles. But anybody could have told him that. All right. Now, let's go here to the Novara Media from Wednesday. They put this piece out. Asking the question about what war with Russia might look like and how close it might be. And whether or not it's closer than you think.
Europe is ramping up for war. Entire economies, including the UK's, are being restructured in favor of defense and preserving the US's commitment to the NATO alliance. Now, the reason we're given is the possibility of war with Russia. But that raises the question, what would a war between Russia and Europe even look like? And would you survive it? According to Russian state TV, the answer is definitely not.
Другой вариант – погрузить Британию в морскую пучину – российский подводный робот-беспилотник «Посейдон». Он приближается к цели на километровой глубине со скоростью 200 км в час. Нет никакого способа остановить этот подводный дрон. Боеголовка на нем мощностью до 100 мегатонн. Взрыв этой термоядерной торпеды у берегов Британии поднимет гигантскую волну, цунами высотой до 500 метров. Такой водяной шквал является еще и носителем экстремальных доз радиации. Пройдя над Британскими островами, он превратит то, что от них, может быть, еще и останется, в радиоактивную пустыню. Надолго, непригодно.
That clip was broadcast in May 2022.
That was I'm sorry, I didn't read that out. I don't know if everybody was reading that. I almost feel like I should go back and read it back out. But just to nutshell that was apparently a Russian, what do you call it? Bulletin describing what would happen if they launched a thermonuclear warhead, detonated it under the ocean off of the western coast of Britain. Disturbing.
Just a few months after the invasion of Ukraine, and all the UK did to deserve that 500-meter tsunami back then was offer support to Kyiv. 3 years later, and the situation is much more volatile.
Fact is that Europe is facing a clear and present danger.
We are at a crossroads in history today. This is not a moment for more talk. It's time to act.
Russia has brought war back to Europe. And we must be prepared for the scale of war our grandparents and great-grandparents endured.
Our world is more dangerous and contested now than it has been for decades. We are now operating in a space between peace and war.
Sons and daughters, colleagues, veterans will all have a part to play. To build, to serve, and if necessary, to fight. And more families will know what sacrifice for our nation means.
Those war preparations are now very much underway in Europe and the UK. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has moved his promise to put British boots on the ground in Ukraine to its operational phase. And Whitehall officials have told the Prime Minister the army must spend billions on weapons like off-the-shelf drones, shells and armoured vehicles now. Meanwhile, in more recent months, the media increasingly appears to be priming the British public for war, with almost weekly reports on new threats to the UK from Russia. European countries are also getting serious about a confrontation with Russia, unveiling an €800 billion plan to rearm the continent. This frantic race for arms is a response to an apparent fracturing of the NATO alliance under US President Donald Trump, leading European leaders to believe that the US is just no longer a reliable military partner. That in turn means they may have to go it alone in a possible confrontation with Russia. Within 5 years, Danish intelligence warns, and many in European security circles believe that when it comes to that confrontation, it's just a matter of time, with a major war perhaps just around the corner. But it wouldn't take much for it to come much sooner. When international tensions are high, every action provokes a corresponding reaction, like this from Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov, responding to Europe's rearmament plan. This is a process that we are watching closely because the EU is positioning Russia as its main adversary. This, of course, could potentially be a topic of deep concern for us, and there could be a need to take appropriate measures in response to ensure our security. When big powers get adversarial, and especially when they think of security largely in terms of offense, things can go from heightened stalemate to confrontation extremely quickly. The smallest actions can suddenly spin into world-changing consequences. And as Europe gears up its security against Russia, experts have identified 4 geographical axes where the bloc would likely fortify its defenses. There's Norway's North Cape and the Finnish border with Russia, the Polish-Belarus border to the south, the Turkish Straits, which serve as a western entry point to the Black Sea, and Russia's short border with the Baltic states, Estonia and Latvia. But the buildup of European forces at any of these locations right on the doorstep of Russian territory would likely, almost certainly, be seen as a provocation by Russia. Just imagine Russia did the same to us. We would see it as a provocation. We would freak out. And it would only take incremental heightening of tensions to raise the stakes in potentially catastrophic ways.
Yeah, the World War III vibes are immaculate right now. We're hitting all the points, right? We're hitting all of them. There's so many fucking conflicts on the globe. It really does feel like there are more countries in conflict or in potential conflict with one another than there are not at this moment.
Russia's most vulnerable neighbors, for example, are Estonia and Latvia, with easily breachable borders and significant Russian-speaking minorities. By amassing troops on those borders, Russia could quickly threaten those countries' European allies with a tit-for-tat military response. And Russia has the manpower to make good on the threat of invasion. With a standing army of 1.3 million troops, and only about half of them thought to be in Ukraine, plus 2 million reservists, Russia could effortlessly station several 100,000 soldiers along those borders. But at the standard estimate of 1 military occupier for every 50 inhabitants, just 60,000 Russian soldiers would be enough to subdue the 3 million inhabitants of these 2 countries. So how would Europe respond to the presence of significant numbers of troops on its borders? Well, they might strengthen their defenses at the other 3 axes. And reinforcing Latvia's and Estonia's tiny armies would be another option, as well as amassing reinforcements in neighboring Lithuania and Poland. Now, Poland is Europe's top spender on defense and has around 300,000 well-trained military personnel. These include the standing armed forces, as well as a rapidly growing territorial defense force of volunteer soldiers. In recent years, Poland, a country whose history is one of repeated Russian and German invasion, has invested heavily in building up its defenses. Polish Prime Minister...
Yeah, and I'm not mistaken, if my recollection of history here, I think Poland is among other countries in that particular region that have all basically suggested at one time or another in the last couple of years about the desire to, or perhaps the supposed necessity of having nuclear weapons. You know, not that anybody's actually taking it seriously, really. You know, nobody's taking him up on that and said, yeah, you should get some right now. But there's been like little rumblings here and there about people saying maybe we should have them. Learn from Ukraine. They had them, now they don't, and look at them. You want to be like them? So it's a disturbing sort of trend, but it just takes one, and then it's gonna. I feel like it'll be fucking horse race after that. All right, one more, and then I think we're gonna go to break. Just to break up the topics, because this is our last one on Russia-Ukraine for tonight. This is from 2 days ago. Apparently, Russian intelligence handed over supposed evidence to the United States of an alleged strike on Vladimir Putin's residence, which happened earlier last week.
A senior Russian military chief handed over what he said was part of a Ukrainian drone to a U.S. military attaché on Thursday. He said the drone part contained data that proved the Ukrainian military had targeted a Russian presidential residence earlier this week. Moscow accused Kiev on Monday of sending 91 long-range drones to try and strike a residence of President Vladimir Putin in Russia's northern Novgorod region.
I couldn't tell what that commercial was fast enough. I couldn't pause it quick enough. I got an ad. Like, sometimes I get ads on my own channel on the window, my Chrome window that I use to monitor what's happening. And I think I can't tell who is advertising on our channel, but it's somebody political. And the last two images I saw were an image of a Hamas member and then 3 words: support freedom, not terror. And then the terror got crossed out with a big red X. I could not tell who the ad was for. There was like the U.S. government or some sort of political campaign. People running political ads on the channel, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. People seem to have figured out what we do around here. Hitting that algo. Getting that sweet, sweet algo. That algo money. All right. There we go. Now, apparently there was like Donald Trump was, or not Donald Trump specifically, but the United States was handed some like guidance chip or something like that from a supposed like drone or a missile. Then, strangely, Donald Trump had this to say on Truth Social. Putin attack bluster shows Russia is the one standing in the way of peace. NewYorkPost.com. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The subtitle under this this headline is: the mood was cautiously optimistic after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky emerged from his Mar-a-Lago meeting on Sunday. Serious news at the New York Post. I just can't take the New York Post seriously. I'm sorry. I see a headline from the New York Post and I immediately think
Give me
chicanery. It's just a knee-jerk reflex reaction. I'm sure it's credible reporting through and through. All right, everybody. We're a little over 9 hours into the stream. Nearly 9.5. So I think it's a fair enough time for us to take our final break of the night. We still got the Middle East and Asia to discuss before we bring this stream to a close. But first, some brief space messaging. And I'll be right back. Okay, everybody, I hope you've enjoyed the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. Maybe hit that like button, too, while you're at it. Do not forget that, of course, your donations help keep the Galactic News Network alive. And this is the last break through the messaging. You know how to contribute to the Galactic News Network. But help us get more patrons. More than anything right now, I think we'd love to see some more patrons join. I'd love to make some people some avatars and put some more names up on the Galactic billboard. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Alright, everybody. That beeping in your ear is intended to alert you to the fact that the break is now over. Well, coming to an end. And the final half is about to begin. So get your butts back in those seats, otherwise you are going to miss it. Okay, I would just like to address something before the final half of the show. I see somebody messaging about Tina supposedly being reduced to dancing for petty change in an alley. I'd just like to point something out to everybody here. Tina is not dancing for change. She's dancing for love of the game. Alright? She's vibing, she's dancing, she's feeling the music. And so should you. Alright, everybody, we're back. Final half of the stream, whatever it is. This is a seventh half? Sixth half? Sixth? 7. Half number 7. Lucky number 7. Incoming. Final. But perhaps the best half. Some are saying 7th half is actually the very best half of the entire stream. That's not me, that's people. People are saying it. Everybody's saying it. All right, now we ended off the last half talking about Russia, Ukraine. We are now going to move on to the Middle East, which has, of course, no conflicts going on. I'm sorry.
Tiny mistake.
I meant a lot of conflicts still going on. Donald Trump met with Benjamin Netanyahu. I believe it was Monday. Let's go here. NBC.
Tonight, President Trump issuing an urgent warning amid reports Iran is trying to revive its ballistic missile program.
If they are, we're going to have to knock them down.
In June, Israeli forces struck Iranian military bases and missile defenses, and the U.S. dropped massive bombs on key Iranian nuclear facilities. An advisor to Iran's supreme leader now responding any aggression will receive a strong, immediate response.
Iran may be behaving badly. Usually, where there's smoke, there's fire.
The warning coming as the president hosted Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at his Mar-a-Lago estate. The U.S. pushing for the start of Phase 2 of the fragile Gaza ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. It would include the withdrawal of more Israeli forces, but only if Hamas lays down its weapons.
They're going to be given a very short period of time to disarm, and we'll see how that works out.
Trump also speaking this morning by phone, again with...
And we'll see how that works out. There you go, Donald Trump in safening the Middle East by threatening Iran and Hamas simultaneously in the same press conference. Shock of shocks. Donald Trump would do such a thing. Now, a couple days later, things were kind of getting a little weird on the streets of Iran. Are you feeling the World War III vibes yet, Space Fams? This is just 1 week of news that we're talking about, right? I'm encapsulating just 1 week's of news. We have not gone outside of the last week, aside from at the very beginning, to talk about the Jeffrey Epstein
Are you
files.
still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
This was all just one disturbing week we've just lived through. My Space Fams, and we're about to start a new one. But in Iran, things were getting rather tumultuous. Now, we've been talking about the situation in Iran for a while. And one of the biggest things in Iran that people are upset about and worried about is the mismanagement of Iran's water resources. Now, of course, climate change is contributing to the situation drastically. But last year, during December, the president of Iran, what was it? Fuck, I can't remember his name right now. Khamenei. He was saying that they were going to have to evacuate Tehran because it was going to run out of fucking water. And, well, people have been protesting towards the end of the week in the streets of Iran. Actually, I guess it was sort of midweek, like Wednesday, Thursday, sort of started.
An image that quickly went viral in Iran. A man sits down in the middle of the street in silent protest. Facing him, lines of Iranian security personnel on motorbikes. These are the biggest demonstrations to hit Iran since protests that broke out in 2022 after the death of Mahsa Amini in police custody. Demonstrators are angered by rising inflation, triggered by a plunge in the value of Iran's currency. Since Sunday, shopkeepers have held protests here in Tehran's Grand Bazaar. And now the government is taking notice.
We officially see, hear and recognise all of the protests, the difficulties and the crises. We emphasise the right to peaceful assembly, which is also recognised in our constitution.
As protests continued in Tehran on Tuesday, Iran's parliamentary speaker called for dialogue with leaders of the protest movement.
Oh, it's Pezeshkian. Why did I say Khamenei? Stupid. It's Pezeshkian. So that's like 10 million people. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's just Tehran. Well, a lot of this has been brewing for a while, to be frank, says Sean. Look, Sean, you're not wrong. But I guess my point is that the tipping point, from what I can tell, because yes, I agree, there has been political unrest in Tehran, albeit suppressed. But fact is I think that having the capital city of, as Michael Reich has just pointed out, 10 million people being under threat for like weeks of possibly having the entire city evacuated due to lack of water and accusations of the government's mismanagement being the main culprit of that. I think that's sort of what do you want to call it? Sort of a catalyst, somewhat of a catalyst. I feel would sort of thing that would cause people to be upset, not be able to take showers. Like that's because that's literally where people are at in Iran and have been. Like they've been on severe water shortage and rationing due to the drought and the lack of resources that they had. They had been, I mean, like people have been forced to do some drastic things to get water. And I think that, you live like that long enough, you start going crazy. Okay. You start getting upset. You start looking at whose fault it is that your life is like this right now. Why am I showering? Why am I drinking the water I showered in earlier today? I think that'll make anybody upset. Protests have been sparked in Iran and have widened, expressing grievances against the country's management. Social media video shows a lone man blocking security services on motorbikes. The same video shows dozens of protesters running, some throwing objects towards the police. This is the largest wave of protests in the country since 2022. Women's rights activists, shopkeepers, and students, have taken to the streets to voice their discontent. Okay, that's what I thought I said. Well, there you have it. It's the shower heads. Terrible, horrible, low flow shower heads from the Green News scam. Can't even get wet. Can't even get wet under the shower head. That's the problem. You can just give them the high flow, high capacity shower heads. That would fix it. Just turn the faucet back on. You can only deal with swamp ass for so long. Exactly. Exactly. You get it. Chat gets it. YouTube chat gets it. You keep forgetting the avatar, then I don't know what to pick. I don't identify with any characters you can think of. You can always technically use a picture of yourself or of like a pet or, I mean, pretty much anything. Like float by anything with me. Anybody who's in the Discord who's a patron, feel free to message me if you haven't decided your patron avatar, because I know there's a handful of you who have forgone that benefit for whatever reason. But really, I mean, float it by me, like send me a pic of something, I'll try and make it work, or just like send an idea of something, just a vague idea, and I'll try and make it happen. It's really just a communal art project. I like to have people some semblance of whatever, like or like having your essence imbued onto the stream vicariously through your Patreon membership. I think is. Yeah, I think it's not only a good benefit, I think it's beautiful. It's like a tapestry. It's like a galactic tapestry woven with love. All right, let's move on from the protest in Iran. Well, not quite. Not quite. This was big news, actually. A lot of people were talking about this, but Donald Trump, the president of the United States, he had some stuff to say. Oh, wait. I went too far. Yeah. Let me go back here. So, apparently, like, one protester was supposedly killed in this, although I don't know from whom that reporting is originally from. But that's what I've been hearing. And it's absolutely condemnable. I do not, I'm not here to argue against that at all. But I'd just like you to hear what Donald Trump had to say about this protest that's going on in Iran, a place that he just got done bombing last year. Oopsies.
People are now dead after clashes between police and protesters continue for a sixth day. Marches and unrest broke out across the country this week, sparked by the anger about the Iranian currency's collapse and the rising cost of living. There are accusations Iranian authorities are using deadly force during the crackdown. A human rights group says one of the fatalities was caused by live ammunition. A member of Iran's security forces was also reportedly killed earlier this week.
All right. Okay. In response to the unrest, Donald Trump on Truth Social claimed that the United States would rescue protesters if any were shot and killed.
Past presidents like Obama and Biden, those presidents provided rhetorical support for Iranian protesters in past protests. But members of the Republican Party certainly have challenged those presidents for not doing more to defend protesters and protect them against violence and repression from the Iranian state. So this is Trump planting his flag down and trying to look tough.
If Iran shots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. All caps. Now, yes, it says shots. It's not shoots. It says shots. Now, what I found fascinating about this is Donald Trump literally sent the National Guard after protesters in the United States last year. Literally, last year he sent the National Guard after protesters across the country, claiming that they were a foreign invading force, Antifa something or other, be paid by George Soros. And here's Donald Trump saying, now, I will protect the protesters, the peaceful protesters in Iran. America first. We must protect Iranian right to free speech. But you might also remember, I don't know, comments like this from 5 years ago in Donald Trump's first term.
President Trump is calling for a crackdown on protesters, and he's slamming local leaders for not being tough enough. We're learning the president himself was evacuated to a safer place at one point. Weisha Zhang is at the White House. Weisha, what happened there?
Well, good morning, Gail. A senior administration official tells CBS News that President Trump was briefly moved to the White House bunker on Friday night during the protests out of an abundance of caution. The president has not acknowledged that he was moved to the shelter, but on Saturday morning, Mr. Trump tweeted that he could not have felt more safe. Mr. Trump.
This is old school Trump. Great job last night at the White House by the United States Secret Service. They were not only totally professional, but very cool. I was inside, watched every move, and could not have felt more safe. They let the quote-unquote protesters scream and rant as much as they wanted, but whenever someone... ... Oh, right. That was it. That was May 30th of 2020. Long time ago. In the annals of history. Some call them the annals of history.
Has been empathetic over the death of George Floyd, but Sunday, as he remained out of sight, he berated Democrats and his rivals as he tweeted for more law and order in response to some of the violent protests playing out across the country, including that the U.S. military is ready to intervene. The president said radical left anarchists, namely Antifa, are behind the rioting and looting and would designate the extremist group as a terrorist organization. But without any clear leader or organization in the Antifa movement, it's unclear how such a move would actually be executed. Plus, law enforcement is still investigating exactly who is behind the violence. Back here.
Here is Donald Trump 5 years ago during the Black Lives Matter protests. Basically doing the same playbook as this last year, claiming that protesters were Antifa, violent terrorists, and they needed to be cracked down on. And so it was strange. He seems more interested in protecting the free speech of Iranians than of Americans, for whatever reason. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe PBD got into his ear? It's not clear. But who's going to speak up for Americans' free speech, huh? That's my question. What happened to the America First thing? It's very strange. Now, Iran's leader, Ayatollah Khomeini, had some stuff to say here yesterday. We talk to protesters, the officials must talk to them. But there is no benefit to talking to rioters. Rioters must be put in their place. Now, what does that mean? What will that mean for the future of the situation? Will Donald Trump retaliate if Ayatollah Khomeini cracks down on protesters in Iran? Protecting Iranian protesters more than he protects American citizens protesting his own regime? It is fascinating, and really, it's quite, I mean, it's projection is really what it is. It is, I mean, well, I don't know, but I mean, clearly people are being cracked down on in both areas, but I mean, you know, glass houses, something about stones and throwing them. All right, well, let's move on from that conflict to another close by conflict down in Gaza. Israeli forces broke the ceasefire deal once again, killing another 3 Palestinians in Gaza.
Illegal.
Basically, crickets from the mainstream media.
Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar! Allah! Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah!
There you go. That was a funeral for 3 more dead Gazans killed by Israeli forces. Another violation of the ceasefire that nobody seems to give a shit about. While Donald Trump continues to ramp up his demands from Hamas, Israel continues to just completely ignore the terms of the ceasefire. Meanwhile, next door, in Syria, things have been interesting, of course. We've been talking about Syria a lot over the last year. With the fall of Bashar al-Assad, and then all the sort of... all of the events transpiring after that. And here we are now, 2026. Apparently, Syria is now issuing a new currency, repealing all of the old bills with the face of Bashar al-Assad still on them. Of course, today we are exchanging the newly printed currency supplied to us by the central bank, replacing the old currency in circulation in the market in accordance with the instructions provided by the central bank. There is strong turnout to exchange the new currency, especially since today is the first day it became available. Naturally, people like new things and change from time to time. And this kind of change, having the new currency, can have a small positive psychological effect. Of course, we're not happy with the symbols of the former regime. Bashar al-Assad's images and portraits of the father and the like, so removing them will certainly bring a positive psychological impact on all of us, God willing. Okay. Now, while people in Syria are exchanging old for new, Britain was dropping bombs on the Islamic State with help from France. Here is the Associated Press from 16 hours ago. You know what I love about this vibe in particular? It really brings me back, you know? Like I can just hear him somewhere, way off in the distance.
Saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again."
You know, with NATO members all working together in Syria blasting terrorists, while the United States seizes territory in South America, I'm just getting goosebumps over here. You know, it feels like we're back in the year 2000 or something. Well, slightly after. You get what I'm saying. In the 2000s. All right, back. A disturbing trend, to say the least. It really does feel like we're heading towards perhaps is even more tumultuous time than back then. Really. I'm not joking. It really does feel like that. Like I'm done joking about it. Like I'm kind of upset and like genuinely concerned about what this means for the future. I'm trying to stay, you know, composed and get through the show right now, but it's fucked. Shit is fucked. This timeline is fucked. Where's Scott Bakula? Can we exchange this timeline for a new one? All questions I am asking myself right now. Alright, now let's continue progressing through this goddamn show to Saudi Arabia. Actually, sorry, not Saudi Arabia, to Yemen, where Saudi Arabian forces are apparently running roughshod through a port city of Makalla. Here's the AP from 15 hours ago. Yay, more conflict.
Yeah!
Thank God for everything. We are the owners of the house. I'll bet this was all U.S. made weapons. In fact, these are probably U.S. made Humvees. These are probably U.S. made Humvees. We just probably, you know. Probably all, you know,
Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediate results. We just promised them a fuck ton of weapons, didn't we? How long ago was that now? Those are Toyota Technicals? Oh, Uncle Simric with the information. Okay. Okay. Anyway, shortly after meeting with Donald Trump, Saudi Arabia upping its military efforts in Yemen. Middle East evolving into even more chaos. Weren't we just told, like, last month that we had peace in the Middle East or something like that? Like 2 months ago now, I guess. Yeah, it was like 2 months ago. We were told we had peace in the Middle East. Back in, was that early November? Actually, that might have been October. Because that might have been like mid-October. We were told we had peace in the Middle East. It was great celebrations. Huzzahs all around. World leaders came out for the event. And yet it feels almost worse than it was before. Yeah, a bunch of dipwats went to Egypt. That's true. There was a large number. Some might call it a metric fuck ton of dipwads at that meeting. All right, let's go to Asia now in full at Myanmar. where this time last week, Myanmar was holding its first election in about 5 years since the military coup took over. Unfortunately, the 1.5 million plus Rohingya refugees that have been ethnically cleansed from the country in the wake of the military coup are not being allowed to vote in that election, making it what most people would call a sham.
Illegal.
Rohingya refugee Muhammad Rashid has lived in this cramped makeshift tent in Bangladesh since 2017 after fleeing persecution in his home country. That's why a national election in his motherland is a painful news for him.
I am so shocked that I can't exercise my voting rights. If I were in my country with citizenship rights, I would vote in this election.
Even Bangladesh's interim government head, Muhammad Yunus, marking Ramadan with Rohingya at the world's largest refugee camp in March this year, said he hoped to repatriate a good number by next Ramadan, which is mid-February.
Pipe dreams, in my opinion. Pipe dreams. It would be incredible to see. I would love to see it. But right now, I mean, this is a fake election where not only the Rohingya population aren't being allowed to vote. Let's not forget, the vote is being suppressed in the rural regions where the guerrilla forces, because there's multiple different guerrilla factions fighting against, which are all loosely affiliated with one another, fighting back against the military, the junta, and like they too are not being allowed to vote. So like, or not entirely, but like their vote is being suppressed heavily, right? So like all the people who are fighting against the regime and are clearly, critical of the regime, not allowed to vote. All of the ethnically cleansed peoples not allowed to vote. We're talking about millions of people who are not being allowed to vote right now in this election, and to think that this is like somehow like a good sign for democracy, I think is perhaps naively optimistic. I hate to criticize a guy who I think is like a Nobel laureate, but I do think he is being overly optimistic, probably because the reason why I think he's being overly optimistic is because the Rohingya population is putting pressure on the government of Bangladesh, even though they're not really providing much, if at all, any aid to the people. Even, he showed up to this, but like, there's not a lot being provided to them right now, but it's still more than nothing. And that is putting pressure on Bangladesh, which is already, going through a lot. Oh, God. All right. Where am I? Oh, yeah. We're not going to go too far. Let's go to Thailand. Right next door. Where things are tentatively, momentarily better until the next time they're not better. As a couple days ago... I'm sorry, not a couple days ago. This was actually Monday. Take it back. Monday, so it was like last week, technically, this time. Myanmar and... Myanmar. Thailand and Cambodia signed another tentative ceasefire in the wake of the latest round of fighting over the disputed border area. Here is that story real quick for us.
Guns remain silent on the border, indicating that the truce is holding. Still, the agreement requires a 72-hour monitoring window. If it is adhered to, Thailand will release 18 Cambodian soldiers held since July. But there are still concerns the ceasefire won't hold from those living at the border areas. Pontep Sayai is widowed and lives in Tret province in Thailand, only 2 kilometers from the Cambodian border. Every morning for the last 3 weeks, she has woken up to loud explosions.
I'm not sure if it will really be peaceful. If I wake up tomorrow and there is no sound of gunfire, I might believe it, but even then, I would not be 100% sure. Last time they announced a ceasefire and signed an agreement, but we still saw shooting. After only a few months, there was shooting again, so
Yeah, this woman's quite skeptical. I too harbor similar skepticism surrounding this situation. While Donald Trump wants to claim victory on it over and over again, I think it's probably best to hold off on any sort of victory dances here. This is a long disputed border, one which needs actual sort of like real effort on solving, you know? And really, the people to solve this should have always been France. They just sort of sloppily drew this border many, many years ago on their way out of the area. And it's led to only bad things ever since. Since it left a church, or not a church, like a religious monument, a shrine, temple actually, I think. I can't remember if it's temple or shrine. It left a temple that was affiliated. It's in the wrong, basically on the wrong side. Genuinely, that's basically the main issue of thrust of this situation. Which dates back to the colonial days, which, I mean, really, they're just, they ever end. We're back at them. I mean, the colonial days are alive and well right now, it feels like. All right, moving our way through Asia and the conflicts in Asia. Let's not forget, throughout the week, China was doing military drills around Taiwan, causing great alarm for Taiwan's military, and they, in response, scrambled jets and other sorts of defense apparatuses, whatever it is. And that was certainly at least one of the discussions this week. I mean, there's been so many things already this week. It's insane. This is just 1 week. This is just basically the end of 2025 and the beginning of 2026. 7 days. I made sure to keep out basically every single fucking video, aside from like reference, like for reference type stuff going back. Like really every single thing here was from last week. It's fucking crazy. We're living in stupid times.
And China says its military has fully surrounded Taiwan for war games, with live fire drills taking place. Taiwan has responded by mobilizing its troops to rehearse defense tactics. The war games come just days after Washington announced the largest ever weapons package for Taiwan, selling at more than $11 billion worth of weapons.
Here's the thing about all of this stuff that we've discussed here in the last, 4 hours or whatever it's been in the Earth half, with all the geopolitical rumblings here, with all of these military movements going on, just sort of as they start to increase, like the likelihood for some sort of negative event to come of it. Right, like a misunderstanding. Somebody shows up that nobody's expecting, and all of a sudden, at least, you get what I'm saying here? Like, it could genuinely cause a confusion, a mistake. But a mistake could lead to people dying, which then could lead to all sorts of other sorts of, you know what I'm saying? Like, shots could get fired, and then the downstream ramifications of that. Consequences, the dominoes that could fall as a result.
Joining me now is our International Affairs Editor, Philip Toll. Philip, what are these Chinese military maneuvers? I mean, more importantly, why are they happening now? And what are they all about?
Okay, I think there are several messages that the Chinese are trying to send to the Taiwanese and the international community at the same time. The first one is that, yes, we can launch these kind of military maneuvers around Taiwan. Yes, we have the capacity to rein in Taiwan, to force it to become a part of the Chinese mainland. And yes, the international community should sit up and take notice of that we are not going to allow Taiwan ever to become totally independent of China. I think those are the three key messages the Chinese are trying to send. And I think the reason for that right now is also threefold. The first one, you mentioned it, was this enormous package that's been sent to the Taiwanese by the Americans, $11.1 billion worth of weapons, including long-range missiles, which, if Taiwan wants to use them, could hit the Chinese mainland. The second one is that the Chinese are pretty fed up with Taiwan's president, whose name
And also, of course, people like Sanae Takaichi, the new prime minister of Japan, has been saying some very inflammatory things. Donald Trump and other U.S. officials have said some mildly inflammatory things as well. It's all been very bad. And of course, China has a responsibility to all this too, because they've been doing some, rather inflammatory things as well. Mostly in the South China Sea, which, even though its name is South China Sea, it's not all China's. Due to international law, which is becoming more of a joke every single day. Oh, good old international law.
Give me a joke.
It's a tougher and tougher argument to make these days with the state of things. I was promised peace day one. I mean, I didn't vote for him, but you know what I mean? Like, America was promised peace day one. It is now day 350... No, 45? No, 50. 350. And counting. All right. Now, 2 days in a row, China launched military drills around Taiwan. And Taiwan, in response, 2 days in a row, launched their fighters and drones, whatever else. Then, the next day, Taiwan started going around dropping barrels of explosives into what's it called? My brain just freaking broke. Oh my god, why geography brain? Why are you failing me now? Usually you're so good with the rememberings. This Strait of El Stupido. What? Why can't I think of it right now? Why am I so dumb? The Taiwanese Strait. It's just the Taiwan Strait. Why do I think it's Strait of something? God damn it. It's too easy. That's the problem. It's too easy. I expect it to be more tricky. And it's not tricky. It's actually very easy. The Strait of Taiwan. This looks safe. Taiwan dropped explosive barrels in river defense drills. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying about World War III? I've been doing this stream for 2 years. I'm not kidding. Right? We one night we did just a threat level midnight stream. Remember threat level midnight? And I was like, people, we are closer to World War III than we've ever been before. It was like a year ago, wasn't it? Or it was a while ago. It was quite a while ago. Now I feel like we are genuinely at the point where we are basically, we're in it. we're in it. There's enough conflicts and sort of rising tensions right now. Feels like the least peaceful moment I can imagine. I mean, of course it can get less peaceful, but I guess just in terms of tension, images like this don't help. Just throwing barrels of explosives into the strait. People seem to be struggling to get along right now. And here's another troubling development. We've been talking about this now for the better part of like 6 months. Maybe longer. I'm trying to remember exactly the timing of this. We've been talking about how in Japan, a place historically which has not had an actual formal military, merely just sort of like a internal defense force, if you will. I know what that acronym's not intentional. Point is, Japan has in a number of recent months been talking about insane. People in Japan have been talking about insane things. Like, I don't know, we need a military, or maybe we should, maybe we should get our own nuclear bombs or whatever else. And now, this.
Japan is accelerating efforts to significantly boost its military capabilities to stand up to China's growing threats by doubling annual arms spending. The goal comes as Tokyo's main ally, the United States, pushes for more military assistance in Asia, and the military hawk takes over Japan's leadership. Japan says it's still a peaceful nation and the buildup is needed for a more self-reliant military that can better deter China. But Beijing and other critics see Japan as deviating from its post-peace pledge, pointing to Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi's statement soon after taking office that any Chinese military action against Taiwan could be grounds for a Japanese military response. Japan's post for transformation into one of the world's major defense spenders has developed over decades and raises.
Well, there you go. Japan talking about formally turning their defense force into a genuine military. That was from Thursday. And yesterday, Japan condemned the strikes, which apparently happened this week that we totally missed, from North Korea. Ballistic missile tests, apparently. Ruffling feathers over in Japan. By the way, this will shock everybody, considering how long this list was. We've done it. We're 10 hours and 10 minutes into the stream. We're on the second to last video, the penultimate, if you will, of the stream. Well done, everyone, for your stalwart efforts, your stoic resolve, your ability to stick through this thing. All right.
北朝鮮は本日7時台から8時台にかけて北朝鮮西岸付近から少なくとも2発
Between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m., North Korea launched ballistic missiles in a direction towards its eastern waters from the west coast. Details are looked into by Japan, U.S., and South Korea, but the missiles are estimated to have landed outside Japan's exclusive economic zone. Additionally, all may have flown on irregular trajectories, and we are still investigating. The first one was fired around 7:54 a.m. and with its highest altitude of 50 kilometers, it flew over approximately 900 kilometers. The second one was fired over 8:05 a.m. and with its initial height of 50 kilometers, it flew approximately 950 kilometers. And regarding this launch, Japan has strongly protested against North Korea via the embassy in Beijing. Whatever the intention, North Korea's nuclear weapons development is a threat towards Japan's and the world's peace and stability, and is totally unacceptable. The Ministry of Defense will do our utmost best in gathering and analyzing information and monitoring the situation. Okay, here we go. Everything's fine. No conflicts on the planet. Peace. Peace, everybody. We did it. Alright. I figured since I knew this was going to be a stressful stream and it was technically a Sunday fun day, I would put this one in the last slot. Talk about a National Geographic explorer who's trekked around the globe on foot. Man by the name of Paul Salopek went on to speak with PBS NewsHour 3 days ago to talk about his globe-trotting.
In the last 2 years,
right
National Geographic explorer Paul Salopek traversed the Chinese countryside, marched along South Korea's demilitarized zone, and fended off grizzly bears in Alaska. And he's done it on foot. Now his expedition from Africa to the tip of South America, crosses into the Western Hemisphere. Stephanie Tsai checks in on his adventures to date.
Paul Salopek is more than halfway done with his journey, dubbed the Out of Eden Walk. His path began in the Great Rift Valley of Ethiopia in 2013, winding through the Middle East and Asia before crossing the Pacific Ocean for Alaska. Salopek's dispatches for National Geographic along the way bring readers with him stride for stride on this unprecedented trek. And Paul joins us now. Paul, welcome back to the NewsHour. The last time we spoke was about 2 years ago. You were winding your way through the Middle Kingdom, a 2.5-year walk through China. What were the main takeaways, if you can give them in a few moments?
You know, it was 2.5 years, more than 4,000 miles. This is much, much longer than the distance between Los Angeles and New York. It's like walking actually from Chicago to Paris, from basically tropical rainforest at the foot of the Himalaya Mountains to the snowy forests of Manchuria near Russia. So I covered all these different landscapes, big cities, high mountains, empty valleys, the deserts, and the sheer diversity of China really came through. And it allowed me as a journalist to kind of get out of the bubble that many of us travel in when we go for quick, short hits to places like China and talk to ordinary people every single day. It was quite a privilege.
Let's move on to the next parts of your journey, which take you to South Korea and then Japan, where again, you're walking in the rural countryside, but I sense such a theme of emptiness and isolation and loneliness. Were those your main takeaways from that region?
It really was. When I took a ferry boat from northern China into South Korea and then another ferry into Japan, one of the most startling kind of discoveries for me was just how empty the countryside is. The depopulation of the countryside in South Korea and Japan as a product of hyper-urbanization and hyper-globalization was just astonishing. When I walked through the rural parts of Honshu, the main island, I one day walked almost 25 miles and saw 3 people. I had to go back to my methodology of camping and going across the deserts of Central Asia or the deserts of Saudi Arabia. I had to start carrying food. I had to start thinking about sleeping out in a sleeping bag because there were no lodging. It was kind of spooky. It was like walking through almost a post-apocalyptic rural landscape.
You leave Asia, and one of the rules of this journey is you can't get on motorized transit, right? You can't take planes, trains, and automobiles, but you can take ships, and you end up on a container ship heading to Alaska. So talk about the experience of being on a container ship.
That was the first for me. I mean, and the whole reason I need to add why I'm on a container ship going 5,000 miles across the North Pacific is that I'm following the pathways of the ancient first peoples who populated the world. I got stymied at the Russian border with China, right? I couldn't go through Russia because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So that old Siberian migration route into Alaska was closed. So the alternative was taking a ship across the Pacific. A container ship took me for 11 days between Yokohama, Japan, to a tiny port in British Columbia in Canada called Prince Rupert. We were traveling at about 15, 16 miles an hour, moving something like 4,000 containers of everything you can imagine. And it was like a glimpse, Stephanie, of looking behind the scenes at how globalization works. Who are these seafarers who move all of our stuff, all the clothes that we're wearing, all the stuff in our homes, the cars that we drive, moves on these giant moving warehouses. The ship was 300 meters long. That's like 4 city blocks. It was colossal.
You have to tell me what the lost coast of Alaska was like and what the most remarkable moments there were.
What I've said, Stephanie, before is that this is kind of a walk of a lifetime, a journey of a lifetime, in which there are walks of a lifetime inside of it. And one of them was the lost coast, the outer coast of Alaska. And where's that? It's that long stretch of exposed coastline and that little kind of finger of Alaska that stretches out of the main chunk of it. I think it was about 300 miles of empty wild beaches, of spruce forests coming down to wild surf, of glaciers spilling into inlets, of seeing grizzly bear, seeing moose on the beaches. I never imagined these wild animals being on beaches, and there they were. And it's also kind of soberingly, on a more serious note, beyond the kind of natural wonder and the joy of knowing that there are these landscapes still left on the planet, is it's incredibly dynamic due to the climate change crisis. These glaciers are melting. It's changing the course of rivers. It's affecting the ecology of salmon that migrate up the rivers. As one of the experts that I talked to said, this is the geography, Paul, of the future. Right here. It's kind of the laboratory of what's going to happen in different ways around the world.
So you're back in the Western Hemisphere, Paul. And is it true that the last time you were in the U.S. was a decade ago? If that is the case, what are your reflections upon returning? It's been quite a lot happening in the last decade.
The last time I was in the U.S. was December of 2012, and that was like just before Obama was sworn in the second time, right? Twitter had just gone public when it was called Twitter back then. It's both kind of exhilarating, but also a bit strange. I've told my editors I feel a little bit like, I don't know, a guy who's come back from like Rumpelstiltskin, come awake under the tree after a lifetime, right? And the world has changed around him.
And where are you off to next?
So I'm hunkered down for the winter, waiting for the worst of the winter storms to pass. And my winter base is in Gustavus near Glacier Bay National Park in southeastern Alaska. In the springtime, the plan is to kind of do something very different. After walking, I don't know, about 18,000 miles, I plan to get into a sea kayak and sea kayak about 1,000 miles south to Vancouver and the U.S. border. As archaeologists are discovering, the people I'm following, the first discoverers of the world back in the Stone Age.
This guy has a wild fucking job. Yeah, when I'm done with that, I'm just gonna hop in a kayak and
sea kayak about 1,000 miles south to Vancouver.
Sea kayak 1,000 miles.
As archaeologists are discovering, the people I'm following, the first discoverers of the world back in the Stone Age, did use watercraft. And I'm going to try to follow their pathway now. I'll be paddling, and I'll have paddling partners instead of walking partners. So that's the plan in the spring.
Well, we look forward to reading all of your future dispatches on your walk and on your canoe. Paul.
There you go. Paul, how do you say that? It says Salopek. Crazy job this guy has. National Geographic Explorer. Whoopsies. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we got through it together. That's gonna be it for me tonight until I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Bill in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Penny Hanna, Dark Sparkle, and CJ from the Six. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Oh no, I was muted that whole time? Oh my god, how was I muted that whole... I was talking. Oh no, ruined. I can't do it again. I'm sorry, everybody. I can't do it again. I just went, oh my god, I can't. I love you all. Assume I love you, galactic benefactors. Assume that I just went in on that. Oh, I hate me. I hate me sometimes. They made a huge, tiny mistake. That is terrible. That is bush league, is what that is. That is bush league. You know, if I weren't me, I would punch me right at the mouth. Look like hell. Alright, and at this time, I'm afraid the short stream, the YouTube short stream is going to come to an end as well. Hope you all enjoyed over there. You're going to have to move either to Twitch or to YouTube horizontal stream to enjoy the late night after hours Galactic Chill stream.